make that phone call. And we're going to have to lock on to the correct person to call. Let me see if I can scroll up. And we have our dear Aristides, who will now be called and hopefully will answer. And we take it from there. And we're going to check in with the studio while calling him and see if we're making connection. Okay, we're... Oh, that ringing is horrible. Okay,
Hello.
so my dear Aristides, yes, Aristides contributed 100 United States dollars, and that was the final thing to carry me over the finish line. Of course, I had already gone over the finish line, but this takes me over the secondary finish line. Anyhow, I'm going to have to get my voice back. T Tank Berry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brother. 100. Now, let's see if Aristides registers on the OBS, the online broadcasting software, and I'll give proper credit to he and T Tank Berry, who contributed the other 100 United States dollars, which carried me over the finish line and the secondary finish line, having left $100 in the mail slot, which I picked up as soon as I came home, reinterred in the crypt of dust mites. That kick my ass as soon as I walk in the door, at least to lesser and lesser degree, as I get increasing doses of my immunobooster injections or allergy shots, which I'll explain a little bit of the science behind that, sometime soon, in moments. First, let's see how we register. Dear Aristides, let's have you say something.
Yeah. All right. I hope I am registering. Could anybody tell us if I am?
You are. The OBS registers you, and everyone else will likely do so. I do want to bring attention to the image, the photograph that is embedded in thumbnail of live stream for tonight, and that is a photograph of my gang brother Beaver. No, not the face, the hands, as he tries to strangle me. So he surrendered $300 to myself and claimed it was extortion for my leaving him alone. And of course, my son taking the photograph would have provided photographic facial evidence if he did indeed complete the snapping of my neck, which he refrained from for that reason. But other than that, he did the bulk of the bailout, but nothing could have been accomplished without T Tank Berry and Aristides. T Tank Berry personally delivering $100 through the mail slot of my physical mailing address's door, my residence, into my domicile, and our dear Aristides getting it into the PayPal immediately, and my transferring what I could transfer into the bank. The rest is in my wallet. And so there we have all that, and we'll get into, again, recrediting them in a matter of minutes or hours. We won't be on too long tonight, simply because I have an appointment tomorrow with my dentist at 1300 hours, 1 p.m., and we'll certainly need to go to the bank before then to purchase the money order, so that I can just drop it off in the mail slot to my landlady on my way home. Because by the time I'm out from my deep cleaning, which is what's scheduled for tomorrow, or dental surgery, it's got to be surgery of some sort because of the decay they found in my upper right hand fang, in particular, my canine, which, because the blood boys and their blood is so rich, and I get it in different areas than other people would normally get it. People normally get the disintegration in their lower jaw because of all of the gravity. It's gravity. But all that being said, we can get back to that later as well. Obviously, I'm still trying to decompress, sober myself. I did a fairly good job of it. We got most everything done before starting tonight. But let's get started in earnest. And with that, we turn towards dear Aristides, the man who, like T Tank Berry and my gang brother Beaver, saved the day towards the end of the month. And my thanks to everyone else who has contributed, including our lovely birthday girl, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who, goddess bless her, her birthday was the same day as the Emperor's birthday, which was yesterday. So we're still in the wake of that, but obviously I was at the estates until earlier in the afternoon. And okay, now I'm back, and we'll do our best to get in some monologue tonight, with plenty of interjection. So let's bring everybody on to the round table, and I have plenty to show everybody.
Okay.
Little things brought to my attention by my son Ed Beth, and some other things by the Blood Boys, and let's bring that to the attention of everyone on Team Dietrich. But first, Aristides, how about that blur? Yeah.
Oh, almost thought you forgot.
Sorry.
Okay.
So sorry. Just try to get
Yeah,
oxygen
yeah,
into
all
my
right,
brain,
blurb.
and I do that through talking.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll keep it quick. The blurb is as soon as you get here, hit the thumbs up. Very important. We do have algorithm issues. People put down votes, sometimes in numbers with bots, perhaps. It hurts Douglas's ability to be discovered and get listeners and make a living. So please do that. Please make sure you're subscribed. There's a button nearby also, and that the notification bell is turned on so that you can be notified. It is helpful to have a little pop-up like, oh yeah, that's starting. And as far as the thumbs up, if you have an account to do these things, you can go into your account settings and create sub-channels to each of them can do additional upvotes. I'm going to switch now and do another upvote. You don't have to put anything in those channels. You can. People typically would put different types of content, whatnot. So you can do all that. If you have an account to do these things, you can go into PayPal link. It's already in the YouTube chat. And I know Doug was just saying how he luckily just made it across the finish line, but there will be another finish line. So get a good head start. A good head start. You know, even if it doesn't have to be 100 or anything, you know, in this early stage, but just anything, you know, $20, something like that, it helps. So please contribute if you can. And if you're not finding the link, or that you're hearing this only in audio, go to paypal.com and in the search bar type Douglas D. Dietrich, and you should find him, and you should see his little picture there. And that way you can find him and send him some money. So you can also note the web address in the your browser bar, and you can copy that, save that, post that somewhere. It will remain the same after the program so that it can be found even after it's not live anymore. Also, as far as upvotes, if once the program is not live, YouTube enables the comments underneath the program window, and Douglas will always put a pinned comment there at the top. Please upvote that and any other positive comments that you see for similar reasons to the other upvotes. So I'm going back to the last one. I see that I did do that, so great. All right, I think that's it.
You did wonderful. That was beautiful. I mean, your voice gets better every episode, and I apologize for that brief interruption in audio when I was turning to check my video. Most of the time, it doesn't go. The audio doesn't play like that, but it did this time. So I don't know if you noticed that, and
No.
if you found that jarring or interrupting.
Nope. No, I did not.
So
No issues.
yeah, and feel free to add everybody else on now, and with that, we'll get started in a bit of a roundtable. And again, dear Aristides is good at what he does, and we couldn't do it without him at all, and we couldn't do it without T-Take Berry at all, and nor Nemo at all, who is our archivist of note, along with Jonathan Warrington, that incredible individual who hopefully will join us again in chat, as he does in text every once in a while, and we happen to interact, and it's always good when that happens. We are going to, of course, wait till other people are brought on the call now, and then we'll see how far we can go with Roundtable. We hopefully will get Holly on early tonight. She'll join us, of course. I made certain to call a few people just before the show started. One of them was Aristides. One of them was Holly. Tried to get through to Amy, but hopefully she'll join us so she gets better understanding of what's going on. There is still a lot of confusion about where we're going with the next venue. And a lot of people still think we're going to Microsoft Teams, and that's not the case. And Skype is further confusing people. by telling them to transfer to Microsoft Teams. But we're not going there. I do recommend that everybody do that for the sake of course, their just retaining whatever information they have from the past, so they can download that in the future. But for God's sakes, beyond that, you've got to just download the Google Spaces app to join us. This is where we're all going, is Google Spaces. And with that, shout out to everybody who hasn't appeared yet but is going to. And just so happy to be here at all, in one sense. I mean, obviously I'm never happy to be back in the crypt, but happy to be here with my extended family. And all of you are hopefully doing well. And already getting some questions about Gang Brother Beaver. And so it's amazing to me. These are the kinds of questions that you would think Peter Moon would ask. And it might be Peter Moon under an assumed name. I really wouldn't put it past him, but then again, that would imply that he's still functional, which is very hard to believe, to tell you the truth. Honestly, he is very likely in the limbo approaching death. That just with everything that happened to him before his severance and the state of his mind, that's obviously going to take him quite soon, much sooner than later, the state of non-being, which is a state he fears deeply. And we know this because of his desire to live forever, by supposedly breathing right, and the desperation with which he was seeking alternative health elixirs, like what did they call them? Crystal juice or something? Literally crystal elixirs that he was putting all of his money into. As he severed with myself. We could always look up his email for the exact term he was using, but it was something that absurd. And beyond that, what else was there? There was the fact that, of course, he didn't send me these emails. He had sent them to Aaron Tice, who then related them to me. I was hoping for Aaron Tice to join us tonight, but that will not be possible. Hopefully he'll be able to do so on Sunday. Hopefully we'll get George Knight with us tonight. We'll see who else can jump on. Our man Aristides is already at it. Troy Bellamy, John Warrington, Crystal River, who are, hopefully it'll be different with Google Spaces. We know it's going to take a while to get everybody adjusted to it and used to it. And the first thing they have to do is kind of go in there and play with it. And as a matter of fact, we're going to try and spend some time when I come home from the dentist, maybe tomorrow night. By that time, I'll probably be too fucking tired and wouldn't give a shit. But let's take a look at our calendar here and take a look at what might be an opportune day for Team Dietrich to play with Google Spaces. All right, that would help if I could get up a calendar. Okay, Google Calendar. Here we are. Google Calendar it's truly the last day of the month. It's so hard to believe. Yeah, we should be able to on Thursday night and maybe Friday, because the real Japanese holidays after the Emperor's birthday, which just passed, the real Japanese holidays don't start until Saturday. And then I'll probably, let's take a look at May, be involved through to Monday. It'll be a 3-day weekend. I'll be back in time to do the show, of course, but then go back to the Estates. Okay, it sounds like we might be joined by somebody else. Let's take a look. No, it's just Aristides. And here we are. We are joined now by Brendan Zoget. Let me take a look. Brendan Zoget has sent a lot. You've sent a lot of links. I'm just now beginning to go through them all. Is this obviously I appreciate Marilyn Monroe. Is that real or is that AI? The Marilyn Monroe image there. That's and then
I mean, as far as I know, it's real, but
okay.
You never know these days.
Yeah, you never know. And is that supposed to be Peter Moon in bed to the old ghost who looks
No, that was something private that we'll discuss another day.
okay. Yeah, and so in terms of let's see what else here. What's this images you sent me? They don't like overweight people either. Oh, my Japanese passport.
Oh, that was a Nemo share.
Yeah,
But
yeah. No, did
I
Nemo
sent it
share
to
that
you.
with you? Did Nemo share that with you?
No, I took it to share it with Nemo, but I wanted you to get in on it because
Because it's funny.
what they did to that poor girl was so awful.
Oh my god. Oh my
Just because she got Japanese citizenship and they're all jealous.
Yes. Oh my god. So yeah, definitely heart that. I'm gonna continue scrolling back up. Oh, by the way, say hello to Aristides, of course, and yeah. So here we are. Fun fact: self-driving cars can be trapped using a ring of salt. They are demonic.
Yeah.
They are demonic. Yeah.
They're powered by entities. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it must be. Tell people about this. Tell people about.
And they're trying to say it's like the cameras or something.
Yeah. No, that doesn't make
but
any
obviously
sense.
that's not.
Yeah,
obviously it's not.
Yeah, that.
Because any circle that's painted on the ground would do the same thing in that case, which it doesn't.
Thank you. Yes.
So I don't know how well it was tested, but on the example that's given in the photo, the car stops functioning as if you banished whatever was controlling it.
Or ensorcelled it by trapping it in a circle, encircling it. Yes.
Yeah.
That,
At the very least, I think. Well, if you watch there's animes we'll reference it again, like One Piece, where they threw the salt in the mouth of the zombies and the spirit fled.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be used anymore.
Yeah.
Just became a body.
Yeah.
So something like that, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
In
Excellent.
essence.
Yeah. And I see this is a moon piece here. The Trump with the tax on, tax off, doing the Tai Chi shit. Yeah, that's red. That's Peter.
Karate Kid.
Yeah, Karate Kid. Yes. Yeah, and so that's funny as hell. Is that actually that old Japanese guy, that old Okinawan guy's body, Pat Morita? Shit, it's like I can't even tell.
No, it's the kid. It's the kid.
Yeah. Oh, it's the kid's body.
Yeah.
When he got older, damn, he looks like he plumped out.
Well, it's just whatever the AI creates.
Yeah,
it's just like that thing.
I am happy to report that the disaster disinfo that they said fake news, real losses, the viral disaster rumor dents Japan's tourism industry, that the tourism industry has since picked back up. So they seem to have been able to have combated that bullshit.
I have a feeling it was just them to get less people to come, or at least some internal parties. I think it was some internal parties that were because there's a big population sector that does not want tourism.
Understood.
They do make money, but they just don't like the amount.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes, and so what do you think is going on with the entire Iberian Peninsula blacking out? And if we have something that I don't know if our man...
it was a SWAT from... It was higher forces. I mean, there's their official statement at first was an induced atmospheric vibration, which just means the higher beings slapped.
Yeah, thank you.
Those people. Yeah. So it's just part of the eclipse cycle and these various transits we're going through.
Mm-hmm.
So 12th house is lost, so it cuts, and it happened on a nakshatra, like a star sign that had to do with cutting. So they got cut, It's
Yes.
that simple.
Yeah.
So
And so Aristides, I don't know if you're aware of this, but please reach out to Marina Saren and ask if she's okay. Because
no, I gotta call back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I got plenty going on from. Yeah. I got. Got plenty going on from.
Yeah,
Nemo.
she never really answers messages, but she seems to be alive and out there and posting. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's important. So, did you know that the entire Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal, had blacked out for days?
I had heard of the blackout. I don't know if it's affected her.
Okay, apologies. I'm still here. I had to deal with some.
Yeah. Oh, Aristides
Okay.
was saying he did not know whether or not the Iberian blackout had affected Marina Seren, but it must have. It affected everyone, right? I mean,
Oh, it was all of Spain. It was
yeah,
all of Spain
yeah, and
and parts of
Portugal.
France. I mean, it was huge.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you said, there was no rational explanation for it. They kept ruling out terrorism, but terrorism would be the only thing aside from the supernatural that would make sense in terms of.
Well, the people. I mean, the people that were there. I think it was wherever Sky News was reporting. They asked some lady, and she said it in Spanish or Portuguese. I don't know which country, but must have been Portugal or something. But she said that they were told it was a cyber attack when all the phones were off. So somehow they were getting some other information. But I don't think they have a reason to hide that if that was the case.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Other than
Point well
just
taken.
not panicking people, but it was already rapine and chaos, and it's like, what else could you? How much more could you avoid of that? Like,
Yeah.
so it's very strange. Very
Yes.
strange. Let's say it's anomalous. Let's leave it there.
Yes, to say the least. Well, we know that it was intent, but we don't know whether terrorists or entities or both. After all, if it comes to Putin, he's up there with Peter Moon. They'll just summon an entity if they can. Only I would presume that maybe not as bad as Peter. Maybe the Russian occultists wouldn't be so incompetent. They might be able to control it to a degree, but they probably don't control it very well.
And that's. I mean, I will make the determination just by my own thing that what I know Vedically that they don't have that kind of power.
Thank you.
Not
Thank
possible.
you. Yes. Yeah.
And America, it's like in the case of the hurricane, in that America has like if you want to go anime terms, you could say it's got like cursed land points, plus it's got like a debuff for curses, so it's just easier to do that here. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yes.
Than it is in some place that has been habitable for millennia.
Yes. In other words, there is a bad feng shui here, geomantically. So the geomancy becomes easier
Crime
to perform.
for curse.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And
all that blood soaked into the soil.
Yes, it's so true. And for no goddamn good reason. It was done. The mass genocides that took place in America were all towards one objective: the creation of a new Zion, which is effectively what they created here, a Jewish empire, starting from the days of Columbus, a war against humanity that was waged by the Jews for the Jews. That it resulted in, of course, a empire for the Jews. That without America, of course, their war against the rest of humanity would not be possible. And it's a war against humanity because whatever they do to the Palestinians, we have to watch. So we're forced to watch them while they exterminate another people. That's a war against humanity itself in terms of all our sensibilities. And it leaves us all not only scarred, but incredibly calloused to the sufferings of others. So they're destroying all of our essential humanity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, naturally. I would argue that we haven't been human this whole time. There's nothing human about what's been going on the last 1,000, 2,000 years. Just,
Hello.
Yes. Oh, Amy. Thank
Greetings.
God. Thank God. So
I know.
Yes. So
I'm here to rescue you.
yeah. Well, thank God, because I'm so afraid that you didn't understand where we're transferring our talk venue to. It's not to Microsoft Teams, honey. It's to Google Spaces. So you need to download Google Spaces.
So patronizing. I downloaded all that. I thought this call was going through on there. I thought we were like, that's it. Jump ship. We're done. Jump in. But
we won't go until the ship sinks, honey. When we're all in our life vest. Yeah. When we're all in our life vest, then we're gonna go looking for another ship. Until that point, before we raid that ship with our flare guns and pillaging hooks, we're just left here on this sinking ship known as Skype, and it's just too convenient to to try and move now, but we're going to try and get together on Thursday night, tomorrow night, or Friday night. Just private members of Team Dietrich will be experimenting with Google Spaces and trying to play a little with that and practice with that. So if you're able to join us, that's great. I mean, we'll be probing, but be on the lookout in your Gmail. Did you get my Gmail inviting you to Google Spaces, or you've already downloaded the app onto your phone? Oh, you did? Okay, good. And did you open it?
I had taken it off, and then I put it back on just for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just for you, I did.
Thank you.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I can be on tonight. I just had worked like a crazy fool. I usually don't work on Wednesdays, and it's so busy over there. I just have been pruning annuals and watering and dealing with hibiscus. It's all yellow leaves. Terrible. Yeah. So I don't know how much longer I'm gonna last, but I'm happy that this is probably our last Skype call. No more Skype.
I don't know about that. Let me check the calendar. So if I take a look at our Google calendar, let's take a look at
Sunday.
It's May 4th. So when they say they're cutting Skype on May 4th, I guess that's it. You may be right. This probably is the last Skype call. Holy shit.
This is your last chance to find all of that stuff that Ian West disclosed and download it for future reference.
Well, at any rate, what I'm going to do is I am going to what's going to happen on May 4th, on Sunday night, May 4th, is it's just going to be a chaotic night in which what we're going to try to do is we're going to basically probably join each other on Microsoft Teams per force of circumstance for an hour, because all they give you is an hour for free. And then we're going to use that hour to try and get everybody in sync on Google Spaces. Does that make sense? Because,
No.
No, of course not, but that's probably what's going to happen.
Don't mess around with it. Just get everybody on the one thing. Don't be like, okay, for the first hour, we're going to do this.
No, of course that's logical. And we'll try and play with Google Spaces with whoever shows up on Thursday night or sometime during Friday. But it's not going to work. And that it's not going to. And that what's going to happen is on May 4th, we're just going to go open up with Microsoft Teams and just spend that hour trying to get everybody coordinated on Google Spaces. Maybe it won't happen like that. Maybe it'll all work out on Thursday and Friday. More likely sometime during Friday on the eventide. Everybody's eventide, meaning, because you're so far ahead of us, 3 hours ahead of us, which is completely irrational, and we've got to do away with these, just 2 time zones in America. That's all we need. And, but, until that happy time that we get to that saner point of social evolution, it'll be on everybody's eventide, meaning it'll probably be 2 or 3 o'clock my time and about 4 or 6 o'clock everyone else's time on the East Coast. And we're going to try and get everybody together around that time, Friday, the 2nd of May, to do Google Spaces. Yeah, and then we'll. Yeah, but we won't be used to it. Still, just meeting there, we'll still probably wind up on May 4th doing the first hour on Microsoft Teams and getting everybody coordinated to go on Google Spaces, which is why one thing will be important on May 4th, and I'll tell everybody, try and show up in the opening hour. Try and get with us in the opening hour on May 4th so that we can do that. And, but hopefully it doesn't work out that way, but, there's a high chance it will. And, yeah, it's just a horror.
You would think.
Yeah, go on. Just
having YouTube be your platform, that the Google would be seamless. It would not be a big deal at all.
Actually,
super easy.
You remember what I said before? What had happened was when we had started out, we were trying to synchronize Google Chrome with the YouTube. But what people need to remember is that YouTube was not originally part of Google, and that Google purchased YouTube And for the longest period of time, I'm certain that things have changed, but I know for a period of time there, Google was like a punishment detail for people. YouTube was like a punishment detail for people at Google. In other words, most people at Google considered YouTube to be this peripheral thing that people got tossed into if they weren't succeeding at Google per se. And so that was the general understanding. And so Brendan's saying, yes, it syncs with the online broadcasting service, the Google Spaces, right, Brendan? Please come on with us, Brendan.
Yeah.
So if you can come on with us. It says it's why it's used by YouTubers. Okay, Google Spaces, you mean, Brendan? Yeah, but at any rate, my point is that, but we couldn't get, okay, he says Spaces. So hopefully he can come back on with us soon. I get what his message is. He's saying, yes, the Google Spaces will sync with the online broadcasting software. That's why it's used by YouTubers. And so that's great. But remember, that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, Doug, you were there.
No, I was there, and we hope it will be that way in function. Yeah, but remember, for the longest period of time, like I said, I could not get YouTube to synchronize with Google Chrome, and that's when Selena Khan explained to me, and it didn't make any sense when she said it, but it was confirmed by my 3D graphics modeler who worked at Google, that Google does not sync with YouTube. And she says you can't, what Selena Khan said was because YouTube was purchased by Google and it was like a hostile takeover, they never synced with YouTube, and therefore you couldn't sync the YouTube with the Google Chrome. And that's why I had to have Firefox, and my 3D graphics modeler came over to my home and had to synchronize.
Yeah, well, Chrome is a dumpster fire anyways.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
That's what I was always experiencing and being told, is that Chrome is the problem.
Yeah.
They just didn't execute that. All their other software works. It's just that the one that's supposed to work doesn't work.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, there we are. So hopefully.
But I think it's because they didn't want to pour a bunch of like resources into that, because no one uses it. Everyone just uses their own. Everyone has their preference, and none of it's Chrome. So
interesting. I mean, my understanding was that everybody's using Chrome, and that half the time you're on these different search engines, they all fall back on Chrome because it's a monopoly, essentially a monopoly. But I get what Brendan's saying, is that a lot of people were trying to escape that, right?
No real like computer nerds ever gonna touch Chrome unless they have some reason. Like, I have a few reasons for like software that links to it, but
okay.
I don't use it as my primary.
Okay.
And I think they acquired Mozilla anyways, so it's just like they're all might as well be the same.
Yes, that's the horror. That's part of what the anti-monopoly thing was supposed to break up before Trump stepped in. Of course, God knows what's going to happen now with Trump, because he doesn't seem to know what he's doing regarding anything. I mean, even helping his buddies out, the techno moguls. Here's Nemos.
The other day I saw him, he was signing something, and he's like asking all of his attendants, he's like, is this going to do it if I sign it? And they're like, yeah. I was like, uh-oh, that's not good.
Well, like my gang brother Beaver brought up, he saw footage of Trump wandering around the White House in circles like he was completely disoriented. And when the Secret Serviceman asked him what he was up to, he said, oh, I'm looking for a place to plant an American flag, a real big flagpole, an American flag. And it's...
How did he get demented so fast?
He always was. That's the whole point. It's like Peter Moon always was, but we always just gave him slack because we wanted him to get the book out. So it's the same with, Trump. Everyone around gives him slack when he's obviously demented, so it's...
oh, shit.
Yeah, that's the horror of...
He might not even make it to 2028. They're all saying, he's like selling merch already. It's like, dude, you're not going to make it.
Thank God.
Or even if he does, it'll be like the Emperor from 40K, just like they put him in a room on a throne.
Yeah. I love it. Yes.
Golden Emperor.
Yes, they call it the Golden Throne, which is a British joke for like he's on a golden toilet. The Emperor sits on his golden throne.
Basically, what's gonna happen? They're just gonna be like, he'll just be there just for like the photo op. That's it.
Yes. Thank you. It's anyhow. Nemo says Chrome is shit. He says, fuck, what did I just do? Skype yourself. Okay. Anyhow, I'm sorry. What's that?
I said thanks for Nemo supporting that claim.
Oh yeah. He says it has high usage on your RAM, random access memory, compared to other browsers, which makes sense. Yes, I mean, since they made it first, they probably made it without efficiency in mind. Yeah, it's like, yeah, and so.
And it's stealing your data in the background. I'm sure it is.
Oh, of course. Of course. Oh, so Amy, is this for real? This isn't him, is it?
My God. I found this today. Do not hurt me, okay? I'm sorry. I found it and I was like, this is more than I can deal with. I have to spread around the horrendousness of this. I'm gonna link the thing that linked me to that too, because I don't even know if we should talk about it. It's not even.
Is this like Peter's project or something?
Do you think this is him? I mean, you guys tell me.
I can't believe it isn't.
When I clicked on it, all I saw was a stupid George Floyd for no reason. So
no, he's got a bunch of other books on there, so it's almost like this is a private publishing thing. But I doubt it's Peter because.
But do you see where I found it from? It was in the sponsors to that other seminar thing.
What other seminar thing? Oh, that time travel seminar thing?
No. In the chat, the second link.
Okay, let's take a look. In the chat. Okay. And I'm just trying to look at the titles that they're publishing.
Revolution Radio.
Look at the speakers.
Sponsors and Friends, False Flags and Conspiracies Conference. Yeah.
Fetzer. I mean, how old is this?
Yeah, Dr. James Fetzer. Yeah, that's old. Oh, okay, that's old. But Dr. James Fetzer is like, he's compared to Peter Moon. James Fetzer is a brilliant.
Lorian Ann Fenton.
Where does it say Lorian Ann Fenton?
Speaker.
She's one of the guest speakers, but that doesn't mean much.
Yeah, I mean, old. God, that's old. James Fetzer and Lorian Ann Fenton, broadcast home of Dr. James Fetzer and Lorian Ann Fenton. And so Lorian says, join me. And yeah, like I said, like Brendan said, how old is it? Is that guy is she even still on Revolution Radio? I mean, even Noreen Helpan left Revolution Radio. She just dropped out. So that's interesting. Yeah, James Fetzer never used to be affiliated with Revolution Radio. Maybe he got affiliated after Mike Ringley died. But, yeah, it all looks so... I'm just going to wow that, like, wow.
I kind of said the same thing. I kind of wowed it myself and was like... This is such garbage, and it's like tabloid in my phone, and I can't take it anymore.
It is. Oh my God. Yeah, but it's like, whatever it is what it is, and it can't go further than where it's going. I mean, that's just where it is. I mean, yeah.
Well, my thinking was like you had explained he had some kind of like serious medical condition, and I'm like, how did he put out all these books?
Well, they're not his. I mean, none of them are authored by Peter Moon. His name's not on them. It's just Moonrock Books is the publisher, but he's
I don't think it's Peter related. To be honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I doubt it. I doubt it. And it all looks old. I mean, it has that look to it, but it may be current, but you know,
it's almost like too put together for Pete.
Yeah,
like,
it is. It is.
It's very packaged.
Like Jim Fetzer. I mean, they're just people that are publishing through that, so it's probably owned by Jim.
Yeah, which Jim himself has published a multitude of books, and they've actually been published by other people. And just so you know, James Fetzer was a Marine Corps officer who argued on my behalf that I should try and argue for an overturn of my dishonorable discharge, which I told him would be the most ridiculous thing in the world, since my dishonorable discharge was how I got such a much better life. If I were involved with the VA,
Right.
my life would be shit, and my medical care
You'd
would
probably be dead.
Yeah, I'd be dead. My medical care would not, my medical care would not have been what it was. And
You
so
definitely wouldn't be getting. Oh, well, I guess maybe we shouldn't.
we can talk about things
You
private.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be getting curried, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Getting into some of that curry. You know? You'd be getting freaking bottom of the barrel shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it'd be.
Not to mention you can't be mustered again. They would have been able to muster you back, which
Yes.
is the worst I could ever imagine
Yes,
when it
that's
comes
true.
to Marines.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, even if you're old, I think they can theoretically bring you back like they did in Vietnam. Is that true still?
Oh, yeah. It's more like Korea is when that happened, because my father was personally witness to that all these old useless fucks on, oxygen machines they were bringing in and shit. And, but literally it was ridiculous. But beyond that, just so people understand, my gang brother Beaver, again, the person you see attempting to snap my neck in the photograph, you get some hint as to his size there. And yes, he has access to the estates when, of course, he's called onto the grounds for his connections with my son's husband, which was, of course, where my son became involved through certain levels of trafficking. So this is, of course, what mega corporate leaders ultimately truck with is, of course, people in the underworld. The overworld and the underworld are intimately connected. If somebody doesn't know that, well, you're incredibly naive. If you had never imagined that before, it just goes to show you've never put much energy into how your society works. But all that being said, the situation when it comes to, oh God, we were talking about being mustered, drafted. Beaver said he saw, or that he was reported to him by some white guy who had served in Vietnam, that he had just come back from a business trip in Vietnam, or maybe some extended, I don't know, nostalgia visit to Vietnam, because a lot of GIs do return to Vietnam these days on these nostalgia trips. But he said he came back and he couldn't believe what he saw on buses. That he claimed the buses had signs all over the place where people were told to report to recruiting centers or get ready for mobilization, something of that nature. It wasn't simply like, hey, don't forget to register for the draft. It seemed to be something telling people, hey, don't forget to report to your recruiting station and, for eventual mobilization. This guy, but when Beaver relayed that to me, I said, please, if you can, send me some links, see if you can find some evidence of this. It does sound bizarre, but just so people know, if a draft is instituted, anyone is open to a draft. Like in World War II, the whole fantasy about the idiot Indiana Jones is that he's somehow working with the government secretly, and this is because during wartime, when the government institutes a draft, they can draft anybody. There's no age limit. There's no limits. It's just so. In other words, if they think an archaeologist would be helpful to whatever they're doing, and believe me, there were plenty of cases of that, and other specialists who were like elderly professors with pudgy bodies and stubby fingers and stubble on their neckbeard chins, and they just got drafted into the war, and at times sent in with a special forces unit to find something like an archaic relic. And this is real. This sort of thing happened. Indiana Jones is a fantasy because they show the professor at the time that it was first made to be young and fit and virile and able to handle bullwhips and other exotic weapons, which is just plain like, how on earth did he ever find time to earn a fucking academic degree? But, all that being said, that's absurd. That's why you surround them with special forces men who do that for them. But of course, they want it in the form of Indiana Jones, somebody to do it all themselves, which is just impossible. So when it came to whatever it was Beaver saw, if a draft is reinstated, they can take anybody. They can take myself. They can take anybody. But generally speaking, theoretically, they would not, simply because of the dishonorable discharge. But then again, remember what happened with the Sergeant Woods, who did the hangings at Nuremberg, and he was dishonorably discharged, and he became the master sergeant in charge of execution, which made him the high officer of execution for the United States of America. So that's like, in other words, if they want you back in and you're willing, yeah, you can go back in. Dishonorable discharges be damned. But they'd have to offer me quite a bit. They'd have to give me an equivalent rank and an equivalent degree of power, like they did with Master Sergeant Woods, for no goddamn good reason. So there we have that, for what that's worth. All that being said, okay, so dear Amy downloaded Google Spaces just for me. Brendan Zogit has joined us, and thank you, Amy, for keeping us up to date on these other bizarre developments out there. So how else is your health doing? How are things going with, aside from work, you said you were working with all these yellowed hibiscus plants. Is that you spraying coyote urine on them or something else?
No, these just came off the truck and they don't look awesome. Like, they should look awesome, but they have like they have this weird like braided trunk. And so the trunk is like a bunch of plants all twisted together, and then there's flowers coming up out the top.
Yeah.
And it seems to me like maybe they like forced the flowers a little with like too much fertilizer, and like the leaves started to yellow from like being pot bound and like too heavy of a feeding of nitrogen or something, and they just don't look great. So I was just clipping them, and I picked up an acupuncturist.
Okay, great.
And
wow.
I know. So now I'm like doing all kinds of crazy stuff, like chiropractic and acupuncture.
Okay.
All together.
Wow.
I did get I got some bills from my insurance that refused the MRI. They apparently had to respond to the Attorney General's office as to why they did that.
Oh, wow.
And then they sent me some bills for the ultrasound that was supposedly $1 a copay.
How big
it now is $200. Yeah.
Ooh.
I know. All this craziness, all this just bureaucratic. They try to assassinate you with paperwork.
They did. Oh, by the way, just received a contribution from Stephen Myers for 70 United States dollars. He's our brother from another mother in the heart of New York City. No longer on Manhattan Island, I believe, but another place taking care of his mother. He says, "Hi, DD. Can understand your anger when it comes to some African Americans from where you grew up. The West Coast is full of gangs who are ignorant and hyperviolent. I lived in St. Louis for 20 years and experienced the worst black people I have ever been around. Lucky I got transferred back to New York, back to my job." Thank you so much, Stephen Myers. I love you dearly. And yes, we all have this rage inside of us from trauma from when we're young. And it takes a lot of work to get over it, and I'm not quite sure if we should be trying to get over it. So we're going to just try and put it to constructive use. And yes, I do believe rage can be put to constructive use, and we've got to make it work for as many people as possible. The system that we've got is obviously in not just disruption, but in disintegration, and we've got to work towards a better future. But we're not going to do that by being dishonest, and I have to be honest about the traumas I've experienced. I'm still very scarred from them, and God bless our dear brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, for understanding, and that's so important. That's an important step towards healing. And of course, I've tried my best to remember the positive, and like I said, the biggest challenge is in a more mundane sense, or in a more in a less traumatic sense, but it really isn't. They say that it takes 20 compliments to override a single insult, And we all grow up being insulted all our lives. We grow up with, but all we remember are these insults. Whatever compliments are paid, there's never enough of them to override all those insults. And this is why, as I said, the psychological warfare expert Michael Aquino and certain departments in Letterman Army Medical Center were experimenting with positive feedback in terms of tapes. At that time, we were simply using cassette tapes, which feed into your mind positive reinforcement, saying, I love myself, I am a good person, I am an okay person. All of this seems absurd. Just even Mickey Mouse might be another word for it, but it's not. And it helps, but I never, shall we say, maybe I didn't do it enough. It really doesn't help with overcoming violent trauma. Maybe overcoming insults. And everything they say about words, by the way, all this shit about sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me, it's all crap. The words will kill you. The words are the killer. Physical injury, if you survive it and you get over it, it's its own trauma, but it's nothing compared to the words. The words are what destroy people. People's lives are destroyed by words. Yes, it's the horror of verbiage. And words cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. And that's why spells work. So everyone bear that in mind. All that being said, thank you to Stephen Myers. And thank you for Amy for offering to help. I didn't want to turn towards you, considering all the difficulties you're going through. I'm still trying to understand. So it's at work. You're getting these shipments, not at home. It's not like not like Tokyo's order.
It's all.
Yeah.
I totally work there so that I can grab stuff and bring it over here. It's all over. I can't stop myself with
That's
the
fine.
spring
We all do that.
flowers. I can't. I'm like, I got this wisteria plant and I hooked it up next to the metal trellis, and the magnolias, unfortunately, were only pretty for just a couple days. Then the cold got them. But I did find those morels under the magnolia tree, and I did pickle some magnolia petals. They do taste like ginger. They do have a little bit of like a sharp, spicy flavor.
Oh, wow.
But I just do stuff all the time. I do think it's really a point well mentioned is the ethnic enclaving isn't always peaceful.
Yeah.
Like what he was mentioning, Myers, about moving to St. Louis and being put in his face the things that he'd never wanted to know. And then luckily being able to go back to a place that was more peaceful. I mean, it seems to me like it really is something that you can't really replicate community. Like you have to allow people to arise from where they're from and to hopefully have a sense of place about where they're from also. But this idea that like we could just like move large groups of people anywhere in the world and put them to work in some corporate sense, like just as slaves, like just making the dollar to get by, like it just to me just seems like really not what you want to be doing. Like you really want to preserve people's cultures in the place where they're from, and it's hard to replicate like a sense of community in another community. It's just jarring in a lot of ways, like having to just figure out like what it is that people are expecting of you, because you don't have the ability to really know how they're receiving what kind of values that you're professing at them. Like if you're trying to get along with somebody and they're like, oh, well, $80 is too much for this plant. And then you're like walking them through the yard and they're looking at trees and they're seeing like these trees are $1,600. Like, I mean, it's fantastic that, that we have this opportunity to like have all these plants from some strange place arrive here for everybody to drag back to their yard. But in that same sense, the people, moving around and finding like they're really like, I am so French in Quebec and I can't change it, but I can't really find it anywhere else either. I can't really run, all over the world or the country and like find other French people who are also like doing French things. Like this is, there's this sense of like transplant and there's this sense of like native cultivation, and they're both different. It's nothing like you can't just take a group of people and send them somewhere and expect that they should just inhabit that place without having an effect on that place or without having roots in the community or in the space where they're at, like having to really negotiate really essential things like on your own with no support from other places. Like I'm just thinking in terms of like being a person who enjoys certain things. Like I enjoy eating food that has just been picked as opposed to eating food that has been processed and then frozen and then delivered and then bought and then transported and then kept in the fridge. That particular preference, I might identify it as French. I might identify it as kind of a cultivator, more of an inherited sense of agriculture. But I don't understand why that isn't so easy to forget also. Like why can't I just like stop doing that and do something different? I don't know. Like, why can't I just go and eat a buffet at the Indian food place and just learn Vedic symbols and eat triphala? Like it.
Oh, that's funny. That's so cute. No, thank you for sharing that, honey. And obviously, what's going to happen is we're going to see much more regionalism.
Well, when things make you feel better, you get used to them quick. It's not so big.
But think of what she said, Brendan, and tell us about the warning.
I didn't hear most of it.
Well, let's put it this way.
Because I was dealing with these crazies. So
no worries, but here's something you can contribute to easily. We've had friends. The old axiom, or the shall we say, the common wisdom was that if you move out of California, you'll never be able to move back because you can't afford to. And tell Amy how that played out, because she was talking about the difficulty of people moving and how they're expected to adapt as if this were all one great nation, as if we truly were all one homogenous culture, when America obviously is not. It's very, very regionalized and becoming more balkanized by the day. But when it comes to your friends that you know personally who have moved out of California and desperately would love to come back, but they can't, and tell people why. I mean, it's just impossible. Once you're out of California, you can't make enough money to come back in because they're not. Unlike California, most places don't have a minimum wage, right?
Yeah.
Great examples of
that.
that.
Yeah, you're talking about the guy that moved to Idaho. Is that what you're talking
about? Yeah, that's one example. Yeah. Tell us about this. Yes.
No, he came back because he had to smuggle himself out.
How did he do it?
He just filled up his car and drove as far as he could until he got close enough to call for help from Cali.
I love it.
It's literally
what part of Idaho was he in?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh, something in the boons.
That's all Idaho is. What?
No, North Idaho is all white supremacists.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, that's where he
The
was.
Klan.
Yeah, retired cops, which is the same thing. Yeah, it's called Blue Heaven.
don't know.
Cops go there to retire, and it's a
Nothing there.
yeah.
There's nothing. And those fuckers don't hike or anything, so I don't know why they go there.
It is. It's all hiking. It's all outdoor trails. Like the national forests there are just thick. They're thick and they're well used. People go and get on.
It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's a beautiful, like the property there, the nature's good, but the people
Yeah.
are awful, from what I heard.
Probably. Yeah, I couldn't work there. I didn't have the right color hair and eyes, and they knew it.
Oh!
And so I had to go to
Oh!
work in Spokane.
Oh, how did you wind up there in the
My
first?
friend has a huge house there, but she has blue eyes and blonde hair.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah.
How can they be that racist? I mean, don't
I think
that-
so.
that's just
I do.
ignorant. That's just ignorant.
It's
it-
bad.
You're white as they come. I mean,
I know. I'm more German than most of them.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just goes to show, but you look somewhat ethnic. I could see how you could be mistaken
know?
or suspect, right? They could suspect you as something else, right? Well, obviously they did.
Whenever
right?
I hung out with my Native American friends, I was like I was their cousin. Everybody
Okay.
thought I was related to them somehow.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, the way people perceive you and the way you perceive yourself
Yes.
is, that's always an issue. Because I would say this to my friend. I would say, hey, I just get some really weird looks in certain places. And she was like, you're so white. There's nothing native about you at all. And, the only thing I have is the rumor that my dad gave me that his grandmother was. But that's the only evidence there was. And Anyway, I moved into Spokane, and then I was allowed to work.
Wow.
I rode my bike around North Idaho for 4 months. The only job interview I had up there was to edit the phone book for like $8 an hour part-time.
Oh my god.
I
Oh.
know. So annoying.
They actually gave you a good gig.
What was that?
That was a pretty good gig, is what Brendan said.
Yeah.
It sounds like they gave you something good because they're like, oh, we can't have a woman work in the field.
Yeah, maybe. Now,
I don't know.
Nemo
My
offers.
friend was paid like seven something an hour to work inside of a butcher shop
Oh my god.
Oh,
because they knew he was vegetarian. They
Oh.
just like wanted torture.
Oh my god.
Just like the shit that happened to me.
Uh-huh. Jesus, that's right. They put you there. Yeah, and so we've got a flag from John Doe, T. Tank Berry, of that upper area of Idaho, or that. Of course, I recognize the crown and I recognize the Aryan Nation symbol. I do believe that this might have been the WAR, the White Aryan Nations. Back in the day, it combines the Confederate flag without the stars, with the White Aryan shield. So I do believe that these are the people who were affiliated with the doctor who wrote the Turner Diaries. I would have to look up his name again. It's been a while. So thank you for sharing that, T. Tank Berry. I appreciate that. And what else was going on? Oh, Nemo asked, is it possible? They thought you were Jewish. Is it conceivable, or was that an issue?
maybe it was the Hasidic Jews running around behind me everywhere that
Yeah.
I didn't know about at that point.
Yes, you were being
Maybe that
followed.
was
Every
it.
time I just imagine like some scene from fucking Family Guy where there's like those the hit looking guys with a bunch of bat mitzvah music in the background. Like,
Klezmer music.
it almost sounds comedic.
Yeah.
It It could work. We could totally do this for real. We could get real tech to photograph it. We could have me being chased around by a bunch of Jewish people in North Idaho on Lake Coeur d'Alene. That's all we need.
Is that where it happened?
It already did happen. It did, but I'm thinking ahead now. I'm thinking we could recreate the whole thing. I could be ethnically enclaved with a bunch of other Germans, but I look so Jewish. But this is ridiculous. Where is this conversation going? I just need to know. I just need an endpoint to this.
That's cute. No, we're just kind of holding out till Holly arrives, and then we'll share a few images and or links with everybody. Now, I guess I didn't share the same links with you, so I may as well do so now since you're with us and you'll know to look for them. And so let me get in here and do that. These are different things that are of some importance. So let's take a look. I'm sending them to you, Amy, in your private messages on Skype. And that way you can download them before Skype ultimately shuts down. And remember, since you're on Microsoft Teams, all of your content has transferred from Skype. So at least you've got that. You'll have all of that. So I'm looking at my downloads now, making sure you're getting the MAGA archaeological reference. And that helps immensely.
Yeah.
That puts some things into perspective. Well as another, let me open up something else here to share with you. And this is just stuff I was sharing with people the other day. Our friend Aaron Tice had asked us to bring up certain footage that he had seen before through myself that he felt was not, he couldn't find it himself. And let me see now if I can get this uploaded. And
Okay.
we'll start one thing at a time.
So this is from
patient.
Aaron?
Aaron Tice, he sent some things to me, but I'm trying to send him some other things as well. Here we are. I pressed the wrong button. And it's then I wanted to show you guys something that you could help me make a decision on that I got from V, which I was unwilling to open. I honestly thought her account had been hacked.
Probably.
It wasn't. She, I called her before the show, and she said it was definitely her that had sent it.
Oh.
So I just wanted to go over it with people and see what they thought of this. But she thought this was like something.
You send it to me.
Yeah. Well, I'll show you all at once.
Oh,
but
I got it.
Yeah,
okay, never mind.
Well, there's more coming your way.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's more coming your way. But in the meantime, this gives us some things to go over. One of the things that Aaron was interested in was this old Chilean parade. Not old, but recent, actually. But it happened on Easter Island. It's so let me bring up what I had sent to people like our dear Nemo, copies of this, and I'll give you a copy of the link. As well as, here we are, the MAGA thing from our dear friend Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit had found an academic article proving that the MAGA demon is an ancient Egyptian demon, and that's what's shown on the hieroglyph. As a matter of fact, Brendan, you can explain Apophis and the son of Set in that hieroglyph. You can give her an idea of what that's all about. Tell her about that apocalyptic hieroglyph where the Egyptians warned us of where we would be today.
Am I audible?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I was off. I didn't realize I was off mute. Did you guys hear anything crazy back here?
No, nothing crazy. No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, and I know you're reluctant, but we have to credit Sethicus because he's the one who brought it up. But it turns out that the one of the sons of Set, who is an Egyptian half crocodile demon, is literally named Maga. M-A-G-A. No phoneticization, just MAGA. Yeah, so, there you go.
M-A-G-A, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they shout at the rallies. MAGA! MAGA!
Yeah. So there you go. That's what we're dealing with. And you could see you could see in the hieroglyph that he is in league with Apophis, the Egyptian anti-god, or their version of like Super Satan.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's
it's
the
like
devouring
the force
worm.
behind
That's
all.
the cosmic worm that eats the world at night, or
Yeah.
strives to do so. It's well portrayed in the Gods of Egypt, which the
Yeah,
Sethians.
it's actually
Yeah.
a being that's like pure that thing, entropy. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, an entropic entity.
The ultimate
Yeah.
dissolution of the sun.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's what that was who they would say, like, they would how we have folk tales to tell the children.
Yes.
That was like the Egyptian version is like Apep would come to get you,
Yeah.
And then that's why you have Dr. Pepper and Sergeant Pepper and all this demonic shit.
Yeah.
They all worship that.
Yes. It's true.
So there you go.
Yeah.
If you wanted to know who Dr. Pepper or Sergeant Pepper was, that's
Thank you.
It's Apep.
Yes. Thank you. And interestingly enough, in their own racism portrayed by a black man in the film Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Band.
Yeah, there you go. He was a dark entity or a dark being.
Yeah.
But of course, the Brits translated it directly.
Yes.
Or whoever made that, like the J-Man or whoever. Made
Yeah,
that.
who else would it be?
'Cause I think it was an American film. I don't think that they ever got that far.
Yeah. It was an American film, if I remember correctly. Yes. So, sending now that I've sent that to her, let's see if we're joined by Holly just yet.
I'm harvesting some of the school's peppers that they have on this plant over here. So
cool.
see if they're even edible.
You'll find out.
They look interesting. They're supposed to be serranos, but they're small and squat. They might be like Scotch bonnets, or I'm about to get lit up right now. Wish me luck.
Yeah. Oh, I do. Yeah. And other images from northern Idaho, placed in by T. Tank Berry, who seems quite familiar with the environment up there, and which is impressive in its own
Don't
right.
move there unless you have money. That's basically the moral of the story we were telling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
it's good to retire, but you can't make money there. Even and they say like, oh, construction people make money. It's not true.
Thank you,
Not
because
from what I've heard.
that's where your friend was originally trying to work, was in construction, wasn't he? When he went to Idaho,
He just felt like he couldn't make it out here, and he thought that was like grass is greener, and it's like we all warned him.
Yeah.
Like, dude, don't do it.
Yeah. But
And he does it, and then he's like crying. He was literally calling me on the phone, crying.
oh, man.
I can't find work. It's
Yeah.
horrible out here.
Oh man.
Can't afford anything.
But
And
he
then
got rescued.
well, he found.
He
his
got
way
rescued
back.
from
I didn't
Idaho.
rescue him. I didn't rescue him.
Well, not by
The thing
you.
is he all how all the people that the Cali haters, they're always like, oh, it's so expensive in California, you got to move out, you got to leave. And then you go to other states and the groceries cost, I mean, within the same range. He was saying that because they were so remote, the groceries were just as expensive as here because they got to be trucked in. So they all come from California anyway. So there's like no point in like, what are you gonna, like live there, make no money, pay the same in bills and food. It's like it was totally redundant. Just what we warned him about, but there we go.
Yes.
He learned the hard way, I guess.
Yes. So,
Unfortunately.
no, but were you ever in California yourself? No. Were you, Amy? But you were in the Pacific Northwest.
Right. I was out west for 6 years, about 10 years ago.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, it's really nothing to say. I
Sure
forgot
there
all
is.
of it
Fucking
anyway.
Bigfoot was swinging the goddamn trees. Tell people how Bigfoot was swinging the fucking trees.
Oh my
I'm trying
god!
this
You
pepper.
want me to talk about Bigfoot?
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, our man's trying his peppers. Okay, we're gonna watch Brendan breathe fire. Yeah.
He's eating peppers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay.
No, they're disappointing.
Oh,
They're not spicy. Oh,
Nothing.
gee.
Weak.
Well,
not
everything can
pepper.
White
be
people shit.
not
Hot.
everything can be death chips, Brendan.
Right. Well, I eat like Thai chilies. I have Thai chilies in my house, so I'm not.
Okay.
I could survive like 2 death chips easily.
You could survive millions
No,
of them.
Do you know what death chips are, Amy? It's Tell her what they are, Brendan. They
It's
killed
the
the
one
boy.
chip challenge. The one chip challenge.
Yeah,
from Pocky.
but some dumb boy took 2 and died. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to show off.
Yeah, like an idiot. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, God,
There's a special place in heaven for those people. Honestly.
Darwin's Award winners. Yes.
They don't
Yes.
get heaven for that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Brendan declares there will be no heaven for
Well,
anybody.
it's not a declaration. It's just a fact. It's just like, what's heavenly about that? It's just like the beings in heaven have sense, you know, like they know how to deal with people. They know how to like survive. They don't do that. Like heaven's, I'm not like the thing about the West is the idea of heaven is warped into like that. It's just like a bunch of people in pressed white suits and linen robes. Like no, heaven's like actually like everything's blissful and nice and like, you know, swarg. It's called swarg. Like if you look up like the Hindu or like the Vedic concept of swarg, you'll find out that heaven's more than just some boring ass, staunchy ass fools up there, you know, with a bunch of harps. Like that's so lame.
Staunchy ass fools. I need more context.
Like a bunch of people in like pressed white robes, like you know the
Pressed
Western
white.
heaven?
Okay.
You know the Western
All right.
heaven.
The Western
It's
heaven.
boring. It's so boring. It created Satanism.
Very
There's just a
good.
bunch of people doing good all the time. It's like it sounds lame as fuck.
No diversity. Nobody has anything to talk about. Well, it was 10
Yeah,
years
didn't
ago,
they say
Douglas.
that
I
you
can't remember anything about
You would
living
turn
in the
white if you went
Pacific.
to heaven.
I would turn white.
I think I heard that one.
Mormons said that. Mormons
When I
say
was
that.
younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh,
White,
right,
white and
right.
delights them. White and delights them.
Yeah.
But go on, honey. Amy, what were you going to say? It was 10 years ago. You can't remember much.
10 years ago, I don't remember. It was only like, you know, it ends up, in my memory of it, it ends up being the best time ever just riding my bike around North Idaho with nothing to do because nobody will hire me. Like it was, you know, it really, I've not had that situation anywhere else. And I don't know. I do miss it. I miss being able to just ride my bike around aimlessly 15 miles a day. And I would go meet up. The thing about living out west is they have all these meetup clubs for weirdos who run away from home and need to live somewhere else. And they do things like ride their bike on full moons with groups of people on the roads.
All right.
So I haven't been able to really do that anywhere else either.
You're all like werewolf hippies and shit. Hippie werewolves.
Werewolf
Pacific
hippies.
Northwest.
Yeah.
This is not
We actually have
California,
jobs
I
in
know.
California.
You have what? Jobs.
So we actually have jobs in California,
Coeur
unlike the Pacific Northwest. Where somehow they're all
d'Alene, Coeur d'Alene, Hayden,
unemployed.
Idaho. A lot of lake time at Hayden Lake.
Yeah.
In North Idaho.
But by the way, our man Aristides asks me, where is this hieroglyph discussed? You do have the hieroglyph, right? Because I did send you a copy. So Aristides, come on verbally with us if you would be so kind, and that way we can, yeah. So you
I'm
have.
just curious to see it. I've been kind of found that paper or whatever the MAGA thing is interesting. I looked at that.
Okay,
So,
but you
there's-
didn't see
there's
the
no-
hieroglyph.
there's no visuals in that.
Okay, so let's give you a copy of the hieroglyph right now. So I'll do that right now, both
Sorry.
privately and I'll do it. Sorry about what, Amy? What are you sorry about? Amy? Is she all right?
I'm sorry, the dog. The dog's just freaking out. I think there's a cat living under the porch here.
Uh-huh.
And
yeah.
so when the dog's out here, she wants to chase the other creature, but that's all. I know she's barking. I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, we didn't hear anything. We didn't hear
Oh.
anything. Yeah. Yeah. At any rate, yeah. Thank you, Aristides and T Tank Barry, for responding to that. Now, T Tank, is this scene Idaho? It strikes me that this would be Idaho, or is this where you're at right now? This looks like someplace in Idaho. Yeah, out in. Does that look like Idaho to you, honey, or the Pacific Northwest? Yeah, it's
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and
Wait, he put in a picture
Yeah.
of this right here.
yeah, he put in a lot of pictures.
Oh yeah, that's the beach.
Okay,
That's Coeur d'Alene.
there
yeah.
you go. There, damn,
In the winter.
damn.
It's in the winter,
Yeah,
but that's pretty much the
doesn't look too welcoming.
That's well, it's the only thing to do in Coeur d'Alene is go to the beach.
Uh-huh.
That's it. There's like
Even the
a
potatoes
bar.
aren't happy.
Oh, shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, so but go on.
Well, I
honey.
always hear this raving about the potatoes, and they suck. Sorry to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
Sorry, Idaho.
Yeah. Yeah, you haven't heard Amy talk about the potatoes. I mean, but go
No.
on, Amy. With
No
what-
one does.
Yeah.
No. It's not a thing.
I did grow up seeing in the commissary Mr. Idaho potato posters. I saw that over the commissary in the Presidio military base. That was yeah, that was cute. It was cute. Yeah.
That would be a
cheap.
find.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
the old sign
Yeah,
right
these
there.
were old
Mr. Idaho
signs. Yeah, they
potato.
were ancient. Ancient.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
No, I didn't stay there very long because I couldn't find anything to do. I mean, I was just
but
like
you said it
watching
was
my
like some of the happiest times of your life, just doing nothing and
Ah,
doing your
that maybe I was just too spoiled then. Maybe I just like got too spoiled riding around on my bike all day.
Yeah, not only that, but you said moonlight. You said they were doing moonlight tours and shit. Like
Yeah, moonlight groups.
Yeah, moonlight
Groups of bikers who met to go
Bicyclists.
like certain routes.
bicyclists. Yes. Okay, there's
Well,
a
and
difference.
it was like all kinds. It was like there were so many different people, and then like we all met at the end of the ride. We met at this restaurant, and some dude bought everybody drinks, and it was great. It was different. I've not done that anywhere else, but
Well, there you go. That's
Yeah.
And I'd be hard pressed to move anywhere at this point.
yeah.
California sucks, but I don't want to go somewhere worse.
Yes,
It's just
thank
like-
you. Thank you. Yeah.
No offense to anyone that lives there. It's just like
Yeah. Well,
at least California, we have like fresh produce.
Yeah, yes.
That's what he said. That was what my friend said. There was no fresh produce. It was like Russia.
Interesting.
it's kind of weird up there. Yeah, yeah,
Bacon
I can see that
and eggs. Just like
everywhere.
and even Rogan doesn't survive off that shit. He's even said, I can't do pure carnivore. I need rice and veggies. Yeah.
Every once in
So,
a while, have
there you go.
some fruit.
Yeah.
Then go. Yeah.
Hear that, America?
Hear that? Do you guys hear that? They're letting us go on quite a bit. Where's the rest of our crew?
Is it that bad, honey? I mean, is it really that bad?
This is the crew. There ain't shit.
Right now. I mean, you got two people participating through the text. That's
What's lower than a skeleton crew? That's what Doug has.
Yeah. Oh shit! Look at what it was put in the text by T Tank Barry. I love this stuff. This is incredible. Northern Idaho potatoes. That is their trip. It really is their trip. Look at these people with their potatoes. You can't tell which is whiter. It's look at all these white people. Oh my
Yeah,
fucking
where are the
God.
potatoes? Yeah.
Yeah. Where are the potatoes? All I see is white people. Spuds. I see spuds. Did you know you can stay inside a giant potato? It's like, oh my God, just what I've always wanted. It looks like a giant
There's
turd.
nothing to do there.
Yeah, it's. Oh my God. But Yeah, thank you, T Tankberry. This is delightful. It really is. It's cute. It's cute, delightful. It's also, yeah, an example of we killed all the people who lived there before. You know, all these red people. We killed them all, and it's ours now. And we do this. We plant potatoes, giant potatoes, and we make giant facsimilacro of potatoes to live in. That's it's like
Tiny homes,
yes, these
tiny potato
it,
homes.
it's a potato bunker. It is a potato bunker
That's
for the
all
apocalypse.
it is. Yes.
He says, "Fuck Idaho." Obviously, he's had some experience there. He's had some experience there. But they're trying to make it expand. They want a greater Idaho. A lot of white people think it's heaven. They think it's fucking heaven. And they want it to expand. And of course, they have no gun laws. No gun laws. Everybody walks around armed to the teeth. Yeah, and so Holly's joined us. Nemo says, funny how some European-like France countries, European countries consider potatoes bad for the body because it's considered a food of the underworld. Interesting. Yes, so fascinating. And of course, I don't think it's bad for people at all. I think it's got a lot of great energy in it, food energy. Our man.
I think people live on potatoes. I think people in Ecuador would die if there were no potatoes.
Yeah, some people do live off these various types of starches. Holly has joined us. So, dear Holly, and tell us about
fascinating fun facts have I missed in the last hour.
So,
and I was going to agree with Amy because also the indigenous potatoes are a whole different thing than what we call potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah, very different.
Yeah.
Purple and all colors, and they're actual food. Big starch balls that are extra big for that reason alone.
Yeah. And so tell us, dear Holly, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about a situational update or a status report. How are you doing?
I'm well enough.
Okay.
Not bleeding, not vomiting, so nothing's wrong.
Oh, how?
Not evicted. You know, that's my standard these days.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. That's pretty...
Otherwise, I try not to dwell on my inner foods. I find them distracting and misleading. And so, yeah. Those are the three bigs.
Yeah. And...
simplifies it.
It does. Now, I'm going to start sharing with you a number of things that I promised I would share with Aaron Tice. He had asked questions about some things in the past. Were you able to recover what I shared on our last episode about Chile and the like? The links to the YouTube video of the Chilean march on Easter Island, that sort of thing.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll be providing some more information in that regard in just a matter of moments. But first, we want you to acclimate to, join us in the hot tub, so to speak. Grab your martini and tell us a little bit about what strikes you as most important in either current events, domestically or foreign. What comes to your mind as to what's out there? What hits you?
Well, the arrest of that judge was quite something.
Yeah, what is this about? Because they keep showing this really ugly woman. Did he have a sex change? They keep saying he.
Perfectly. Yeah, no, she's no beauty queen, but lady judge, Supreme Court.
Wait, who's the man? Who's the man who's...
The man
is the guy that...
was, I guess, Mexican.
Okay.
Who was in trial straightening out a civil matter.
Okay.
He was not accused of any. It was not a criminal case. It was civil, and it was procedural.
Yeah.
And ICE ran in there, and she showed him out the side door, so he could avoid all the excitement and the cameras and all that. That nobody knew what they were doing there. And she's now in jail facing 2 felonies.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's...
pretty significant, really.
Yeah.
It's not nothing.
Yes, no, that's awful. So, aside from that, darling, so you're telling me then that the man I see in the photographs is the Mexican guy the woman I see in the photographs is the ugly judgeess, and that okay, because I kept thinking it was the same guy having had a sex change. That's what
No,
I thought.
she's highly regarded. She's just no beauty queen.
Oh, okay.
But she's, Supreme Court judge for the state, and I don't think it matters if she'd been pretty.
Yeah.
I think they'd be after her either way.
Yeah, and understood.
I don't expect beauty in a Supreme Court judge.
Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg being a great example of that. Oh,
beauty queen, but highly intelligent and accomplished woman, treated like, dog shit.
Ooh, yes, disturbing. So what I'll do now is I'll try and turn towards bringing some attention to some of the subjects that were asked about by. Let's take a look at what T-Tank buried or entered here. So John Doe is T-Tank Berry, and here we are. That is incredible. They need someone to drive their truck for that's real. It's real. It's a real potato. That is that a real potato? Do they get that big without GMO? For our 2020, is it real? Oh, is it real? Oh, good Lord. So I'm just very impressed. If this is a real potato, there must be a lot of nuclear winds blowing from those test sites.
You're not wrong about that. There is a whole bunch of open-air nuclear waste receptacles just outside of North Idaho.
Oh, my God.
In eastern Washington. Well, it's more like southeastern.
What does
Hanford nuclear facility?
Hanford's still open, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
Buried it yet.
No, Hanford they closed, but they haven't been able to, detox it. They haven't been able to decontaminate it. But it's closed. And so when it comes to what does an open air nuclear waste receptacle look like, honey? What's that even look like?
Just look it up. It's in Hanford waste, whatever. Okay. I don't know. I saw it once. I did see it once, but you know who we should call to fix that is the mutant dictator of Transnistria.
Yes.
He could get on. He could drive the potato truck to Hanford, shove it in the open air containers for us. Really, there's so many possibilities. Really.
Boy, cleaning that place up is going to be a hell of a thing.
I don't know if they're even really bothering to try. But thank you for bringing that to our attention yet again. So here you are, Idaho National Laboratory. This is brought forth by, again, T-Tank Berry, who is very good at recovering quite a bit. Test Area North, Naval Reactors Facility, Advanced Test Reactor Complex. Idaho Nuclear Technology and Engineering Center. Holy shit, Radioactive Waste Management Complex.
Those salt caves for them, right?
Oh, yeah. And it's from the Deseret News graphic, meaning it's Mormons keeping track of all that waste that's going down their way. Yeah, they've fucked up the Mormons for years with all of that downwind. So it's oh, what a nightmare. I mean, it is no better than the Soviet Union in its own way. America's really taken a dive. Which reminds me, okay, so let me share some things with everybody while we've got Team Dietrich here and while our numbers are going up. And I'm going to change to a warmer sweatshirt because the temperatures are dropping precipitously already in San Francisco. Okay, so let me see if I can get into my drafts and find a little, here we are, for everyone on Wednesday. First off, dear Holly, my son Ed Beth found what you were describing based on your description. So he listened to what you had to say, and this is what he found. And so tell me,
Because that message disappeared.
Well, tell me.
It's no longer there.
This is what you saw.
Let me see.
Yeah. So I put it inside of the text box.
Are you going to be able to see this, or is it just for Holly?
It's for everyone in the text box. But I'm sending it to a private message as well. Yeah, it's right there in the text. It's a link. Yeah.
I had the nuclear map up, and that's gone now.
Yeah. So
I'm not seeing anything new yet.
So you got to reset the page, or you got to exit the page and then come back. Then you'll see it.
Well, usually they just pop up.
Okay.
Let me see. Is it in the chat?
Yeah, it's in the text box. Yeah. Yeah. So and
usually they just scroll by.
And I will put this inside of our text chat box as well in studio so that everybody sees it on live stream. And so this is what Holly was describing the other day. And so come on, Holly.
It's sprung up. Link, log in or sign up.
Okay. Have you found?
I've got Idaho National Laboratory just fine.
Okay. Try your private messages. Try your private messages on Skype.
Okay. Now that I'm not sure if I find that. I'm on the three little dots.
And if all else fails, we can go into the chat box in live stream, if all else fails.
New private. Okay.
Oh.
Douglas.
Yes. Okay.
It's damn time.
It sure is. So have you found it, Amy? Amy.
It creates my new conversation.
Yeah.
That's a negative. I cannot see it.
Okay, how about the rest of Team Dietrich? Let's see if you can see it. I know the people in chat can see it. So, come on. If anybody else is on Team Dietrich.
This is on my regular old chat. Unless it was...
Chat.
Experts alarmed by China?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah. Yeah.
The future robot?
Yes. You saw that?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the lady.
That's what you were talking about.
The Barbie head robot.
That's what you were talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all right. So our friend T-Tank has brought up Idaho downwinders. Holy shit! Our government tested nuclear bombs. Yes. Oh god.
At least the robot's good looking, unlike the shit we're producing.
Yeah.
That look like demonic entities.
Yes. So I don't understand. Holly, you made a big deal about this. You said, "Oh, I saw this. My son found it." It's like it's nothing to you now. What's going on? It's like
I thought you were talking about something else. I get it. That's pretty much what I saw.
Yeah. So so aren't you impressed by the fact that
you must be on some good green juices?
Yeah, aren't you impressed by the fact that he found what you described and gee, how did he do that?
Particularly, it was just on the Google roll, so it's available. The Google News roll that everybody.
Well, you couldn't find it. When we asked you to find it, you couldn't find it. It was, come on.
Yeah, but I didn't try because if I go to there, the call will drop. So I was planning to do it later.
No, but you don't understand. We all tried yesterday and we couldn't find it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about I tried with you. You were on the call with me. We did this on the show.
Yeah, that's right. But I don't remember you going to
You're
just
on your own
Google News.
cocktail.
Yeah. Well, that's because, it feels like yesterday.
That was
to me.
something. You did a search on a broader sense, maybe.
We were on the show. Yeah.
In theory,
it feels...
you go to Google, it's there. Yeah. That's where I saw it.
Yeah. It's like, but you were making a big deal out of it. You said, hey, look, they had this muscular-looking body, but the head is on it that is very feminine. And it seemed really out of place. But and you described it army. They used the term army, and then you were describing it where it felt to you like this was almost a military operation, but it seemed out of place in a military operation. But what we found, it puts it in a different context. So, but you don't seem impressed that we found it. But at
now I am. If everybody tried, we couldn't. Now I am.
Well, I mean, we tried while you were on with us on the last episode. But the point is that
it wasn't that big a deal. I just thought it was freaky because it's head on.
Well, when you brought it up, it has its own relevance, and I would be happy to point that relevance out in a number of ways. One is that my son knew about it because of the advances in robotics in China are being spied on by Taiwan, which of course is where my son's husband
Where
is
they're
affiliated.
stealing it all from.
Yeah, where they're stealing it all from, and my son's husband's affiliations. Well, he knew exactly which article you were talking about, but it was not the military in which the context of this particular robot was putting forth this display. This is, you might notice that the robot's frame is being held up. In other words, the robot's body is heavy enough where the robot cannot stand on its own. So the robot has to be held, the Biofec simulacra in this case has to be held up by essentially a portable crane, which is what the other two people behind it are operating. And so
Which I did not know.
yeah.
I was in a hurry and just kept going.
Right.
It was just the first look at the picture.
Right.
What struck me.
Understood. So I'm putting.
And the one you found was with a silver body, and it looked more girly.
Yeah, that was the one that we found. Well, it was a hollowed out body. It was a hollowed out body. Like you said, the one you saw looked more bulkier, like it was encased. But to you, at the time that you looked at for a short moment, it seemed almost like a Terminator body. In other words,
like a stormtrooper.
Right. Which you can see, like here, you could understand that mistake, why it would look like that. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's obviously not what it is. Here we are, lead shielded.
And it's feminized. Even that body's feminized.
Yeah, even that body's feminized, yes. So Nemo says, after our dear friend T-Tank Berry gave us a image of a lead-shielded locomotive, which is, of course, impressive. And Nemo says, China is spending lots of money on robots. The CCP is probably hoping they can replace the Chinese people with robots. That would explain why they have been neglecting the health and well-being of the Chinese people. All the food and water is poisonous. Well, a great deal of it is polluted by industrialization, because China's industrialization has been so violent is no other, there's no other real word for it. It's been violent to the ecosystem. And so such being said, I could understand that may be possible that the Chinese Communist Party would think like that. Believe me.
Doug, here's another edition of what the library's throwing out. You want to hear it? You'll love this one.
Sure.
American Military History.
Yeah.
And Guns, Germs, and Steel by Jared Diamond.
Well, thank God for that.
Equally rubbish.
Yeah. Well, American military history, that's a whole subject, isn't it? As opposed to the title of a single book. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
and
it's just some historical photo book that they deem is irrelevant because everyone has the internet, but obviously they don't know the details that we do.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And as for the other thing that I will show everyone on Team Detroit.
I was just saying that because you don't like Jared Diamond.
Jared Diamond.
Neither do I.
Well, thank God that they're throwing him out. I mean, that's almost like common sense. I mean, that's like, and anybody who argues, but you can't do that with anyone's ideas or something like that. Oh, yes, you can.
No, he's rubbish.
Yeah. You're talking about, this is the equivalent of the Soviet scientist Trofim D. Lysenko, who brought about millions of deaths. That's on the level of what we're talking about in terms of this individual's dangerous ideas. Ideas that be like that lead to the deaths of literally hundreds of millions of people. We can say that for Paul Ehrlich, the Jewish motherfucker who, just like Jared Diamond, another Jewish motherfucker, come up with genocidal ideas in which they feel that entire cultures can be dismissed or exterminated simply because they don't feel that they're relevant. So that's very Jewish, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say on what basis?
On the basis that only the Jews are relevant and deserve to live, and everyone else is a piece of shit that deserves to die. Again, very impressive thing here. A lead-shielded locomotive running on 4 tracks would have towed the plane inside the hangar. Excellent. Okay, so this is like probably dealing with their experiments with nuclear flight. Okay, so all that being said, more that I will share with people as well. Let's see if we can get this in here. So this is something which you can watch at your leisure, but this shows Chile, the modern army, which, like Taiwan, salutes with the ad locutio. If you do turn it on, make certain to keep the voice off. Make certain to turn off the volume. We don't want to hear it because it's going to get us a copyright strike. So you can turn it on to watch it, but make certain your sound is off when you turn it on so that we don't get a copyright strike. But I do recommend everyone review that. And so you see the Chilean army, like the Taiwanese forces, salute with what Americans deem to be the Hitler salute. And so that was an important thing to share. And of course, we got this from dear Vic, and this is also relevant. This is Victoria Lauren Hobbs posted a link that she somehow got onto YouTube, even though it's not a video. So she managed to get that up as a short. So it actually takes us down towards either that or this is the Chilean one. No, it's got to be. This is the one with... so she says, wow, Japan, breezy politics. There she goes. And that was brought to me. And here we are. John Doe, T-Tank Berry brings up the ad locutio of the security forces in Taiwan. Excellent. And here we are. What's this? That... so you can't, error occurred, so she can't access the YouTube video? That's, so dear Heather cannot access the YouTube video. Can anyone else access the YouTube?
It was me.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, Amy.
I just took a screenshot of the...
Thank you.
It's not loading, and it doesn't, it did the same thing with Nemo's link.
Okay.
It says the video was removed.
Oh, video removed.
Is that what it says? I mean, that's what I thought it said.
Okay, let me see if I can see it so that we find out whether or not this is something that is endemic to your world.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You're a targeted individual. Okay, so...
I don't want you to keep telling me that. I want you to tell me positive things like, Amy, everybody loves you. All the people who try to charge you $200 for something.
She's trying to make a joke of it. So all the people that keep charging you $200 for your what should have been $2 for your scan. Yeah. Yes, right, Amy? Tell us.
They love you. I'm talking about like you and your positive affirmations to get rid of your word hurt.
Oh, right. Well, it's in this case, it's you've got to face reality and then deal with it as opposed to.
Can you open the link? Is it also not working for you?
It's working for me. Oh, so what I will do?
Are you serious?
Yes. So I will show you. Well, I will show you by sharing screen. So let's do that.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, and how about the other link? Can you open the other link?
No, I couldn't open Nemo's either, and
Nemo's.
Don't know.
Yeah, I put up two links.
What? Hold on. Where am I looking?
Well,
are you screen sharing?
Well, our man Brendan provided a screenshot of one of my links, so you can see that.
Okay.
The screenshot, and that's in the text box, and yeah. And
that's pretty interesting.
Yes,
I like it.
Yes, there we are. So that's a relevant thing to share with all of you. And I have still some more. Veronica Bartolini, Codebreaker Real Talk, says, Hola from Arizona. She says, for the past 3 years, my YouTube has Japanese commercials. I changed my password, then the next day, same thing. Well, all I can say is, you lucky girl. Yeah. So there. So lucky
That's
you.
Perfect.
Yeah. You're so lucky. Yeah. Good for you. Consider yourself blessed. The rest of us have to watch that American shit. Yeah. So all I can say is, yeah, how I envy you. I wish I were you instead of the shit I get. Yeah. That's, I mean...
Veronica.
Honestly, the shit I get isn't that bad, but, I'm surprised I don't get shit like, donate to the starving Jews, or, Holocaust survivors, or something like that. It's amazing I don't get something like that. Or, that would be hideously funny, but, it would get noisome very shortly. Yeah, at any rate... So let me do a screen share with you, Amy, and that way I can show you what works here. Okay, so we're gonna do a screen share, and so can you see the cursor moving, darling? Can you see the cursor moving? Okay.
No, I'm not in the right screen. Okay. There. Now I do.
Okay, so first thing I'll just show you is the nice little photograph provided of the Taiwanese.
Yes, I see these. I love the Taiwanese.
Yes.
I'm trying to
then,
watch.
Then we get to what
Taiwanese
you showed me. You showed me this,
video.
And this was what was confusing me. Was of course Heather Holman is the first name that comes up, even though it came from Amy Como. So I kept reading Heather Holman.
It's a screenshot.
Yeah, even though I meant.
Did you guys get
Amy.
the screenshot that I took?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Here we are. This is the one that she said was very interesting. And
Yeah.
she said this was impressive and relevant. So then here's what I'm trying to show you, and then here's where I may fuck myself over because I'm going to have to turn the sound off right away. Or it may work without sound. We'll find out. So it was the first one I put in, I believe. So let's go there, and let's hope it works without sound. And
just get it to
okay,
pause.
so here it is. It worked without sound. It worked without sound. So this is the Chilean military. So the Chilean military performs the adlocutio, and the Chilean military, of course, dresses in World War II uniforms or Nazi uniforms, as well as modern uniforms for combat. And so the Chilean military salutes with the adlocutio, and these are officers swearing in, and they're swearing in to the colors, and then they show an American serviceman responding. Oh, Chile, you got something wrong, bro? You want to talk about something you maybe want to discuss with the rest of the world? Seem to have a little bit of pent-up aggression. Also, why are they wearing...
You know what?
Yeah.
They were blocking this to protect me. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
I don't need to see that.
Yeah, and
that guy would have made it so bad. I'm so glad his voice wasn't on there and I got to listen to you pretend to be him.
Thank you.
It sounds just like Doug.
Yeah, Chile, you okay, bro? Brendan had to get that in there. He had to twist that knife. I mean, that guy looks like a knuckle dragon troglodyte, okay? Yeah, that's...
just the pout.
I didn't say you look like him. I said you sound like him. He sounds like you.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Because he was probably trained by the same dirtbags that trained you.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, that's quite true. Quite true.
You know?
MK Ultra. He's MK Ultra. Look at him. Look at how he's squinting like he's in bright light and shit. Like, what is with that? Yeah. It's like... Yeah, I live in caves.
I was just talking about just basic training or whatever. Those fuckers are they all have the same affectation.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, he does sound like me. He does speak like me. That's the way to say it. He speaks with my kind of
that's what
inflection and shit. You know, that kind of like affect. Like you said, it's an affect.
You can't deny you have that military tone. I don't think
that's true.
That's a stretch. I don't think that's a stretch.
Yes, that's true.
American, U.S. military. US.
Yes, that's true. That's true. There is that. Yeah, touche.
But you grew up in that world. So
yeah, I did.
To be expected.
I did. Yes, I like how they have a woman leading the
Unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's true. But as you can see here, one of the woman's leading the honor guard, so that's cool. And the rest are military.
And you've been showing people this is some of your old cuts. Originally.
It is. It's true.
You've been showing this for a while.
Yeah, and nobody gets it. It's like they still don't know this is on in the world, and when they do, they all think, "What's going on here? I don't get it." Yeah, and but there you go with that. So okay, so you saw that now, everybody. That's and Aaron was wanting to see this sort of thing because Aaron was, of course, impressed that this is still ongoing, this in the world, and he didn't understand. But I have one final thing to show everybody. So let me get that loaded up into the chat box here, the text box of our call. And I guess I should share those other links with other people as well. So, and put that in there, and hopefully it works for them. But like Amy said, they were protecting her from traumatic shock of looking at an imbecile speaking with my tone of voice and, saying stupid things like, oh, wow, Chile, what up? Yeah. Okay, let me look for the right file here. And we just got another input from, I believe, T-Tank Berry. We'll look at that in a moment. And how about our dear Holly? She's been so silent. Is she with us? She there? Okay. Yeah, and so here we are as well for our listeners. Open this up here. And hopefully George Knight gets a chance to see this as well. So there we are. If anybody takes a look, here we are, group scene celebrating Hitler's birthday. This was with diners posing with flags of the German Reich, the Nazi Black Sun. This was in, where is this? Let's take a look up where this is. This is in Taiwan, of course. There we are, thank God. And so my world is still my world. Taiwan is still Taiwan. And and here we are with the photograph I shared. And this is the young black man, young black boy, Hans-Jürgen Masekui, a very African name, tribal, probably Kenyan or Ugandan, child member of the Hitler Youth. So there we have that. So the Hitler Youth had black children in it. So just so people know, that's something that people should be made aware of. And they know nothing about.
Yeah, so I think that puts to rest all that BS about, where they say, "Oh yeah, Hitler took all the blacks too."
Yeah, that's all shit. Yeah, that's bullshit. Though I must say, I would be, how would I say it? Mildly bemused or gravely. We'd have to consider it hideously funny if the adults went into camps and the kids were raised in the Hitler Youth. But that didn't happen. It's not what happened. Yeah, the kids were raised in the Hitler Youth because remember the commandant in the movie Schindler's List, his wife was black.
Okay. I appreciate it though.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking.
And so he's still off mute. Let's take a look at what search was brought for us on Google by, there we are, growing up black in Nazi Germany. So the remarkable life of Hans Masekui, I believe might be something similar to the tribal inflection that I heard in the Kenyan area. Or simply they might say Masakoi, but I don't think it was like that. The way I remember it would be more coming out as Masakui. And there we are. Thank you so much for finding this, dear Aristides, and bless you for it. I'm sorry, I mean to say T-Tank Berry. And bless you for it. Let me put that up there. And okay, so with all that being said, destined to witness. Okay, and his life's been rewritten by somebody else named Audrey Fishker. And Ms. Fishker is a public affairs specialist in the public affairs office, so they probably butchered his whole life story. So it'd be interesting if he's even still alive. I mean, because that was a while ago for someone to be a child. And okay, so all such being said, we'll try and go back to a more roundtable conversation for at least a few minutes, or I'll go straight into monologue, and we'll take it from there. Look at that. Asked how he survived Hitler's reign of terror. Well, he wasn't subject or targeted, but thereby. He said there were so few blacks in Germany at the time, they made them a low priority for mass extermination. That's bullshit. There were entire black units.
Yeah, they say that shit like it's, And the offensive thing is they put this bizarre figure where they like list all the people in the Holocaust, and then like below everyone they put like 5,000 Africans or something. It's bizarre. And I've never seen any evidence, or like you would think if there's, that sizable of a number they had an issue with, why not put the evidence forward or like some photos?
Oh, yeah.
Just seems strange.
Of course, yeah. But of course they don't, because they don't have any. It's that simple.
Well, they have this photo, which so how can they, obviously, just something's not happening.
Yeah, but they've got photos of blacks, fraternizing with whites in
But why do they feel the need to say that? It's
because they're trying to portray, they're trying to recruit blacks into anti-Nazism, which has always been easy for them. They just convince the blacks, Hitler hated you. And the blacks believe that because they don't know any better. They just say, oh, yeah, okay, Hitler must have hated us because the Jew tells us.
In fact, when it comes to European leaders, he was probably the most generous and helpful.
Absolutely.
If you really look at it.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Something's odd with that. like you said,
Yeah, and like I've pointed out before, all the other Europeans hated him because he allied with coloreds. The Japanese, the blacks, they considered him, the Arabs, the Muslims. He had Muslim units. Yeah, Asian Indians fought with him, like Subhas Chandra Bose. Bose, I mean to say, yes. I'm not good with the Vedic names. And plenty of times I would refer to Subhas as Sirhan back in the days because, God knows, it's just Asian Indian names are not my culture, so they're difficult. And but I finally got them compartmentalized. It's miraculous, actually, that I remember something as difficult as Subramanian Chandrasekhar, who, of course, developed the mathematical evidence for black holes. That set Nazi science ahead by half a century at least in the beginning, and they built upon that. And here we are. Then we have a nice propaganda poster of basically the music that is jazz. They were trying to say that, but then again later on they produced Nazi jazz. So the Nazi government was adaptable and very pragmatic. So there you have that.
Right. But that was probably seen as like an American.
Yeah, that's the American jazz
issue.
Yeah, they were talking about
American issue.
Yeah, the American issue
as opposed to like racial.
Yes.
But
yes.
obviously that photo doesn't do any justice to anybody. But
Thank you. But that's what they thought American blacks look like. I mean, that's what, by the way, and unfortunately many of them did. Yes, that was how they were portrayed in film. Look at what they did with Buckwheat. Why do you think that one black guy brought up all the Little Rascals footage and, sequestered it away? You can't find it anywhere. I think now things might be leaking out. Like maybe the black guy who did that died or something, and maybe they're trying to claim open domain, and other people who have footage are releasing some. But for the longest while, you couldn't find Little Rascals. Not that I missed it, mind you. I couldn't stand it myself, but it. There were plenty of people who loved it and grew up with it. I mean, I grew up watching Little Rascals because you'd come home and that was what was on TV. But it did not look like any world that ever existed. It certainly didn't exist where I was growing up. It didn't exist. You had a multiracial bunch of kids, the forerunner to Wee Pals, in the Little Rascals. But it's not like they portrayed the colored kids with anything close to what would be deemed acceptable today, particularly Buckwheat. And so when it came to that, there was no Asian kids, of course. So they're effectively, they weren't included at all. It's just you had blacks and whites, but they all cooperated somehow in this Never Never Land. Like they'd all... The way my Catholic father would express it, like they had all died and gone to limbo, which is where Catholics believed dead children would go. Dead children, of course, had no opportunity to commit sin, but it's not like they had any opportunity to do anything good either. So they went to limbo, which was a giant daycare center in the sky. And then the Catholic Church got rid of limbo, because they felt that that was part of Vatican II. They felt that, people are too savvy or too streetwise or cynical to believe in limbo anymore. So they just said all those kids who aren't baptized, they just go to hell now. So it's not like the Catholic Church really progressed. I don't know if Holly has any opinion on that.
Purgatory.
Purgatory, that's it. Purgatory, that's it. Purgatory.
That's after limbo, but before heaven? Or
Yeah.
was limbo only for kids and purgatory was for adults?
Right. So they go to purgatory. Thank you. That's it. They go to purgatory.
Grown-ups go to purgatory, kids go to limbo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah. And by the way, this is the most famous Nazi propaganda poster about America. And they thought, of course, Ku Klux Klan, with blacks in prison. So they were showing that the blacks were imprisoned by the Ku Klux Klan, dancing the jitterbug, no less, while in there. This shows everything bad about America. This is like dropping its bombs. Yes. And with Ross Perot at the bottom holding up the sign. For those of you who don't recognize him, the Nazis foresaw that. Yes. And then they had the world's most beautiful on his leg, representing beauty contests. The Jewish person behind the money bag. Yes. The Miss America contests being endemic. Yes, the Jewish pelvic crotch guard. The Masonic. It's a Masonic apron. That's it. It's a Jewish Masonic apron. Gangsters, guns. Half its population in prison, represented by the prison stripe. The noose, representing the mass lynchings in America of blacks. So the blacks are actually shown as imprisoned in America. The heart of America's prison system, its massive penitentiary system. And yes, then they've got Hitler listening on the wires, work to win, or you'll work for him. Yeah, it's a terror. Yes, it goes on. Yeah, so, okay, so that's some propaganda posters being shared by our dear friend T-Tank. And aside from that, thank you for correcting me on the Catholic dogma at this point in its history, dear Holly. I mean, do you still go to church or something? I mean, you've seen, it's Catholic politics are obviously very important to you, so is there a church?
Well, I just think it's kind of generally interesting. I follow politics in other religions too, and have a loose grasp on precepts of different ones. You know, I in my life have attended church. First 10 years of my life I was raised Catholic, and that's what's in my bone marrow, given my ancestry.
Right.
So
now you also made a point to say that you don't think your family really knows you. Do you feel like that the church hindered or in some way prevented
No, I think
closeness?
it was more psychological in my case. And it was only my dad was, well, and his side were the only staunch Catholics. My mother's side had no religion, just the woods. They were, you know, reasonably educated, but no, that grandfather was not about church. And so as a little kid, I learned stuff, and then I had to go to Catholic school, which was god-awful for a period. And since then, I find because it was so deeply ingrained, even, you know, if you thought you weren't getting it, you were, you know, where I grew up and at that time and everything. So there were events that did feel like we had miraculously escaped. Worse than happened, saying there were a lot of miracles and wonders in my childhood.
Wow.
So absolutely. So, you know, but then you grow up and you got no time for that shit, and church didn't mean anything. It wasn't something, you know, to me it meant nothing. Years and years later, I met a Catholic priest who I meant a really lot to me. And he said, if your church doesn't change your life, keep walking. And he changed my family's life. So that was wonderful. He's long dead.
Oh, wow. So sad. Aristides.
But I have two elderly German friends, and they both had fantastic childhoods in Germany.
Wow. Great.
Elderly black friends. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. They said it was no comparison.
Yeah, of course not.
To trying to be black here.
Oh, there we have it. Yes. There. See? Yeah. There you go.
They weren't in constant danger there.
Yes. And so all such being said, somebody dropped off the call or not? No. Aristides went mute, and that's fine. Brendan, of course, is still with us, and the two ladies are still with us. Okay, so to answer the question from the individual in chat of the live stream, who said, where can I see the video feed of the live stream? Well, you can't, thank God. There is none. It's like when I come back into the crypt, there's very few times that I do a video inside the crypt, and when I do, I make certain to, press my back against the bookcase, one of the few last places or vestiges of some sense of order looking, which of course I have to clear before I even go on camera. And it takes enough effort to do that where it would take a lot to convince me to go on camera these days, simply because of the effort of clearing up the background, because the place is very cluttered, obviously, and from my prior descriptions, for people to understand that. As for the rest of us, we're all kind of showing up, just not at our best. We're all like in different places, like working or out in the open, out in the middle of nowhere. And if Holly were trying to come on camera, it would be in a outdoors environment. Amy would be kind of like the same thing, or in an environment where she sequestered herself to get some, quietude. With Aristides
Well,
in his home.
Hold on, is this person in the chat asking about the videos that we're sharing with each other?
No.
Or is he's wondering why we don't have anything other than your thumbnail?
That's right.
It's because we worship your thumbnails. That's why.
Thank you. Yes.
You're on the wrong live stream, buddy. This is where Douglas puts up his thing and we all cluster around it. And it'll change maybe if we have to like jump ship and do something other than YouTube, but we don't do video. This is radio.
Yes.
All radio.
I ain't getting on no camera for free.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. That thank you. Say that,
There
Amy.
will never be video.
Yeah. Yes. And Amy had a thought. You were going to finish with that before I
was going to say Brendan is the most expensive one we have.
I wouldn't word it like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's my dirty mindedness. I'm so sorry.
It's cute. It's adorable. Let's take a look at some emails that were sent my way, or one particular email sent my way. Let's see if I can get this correctly situated here. How do I do this? What happened to 1 to 50? Show more emails. That's okay. It's still on. Okay, I get it. Otherwise, it wouldn't say that. Let me see if I can now share this thing here. Here we are. Okay, so I'm going to do a screen share here. Hey, Aristides, you with us as well as Brendan? Want to just make sure everybody's with us, kind of get your opinion on this, Amy, Holly.
I am.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
still here.
This is very bizarre, Holly, in particular, Amy, Aristides, Brendan. I have no idea what was on her mind, but I called her to confirm whether this was sent by her or whether her account had been hacked. Can you see the cursor moving, everybody?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is from V.
Yes, you're very sensitive. You very astute. Very perceptive. Okay, so Brendan, Aristides, can you see this? All right, so let's go over here. And the first thing I saw was from her was, I saw this on TV yesterday. And she does write in all caps plenty of times. She'll do that. And, I'll get nice emails like this, which are kind of cute. Let's see now. What's the one further up?
I think her last name says it all.
Yes, it is what it is, isn't it? I mean, so here we are. Like, here's a forewarning I got. Yeah, do not accept any package from Amazon for 1 week. And this is based on some horrible experiences I've had. So she's being sensitive here. If there's a package delivered to you, do not accept it. If you get dropped off on your doorstep, save it for me. Do not open. I will take care of it. They do not give a refund for this if it is open. Assholes. Amazon is getting more strange now. You are not due to receive any vitamins for a few weeks, by the way. Package is actually not for you, but Amazon put your address on it because you have so many orders coming there. They automatically put your name on it, and no way for me to cancel it, fucker. Sorry for any inconvenience. Do not open the package, otherwise I cannot get a refund. Amazon is changing and being strict on refunds if package is open again. This package is not for you. So I won't read the rest of it.
Now I'm curious.
Yes. Now
it's probably something good. Just open it.
Yeah. But
something illegal and good.
Yeah. But this is what was really coming through with this, that I thought her account had been hacked. I saw this on TV yesterday, and then I opened it. This website is making local celebrities and relatives of celebrities millions of dollars. This already sounds suspect. It sounds like a fishing expedition. I said, this couldn't be
Yeah,
her.
hoax as fuck.
Then it says poising on internet, poising on internet, kind of soft porno positions. They make more money than going on tour, say, athletes and rock stars. And it says OnlyFans. And I said, this they must have hacked her account. So I called her just before I started transmission tonight. She said, no, I sent it. And she says, she insisted. She says, you could do this. And she's saying, I should do this. So I'm going to open this now while everyone's here.
Well, she must be old if she thinks that's news. Everyone knows that. Everyone.
So
I was going to say, that sounds like OnlyFans. But I couldn't be, right?
So there we are, OnlyFans. Sign up and support your favorite creation. So it's like, this is new to her. And she's like thinking, this is something I could do. And that this is like, so what do you guys think? Like, should I take her up on this and just start doing, it's like, she meant to say,
no.
Douglas.
Oh, wait, no. She's saying you can make money.
Yeah.
Are you just trying to convince us you don't have an OnlyFans already?
Yeah, really.
Look, I hate to be like this, but you're past your prime. Stick with the still photo.
I'm not sure.
Well, looks like you have some customers. Maybe I take that back.
Yeah, with the render effects and lighting and all.
I just don't know the market that well, I guess.
Oh,
it depends on how much you want to show.
It's like when I'm cruising for porn, you wouldn't believe the creatures. You wouldn't even believe that they were part of the human species that I see come up on the mini cams or the private cam porn, which I never go to, of course. But I can't avoid the ads. So the ads come up automatically, and you see these like incredibly fat, dumpy, elderly people, as well as people who just look like they're thoroughly repulsive, and there's plenty of those on minicam, as well as other people who are high. So it's like, you can't tell what kind of taste people have. But I mean, if she thinks that this is like, wow, I mean, oh my God, I mean, what changed in her? Something really.
I think you could nail a niche market.
She's trolling me.
She's
a niche feminist market.
Oh, yeah, but she just finally saw this on TV yesterday. I saw this on TV yesterday. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's something an old person would say if they're watching like TV tabloid news.
Yes, that's
shocking.
Yeah, yes.
Celebrities making money by showing their tits.
And she didn't even write it in a way that sounded like her, except for the misspelling. The misspelling sounded like her posing instead of posing. But the other one about the celebrities and millions of dollars, that sounded like the kind of thing you would see on a late night infomercial. You know, posting on internet kind of.
Basically, all those writers just moved to the internet and she just copy and pasted the article.
She's saying that instead of breaking my mind, giving people analysis of the social situation, she says I should be showing my ass crack and you know, my Monty, you know, but she says kind of soft porno positions. She says like they don't do kind of soft porno positions. They show off everything on OnlyFans, don't they?
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yes.
Not all of them.
Oh, okay.
Depends on what you want to.
Oh, okay.
Depends on how pliable your audience is. Yeah. How much of a sucker is there.
Depends on your brand. Are you more demure?
Oh, okay.
No,
for
there's
the
no
repressed
branding.
gentleman.
They just go as far as they can, and if they can't make money, then you start stripping more.
Then
they don't care about
Fair
that.
enough.
Yeah, but she's like saying millions of dollars.
And
She's
give lucky lottery numbers banner.
Oh, lucky lottery numbers, like the inches and micrometers of my penis at various extensions of erection or something. That's like oh my God, she's saying
they don't need to know where they come from.
Yeah, she was like saying millions of dollars, and so when I called her before the show tonight, she was saying that. No, I'm serious, millions of dollars. It's like, oh my God.
Well, you know, Douglas.
Yeah.
She's just giving you the same.
You hitting 6 figures.
We're all behind you. You got this. Go, run with it.
I recommended it to you, Amy.
I know. That's the thing. It's like now Now she has like totally turned the tables and is like, but why aren't you doing it? You were trying to get me to do it. Like, can't even download a video you just sent me, but I should go ahead and do this.
You should. Yes.
Well, that's different.
Yeah.
That's not different. I'm not going to make
You
no
could be
money on that
independent.
either.
You could be independent.
Yeah, you can be
I
independent
would.
of all these various
Independently
sites.
isolated.
Independent.
But isolated with money is better
Yes,
than
isolated with money
no
is a
money.
lot
Fine.
better. Yeah. than
Yeah.
a lot of-
Douglas,
Then isolated with no money.
Douglas, you have extra special costumes that would make OnlyFans so proud.
I'm telling you, he'll slay him. A little nip.
Totally,
You're in.
totally
Nice
cut
long
the
hair.
competition.
How about this? I pimp out Aristides and Brendan, and those two
That
guys.
works.
Yeah, those two guys got to go full Monty and just give me a cut. Really, yeah. For
That's it?
making them known. For making them known. Yes, they owe me that. They owe me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's I've given
Dude,
them.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm
seriously,
gainfully employed.
I gotta go. I got all this stuff happening.
Excuse me?
I gotta go.
Oh, but things
Yeah,
are just.
so, by the way, that was said like a true pimp. You know, you just keep all the money. We know what you've been doing. You know, with that ain't blood you're selling over there. Yeah. Where's Brooke when you need her?
Where is Brooke?
I don't know.
Oh
We
my
all hope the
God.
best for her. I think she's embarrassed because she
Hopefully
hasn't.
gone to oblivion.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. We think she's embarrassed because she hasn't gotten rid of the meth head, and so she's embarrassed to show
She
up.
should be.
Yeah.
It's like beyond embarrassing.
Well, South Carolina. She lives in a cul-de-sac. I get it. Freaking suburbs. Stupid. Anyway, all right,
No
I do
excuse.
have to go. It's getting cold, and like
Okay.
my husband just shut the door on me.
Did you say my husband just shut the door on me?
Yes.
Have you two been through a ceremony? An actual ceremony?
You have to
I
get
like how
on
when
OnlyFans and make us
comes
some
around,
money
all of a
so we
sudden
can.
it's the husband.
Yeah.
Pimp him out too, Amy. At least get some money out of him while he's
Yeah,
there.
Jesus Christ.
Sack of
yeah.
potatoes.
Yeah.
I was gonna send Doug all the money.
Yeah, talk about a potato. Talk about a spud. Super spud.
Yeah. Put him in the cut
Bud.
chair. Shit.
Do not. That's so mean.
No, people are into that. I
Brendan.
guarantee you he'd like it. Guaranteed. Trust me. Ask him.
No.
Yeah.
Bring it up
Oh,
gingerly.
no.
Bring it up
Yeah.
gingerly.
Yeah.
No ginger involved. No ginger
Okay, I don't
allowed.
want to get too graphic, but I could get pretty graphic with it.
You want to, I can tell, but we're not going to because Douglas is going on the OnlyFans and pimping out Brendan and Aristides, ladies. That's what's happening. We're not going to
No,
teams.
that was Doug's
We're not
idea.
going to chat.
If I'm gonna pimp anything, it's
$5
gonna be.
bills ready.
I'm the only one getting the cut. No one's getting a cut.
Oh, God.
That's for sure.
He'll forget
That
us little.
Is for sure.
No cuts, Brendan.
Yeah,
Did you just get a terrible storm, Amy?
We did. All these people lost power except us. We're fine. We're good. We had to. There you have this pile of dirt. I had to cover the dirt so it didn't get wet. And it's supposed to be coming tomorrow. We're supposed to get more of it.
Okay.
But
But not
otherwise-
terrifying tornadoes and shit. I heard
yeah, it was. It was people were scared. It was like lots of trees down, tornadoes. I don't get scared over stuff because I
Because
just
you're
don't
not
get
afraid to
scared.
die.
More used to nature.
You have less to lose. You have less to lose.
No, I just
Property
like
wise.
it. Just
You're
to
a
me,
little
it's
more
not
used to
happening.
nature than your usual Pittsburgher.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well,
Too, coming from the woods.
coming from the woods, yeah.
Coming from the woods.
No, we're okay though. Everything's okay. Everybody got their electric back on. Although there was a mad rush for generators everywhere. But yeah, it's fine. It's not that big a deal. It's handled. I will say that the fire station is like 1 block away, and they didn't stop for hours. Like, there was just fire trucks with alarms going off for hours.
Oh, wow.
Like, just going.
God
so.
damn, that must have kept Toke awake.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah, well, poor thing. I know. No, nothing keeps him awake. That's kind of his glory, is he sleeps really well. His mom has a good story about him falling off something and cutting his head and not even waking up after getting stitches, because he just sleeps. He's a sleeper.
God damn.
I know.
That explains so much.
Doesn't it? Yeah. Should explain a lot.
Oh,
A lot of explaining over here.
I didn't know I was off mute. Sorry. I thought I muted. I don't know.
You didn't. You were just saying your heart. Your deceitful heart was speaking.
Well, I don't mind speaking it. I just don't want. Obviously, he got brain damage. Something.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
But so did Doug.
So did I.
Yeah, so did all of us. I got dropped on my head a couple times too. You should hear the story of my sister. She was supposed to watch me or something, and then
yeah, she watched you fall.
Yeah, my parents came back and I was like face planted, like as like a baby, like a little caterpillar. I was like face planted in the from a high chair, where my head was like deformed to the shape of those 70s tiles. Those like 70s tiles with the recessed kind of embossed pattern. And then she disappeared.
Mom is in
she like
purgatory.
locked herself in the bathroom. So there you go.
His mom's not in purgatory. She's still alive.
No, she's thriving.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean it. I need to go to bed.
Okay, before you go,
tired.
honey, what do you make of this? I do want people to know. Disturbing bit of news. This is what Trump's militia is up to. Basically, there was a Trump cultist who killed a woman with a pickup truck. His name's Shane Jason Woods. He's on trial for murder, and he drove his GMC Sierra into the oncoming lane and hit this vehicle of this 35-year-old Illinois woman named Lauren Vegner. He says he was pushed to this reckless behavior that ended Vegner's life by the hardship of his arrest for assaulting 12 people at the United States Capitol on January 6th of 2021.
Oh my God, no.
Yes.
What a bitch.
And he said that his 2021 arrest
Wow.
led to instant depression, his words. But he said, at least I was on national news, and by killing this woman, I'm on national news again. That's the mind of a Trump cultist.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. So why is he depressed? He got what he wanted.
No shit.
Yeah.
So people who want to find
He'll
out,
be famous for a while.
yeah. For people who want to find out more about this, it's on. Let me see. The Chicago Sun-Times is where I'm sourcing this from, and
It was an ex-lady cop that drove through the daycare center
that's
and out the other side.
Oh, of course. Yeah,
Shit,
there
if
you
it
go.
was
I told
any
you,
of us, they'd
female.
throw the book at it.
Thank you. Yeah, and female cops, they're the worst. Until we start a draft for females to go into peacekeeping, it's the worst
Right.
females.
Every
in the
time I
world.
bring that up, people, like chicks especially, they're like, no, it's a terrible idea.
No,
And I'm like, why?
Stupid. Yeah,
They're like, oh, it's not a good idea.
why?
Because they don't want to work.
Yeah,
That's why.
that's it.
And the ones who are really into it are scary.
Yeah, those are all the crazies, the real fucking crazies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those ones always go rogue anyways. Like that chick that ran the train at the You remember her?
Oh yeah, of course. Like what's what Holly was talking about. Like the other lady cop who went through a daycare center all the way through, one end out the other.
All the way through, man.
Yeah.
No, a different kind of train.
Okay.
I don't
She was
believe
getting
they
trained.
pressed charges on her, though, so help me God. At least not yet. So help me God. I'm not sure they did.
So we live in an insane world. Of course, this guy who I'm
They're
talking
making
about.
extra sure to tell us it was not an act of terrorism.
Oh, of course not. She must be a Trump.
And what
cultist.
the hell was it?
She must be a Trump.
So I wonder where, if they find her MAGA hat or what.
Yeah, no shit. Well, this guy Woods, he's a member of the Proud Boys. I forgot to mention that. So
Damn.
Yeah, he said, "Us Proud Boys are Trump's civilian militia in case violence starts." And that's what he wrote in a text message to a friend. Trump knows we're on his side.
Like imagine like they wouldn't even be able to rank up, like rank and file.
It's a standing formation. That's called standing information. They can't form formation. Yeah.
Like they would be like, what, a bunch of beer cans rolling around the back of the truck. We're ready
Rest
to
their
protect.
ARs on their guts, I swear. Have you seen that? That's what they do. Because they're heavy.
Hey, let's not blame the guns here.
Right. Luckily, they have a gut to hold it.
It's the people with like pickled hippocampus, like they shouldn't be holding anything, let alone a gun.
My God.
Oh my fucking God. What did you say, dear Amy? What did you say, Amy? Is she still with us? Or did she
She's
go?
hanging in.
I can't. I gotta go, but
We love you.
pickled hippocampus.
Yes.
Pickled hippocampus.
Yes.
All right.
Remember how I used to talk about Mike Ringley's pickled uvula? I'd say he'd be standing right behind me, breathing down my neck while I was on the on bandwidth, and I said so close behind me that I could smell his pickled uvula while he was breathing down my neck.
That's disgusting. It's disgusting how similar our humors are, though.
Yes. Yeah.
We like that shit. Yeah.
Look, they're coming for you now.
Coming for you. You're coming.
Like he's in San Francisco. It's a madman.
Get him. No. But if we end up on OnlyFans,
For loitering. That's all coming for you, Amy.
loitering.
Hanging around the street corner.
Gotta do it. You gotta. Anyway, I gotta go. I love you.
We love you too.
Carry on.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Soon. We'll meet again soon.
Yeah, don't forget,
Get in the house.
you've got that Google Spaces now. We're going to mess with that. Yes. All right.
You're right. We're going to OnlyFans. Don't even.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Good night.
We'll keep in touch that way. With Bitcoins, too. Thank you, Victoria. It's a whole new day.
Oh my God. So, Holly, the deal is on Friday, maybe tomorrow night, but likely Friday, we're going to try and get together on Google Spaces and play with it and get used to it. Okay? Just,
That's great.
for a little bit. So,
Okay.
be prepared to try and join us and be eventide. And right now, of course, try and,
I took a look at it.
Okay.
It seems doable. It
Yeah.
seems like to host a call, you have to have this workspaces.
yeah, something like that, right? Was that the way it was,
That is
Brendan?
free.
Brendan? Yeah.
You just need Google Chat, and then Doug makes the space, and then you can just
Right.
come in.
Okay.
The chat is free. The space is not.
Everything's free.
Mhm.
That's not my understanding from looking at it today. I could be wrong. But to get
Well, if that's not-
to get a workspace is some charge. Hopefully is nominal, and we can handle it for Doug.
No,
Well,
honey.
if it was a charge, then Teams is better.
Yeah. Yeah. If it were a charge, we'd just go to Teams because at least we know the Skype format, honey.
Right.
At this point, we should just do that. Forget about all this fucking somersaulting.
$3 a month.
I don't want to give anyone. I don't want to collapse any more cerebellums and shit. Whatever part of the brain that is being used for this. Frontal lobe.
That's the problem then, see, for me, because I got an old phone and it won't, it didn't go past
she
the
couldn't join us
15.
anymore. She couldn't join us anymore. So what did the old phone tell you?
For
They
Teams?
said, yeah. Tell us what the old phone told you. It was almost like an AI. You said it was almost like an AI, and it like, what did they tell you?
Oh, that was something different. That
So
was
tell
a
us.
weird.
You don't have a
like,
desktop?
message
or a
from
computer?
you. Yeah, but I'm not on it when I'm on the phone. You know, I'm not. I'm on the phone with Douglas for sure.
You don't have a laptop?
Yeah, but I don't lug it around.
A hotspot?
Oh God, no, I don't have that kind of. No, actually,
Damn,
I'm jacked into my neighbor's Wi-Fi at home.
You're in another You're in another decade.
Yes, I'm not a late adapter, man. I'm a kicking and screaming non-adapter.
Yes.
Just wired that way. It's a disability in this world. I
No
fully
shit.
admit it, but, you know, so far so good.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's the problem
Mhm.
with Teams.
Yeah, so we can't use
So-
Teams. So we're going Google Spaces, which everybody has, and it's free.
Let's give it a try.
We're going to have to. We don't have a choice. So what I'm still doing
Well,
is
we
I'm-
already did.
Yeah.
We already did. You guys are just like, I don't know. Something's wrong with you people.
Well, the
Like,
thing is,
it's ready. It's ready to go.
It does say
All you gotta do is
it does say Team Dietrich on my chat, so I'll show people what it says here. So I'm going to turn on the screen share. So if you take a look at the screen share and see the cursor moving, when I go to Studios, it's where it's most visible rather than actually going to my Gmail. But right here in Studios, you can see up in the corner where my Gmail is, and it says Team Dietrich and changes back to Gmail constantly. So in other words, my Gmail registers as Team Dietrich now for the chat. So so we want to get you to do that too. So we're trying to get so everyone else also says that. That makes sense?
Well, whatever account you use, it just creates the widget inside. You know, it's just like a little plugin inside of Gmail, so you can access the chat quicker. So that's what I'm saying. It's already ready. It's toast. It's like it's preheated. In a preheated oven.
Great. And so while we're all here, I'll show you the studio. Otherwise, to catch everybody up on the numbers, if Aristides is with us, hopefully you're also looking. So this is the channel dashboard. And as we can see, within the last 28 days, we've had 6,100 views. Okay, that's a lot. The watch time hours have been... yeah? What's that, honey?
that's pretty decent. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Current subscribers, of course, always hovers around 3,400. But plus 6 in the last 28 days. Hopefully,
you're like capped at 34.
Yeah,
because it went above that and then went right back to an even number, which is
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but everybody do remember they're going to unsubscribe you, so everybody be on the lookout. And they locked the comment of Sabine Yusche, who's German, who said, "Is das Dritte Reich, the Third Reich in German?" And she was telling us which "the" to use because the Germans have like 7 "these," you know. There's
only 3, but there are other cases.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The 3 major ones, like Brendan said, der, masculine, die, feminine, and das, neutral.
Die.
Yeah.
Der,
die.
das.
Oh, die. Thank you. Die. Thank you. Like Dietrich. Yeah, as opposed to Dietrich.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you. And so very important point. And as I said, I never grew up speaking it. And when I do try, like
Neither
Brendan,
did I.
I'm sorry?
I said neither did I.
Yo, but whoa, no, you're different. You've learned it to a degree. You have learned it to a degree, and I had no one to interact with to learn it. Anyhow, so watch time in hours over the last 28 days has been 4,000 hours, essentially 3.9K. So yes, we're doing good, and I want everyone to know how proud we are of being us, and how proud we are to have you as an extended family out there. And of course, if we go to text box, let's take a look at tonight's episode.
I'm glad somebody's listening.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
So if we go to text box, yeah, here we are in text box here, where you can see Viet Versa was asking, where can I see the video feed of the stream? You know, that would be, I'm tempted to say Arkham Asylum. Then Natalie Spa says, thanks for the chat. I said, thank you, Natalie Spa, for your participation. That's Veronica was talking about her Japanese ads, so I just gave her the face of unbridled joy that she's blessed. Okay, and views. Okay, views so far been 111. We know that it's orders of magnitude above that because, of course, the average viewer duration's 24 minutes, 26 seconds. That's all they can take. Hopefully, they'll take longer now that I go into monologue, where I ask everyone to participate, and that means everybody on Team Dietrich, feel free to interject. And with that, I'll start in on it. And then when I need to take a break, I'll let everybody know, because I might need to make another crock of tea soon. Right now, I'll just squeeze out what's left in the ginseng bag into my tea crock here. And let everybody know there's a bit of breaking news that should surprise absolutely no one. The United States economy has shrunk in our first quarter as imports surged ahead of Trump's tariffs. The polls are sending Trump a message. It's not the economy, stupid. Quite the opposite of what Clinton used to tell us. Trump's tariffs trashed an economic superpower in 100 days. Trump's only major economic initiative being a sweeping tariff agenda, which has landed these United States at the lonely center of a global trade war. There you go in summary, to get me in the mood and get my brain somewhat flowing with, I guess, creative juices so I can enter that kind of fugé state, a gift from my biological
Did you
father.
hear about the Amazon?
Oh,
scandal?
tell us!
They were supposed to place, yeah, they were claiming some insider was, or I don't know how they found out, someone like leaked the info that they were supposed to start putting tariffs as like a subcharge, just to show like what you have to pay on top of the normal price.
Yeah.
And then Trump threw a bitch fit, what we used to call a BF. Bitch fit. And he apparently called Bezos and was like, "You can't do this to me." And then all of a sudden Bezos comes, and this isn't me just saying this out of some political spite. This is like from the Japanese article. And then apparently Bezos like let a statement out and said, "We never had that plan, like don't tell him, just trying to like calm him down and shit."
Oh God! Well, they're all kissing ass to Trump, and it's not like it helps them either. That's what makes it so bizarre. And let's go through some of Brendan's statements before I go into deep dive here. Brendan sent me a lot of links. I don't know if I've covered them all. And of course, what I get from our man Nemo is kind of hypersensitive. Oh, let's reinforce the fact to, let me see, Spain, Portugal worked to fix a massive power outage. This is something, any thoughts on that, Holly? This Iberian Peninsula grid lockout. Japan seeks full removal of Trump tariffs. Good for them. As well they should. And so H.P. Lovecraft.
It sounds like he was in a cave on that. And do that.
I would hope so, if he has any modicum of sanity.
Think.
Yeah, any iota left of sanity. But I think this is the most important one, Holly. As Aristides, if they would appreciate this. Aristides, of course, is a material science engineer and may have his own perspective on this. But take a look. I'm sharing screen. We emphasized a little bit of this early on, but we will return to the subject briefly. Let everyone know that, fun fact, self-driving cars, the Waymos, can be trapped using a ring of salt if laid out correctly. They say the car's visual processing AI will interpret the ring as no entry markings on the roadway and just sit there like an idiot, laughing my ass off. Now, it's surrounded by a ring of salt, and this car is clearly visibly cannot move. It's so this is just one visual example, but I find it hard to believe that the car can really see that and interpret that if it's laid out right. It is demonic. There's a demonic entity in the Waymo that the salt is ensorceling. That would be how they would interpret it in classical sensibilities, by classical sensibilities. So that's pretty frightening when you think about it, and because you're entrusting your life to this thing when you step inside. But it also makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because jinn look for places to embody themselves, and this is a convenient encasement. It may not be, necessarily the most enjoyable encasement, but maybe some lower level jinn will take what they can get. Any further thoughts on that, Holly, Aristides, as well as Brendan, of course?
Skeptical salt would halt Waymo.
Say that again, honey. You got to get close to your mic. Yeah.
Skeptical about that salt would halt a Waymo alone.
Well, why? Why are you skeptical of that?
A skinny little ring of salt? I don't know.
Well,
I mean, maybe it's true.
Well, according...
They sure can't be using them then. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, according to the sample that's given, it's laid out in a particular pattern, so it looks like a roadway kind of marking, but it's just a circle, really. It's just a circle with that's within a broken circle around the Waymo, and it stops. It just stops it cold.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that's like, according to what the limited artificial intelligence it has, it would process. This sort of thing is not surprising. I mean, it's got a limited AI that is processing or misprocessing whatever it sees around it. So something like that would actually be expected to me. But at the same time, when you go deeper, it does represent something supernatural because the car itself... well, why are they hovering around my home? I mean, why are they circling around my home like sharks? I mean, as I said, it's some kind of surveillance.
Yeah, all you got to do to test it is go to Doug's house.
Try that.
Yeah, go to my house and we can experiment with it.
Yeah, run it out and try that. Put a circle around one.
Yeah, and
see if it plugs up the street.
Now, what's interesting is I've been getting a little less Waymos ever since they microsurfaced my street on their Green Street Historic Preservation Project microsurfacing, where they processed my street. We seem to have gotten less Waymos. Perhaps they interpret. Maybe there's salt in there. Maybe there's salt in their mix. So the Waymos have stopped circling as much.
I think,
go on.
Due to construction, they probably updated the firmware saying like don't go over there.
Yeah, it makes sense. That makes sense. And that's
knowing the state and the county, no matter where you're at, they're never going to update it again. On the map, it probably still says it's closed.
Excellent point.
Right.
Excellent point. Though there are Waymos that still venture.
Like Google has killed people like that.
Yeah.
Where there was they demolished a bridge.
Yeah.
And people were just driving off of it in the darkness of night.
Oh.
And literally died.
Oh.
And it said, you should take this route, and it just sent them to their death.
Yeah. Google should be sending their kids to college over that. Google should be raising their kids in daycare centers.
I think in one of the cases they actually won. They won
against
the lawsuit
against the complainant. Oh shit! Yeah, because by sheer power
saying,
of them.
you should have slowed down or something.
But you are supposed to look at what's in front of you.
I mean, it's dark in the middle of the night, and there's an open chasm. I mean, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah, that's crazy. Where were the fucking cops for that?
Yeah, well,
I mean,
where was the city? Where were the road closed signs?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That poor sucker that drove off should be able to put his kids through college.
Yes.
Once he gets done suing there. Oh, but Google beat him.
Yeah.
He died.
Yeah, he died. But I'm assuming Google...
It was like a 100-foot drop.
Yeah.
He just blew up.
Man.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yeah.
I'll find the article if you're really curious.
But did his family not sue and Google won the lawsuit against them? Is that what happened?
Yeah, but it got deflected to the city. But I don't know the end story.
Yeah.
The ending.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
I blame the city for that or county.
Yeah.
But
also there is
police.
If I were the attorney hired by Google, I would say it's on the driver for trusting Google. I would say, that's a Darwin Award. How could you be so stupid? Why would you trust Google? You should drive as if there is no GPS. Because, yes.
And that's true.
Yeah.
So they take with one hand and
yeah. bite with the
give
other.
with the other.
Yes.
And punch you with the other.
Yeah, that's right. There we are. So, for those of you who, I don't see how anyone could not know this, but people should be aware of the general situation. But in a little bit more detail, the American imperial economy contracted 0.3% in the first quarter of 2025, the first negative reading since the COVID pandemic. That's according to the initial measurement by the Commerce Department of the United States itself, in case you don't take my word. The decline was fueled by a massive surge in imports as companies began to get ahead of Trump's tariffs being implemented. Trump's historically bad polling week has left him eager to shoot the messenger, but his real problem is the numbers themselves. I mean, the president doesn't control the economy, right? You have to reflect on what I said initially before I began taking this deep dive, which is, of course, it's not the economy, stupid. No, it's really the prez. Every election year, that's the reminder voters would otherwise get that the president doesn't control the economy. That's what voters would get as an admonition from historians, politicos, journalists, academics of all stripes. It's practically a cliche that the economy is a beast all its own, with its own nature. Voters making choices based on gas prices and grocery bills, even though those things are largely out of anyone's politician's control, is something that voters are constantly reminded of. That, remember, you're acting irrationally. It doesn't matter who you elect. The economy is going to behave as it behaves based on various factors. But the political adage, even though it isn't wrong per se, well, it is in fact difficult for a single president to drastically improve the economy writ large. But President Donald Trump is proving that a politician can absolutely, irrevocably, incontestably harm the economy when they lack any regard for the consequences, borne largely by the very people who elected them. Only the brave or the foolish attempt to predict the future with certainty, so any comment on the current United States, or I should say American imperial tariff policy, should proceed with trepidation and humility. But, of course, neither of those have ever been my forte. I can tell you, we are on, as T-Tank Barry would put it, in 2 words, destination fucked. The original tariff policy survived contact with reality for about 12 hours, and the latest rumblings from the Oval Office suggest that there may be some rollback on the Commun-Chinese rates. Had the initial regime persisted, and of course it could yet be revived, this trade weighted 21% tax on all American imperial imports would have been profoundly negative for both these United States and all the world economies. Markets breathed a huge sigh of relief following the abrupt reduction of most tariffs to a 10% baseline for a 90-day period. The relaxation for smartphone exports and potential movement for the automotive sector suggest there will be further changes. Many have dismissed Liberation Day as illogical and irrational, based on the assumption that it's an attempt to boost, revive, or protect the American imperial economy. They conclude, correctly, that such a policy is doomed to fail. The misadministration's stated objectives being to eliminate the American imperial trade deficit, boost net foreign investment, and retain the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Well, all 3 of these conflicting objectives are mathematically incompatible. Every dollar sold must be a dollar bought. There is no way to achieve long-run capital inflows except by running a trade deficit and vice versa. As the economic arguments simply don't stack up, a more logical conclusion is that the policy has more to do with geopolitics and security considerations, as was articulated by Brendan Zogit With some justification, President Trump fears that the American empire is unduly dependent on potentially unfriendly powers for strategic industries. Reshoring these capabilities is a matter of national security rather than national prosperity. There is more to this, however, than a fear of the Communist Chinese Empire's rising influence. Although most tariff increases will be paid by consumers, some of the burden will be absorbed by foreign suppliers keen to remain competitive. There are also an attempt to exert leverage over foreign powers and domestic businesses simultaneously. It's an open question whether those political objectives justify the economic cost. If this analysis is correct on my part, American imperial tariff policy isn't designed to stay in its current form. Plus, even if it were meant to be permanent, economic realities will likely force change anyway. Whether the president's primary objective is the American imperial economy or not, he is not immune to its performance. As we have already seen, it's hard to ignore tumbling stock prices, let alone a yippee, his words, bond market. No matter what happens, however, investor confidence in the global economic system has been shaken. Now would be an opportune time for businesses to reassess how to position themselves in these more uncertain times. As a matter of fact, I think let's just say there's one conclusion that I can draw, and it's basically pull out now. By all means, somebody else join me here for a minute while I recollect my wits.
What I heard today was that everything already in the vast shipping container ship pipeline coming from overseas, it's already in progress before these decisions all came down like 2 weeks ago now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That pipeline will dry up visibly and noticeably by the end of May.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's tomorrow's May 1st.
Yeah. That's pretty frightening, isn't it?
You might see a sudden lack of your favorite products because there's no ships going now.
Mm-hmm.
They're empty.
Yeah.
So how long it will last? Will that be a spurt? I don't know. But I did also heard that Apple and them ordered, 500 million cell phones just in case to sell. But they'll raise the prices anyway. They got the pre-tariff.
Oh, of course.
So much money is being made on this crazy turmoil. It's like, I don't know, some kind of junkie shooting up so much all at once of this bad drug that for the high. That sounds crazy, I know.
That's not crazy. That's exactly what's going on.
It's an orgy of just, excess.
Yeah.
Like that's, never mind.
Why never mind? Come on, go on with it.
Because I'm losing my thread on that. But that's what I did want to say, that
well, I think your thread is fine.
A lot of corporations talking about raising tariff level prices, whether they come or not, and they won't be coming down again.
Yeah.
So that sucks. Can I get in one quick thing about the Spanish blackout?
Please, by all means, honey.
It's off topic, but back to where you're going. I tried to get it in then. I read one article on it, and there was this line in the article, and I should have screenshotted or something, but there in that article, early on in the event, there was this line to something like there was this vast loss of power, like it just disappeared. The production just somehow stopped producing all at once. And my immediate thought was no more than half a dozen Evanescers strolling through the countryside. having a banquet.
Oh my God.
It's so graphic in my mind.
Yeah, yeah. I like it.
So I just had to put that in there because I thought of you. God knows.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
Evanescers.
Yeah, I
It
appreciate
was a
that.
freaky line like that. I wish I could repeat it verbatim,
Yeah.
but it definitely I had to have a scratch of the head on that.
No,
right.
I love it. Just remember
Yeah.
that how that idiot Peter Moon would try to write poetry about Evanescers and just wanted me to sit there and
God.
giggle. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Oh.
mercifully not.
Oh, yes. It's
Fascinating. Your riff on Kenya, I
yes.
believe it was.
Yes. Well, no, you're talking about Chad. You're talking about where the American troops
Am I?
died. The American troops died because of Evanescers. That time I was speaking about that.
Yeah,
Yes.
that story is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. And well, thank you for reminding us of that. And I love you
Yeah.
dearly. And for those of you who don't know,
I think
Yeah.
even those beings are smart enough not to kill the whole grid.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Like what everyone knows what a parasite does. They don't kill everything.
Yeah, you don't kill the host.
That's right.
Don't kill the host.
That's
But
right.
there are
That's
stupid
right.
parasites, but the
Or maybe they're
Evanescers-
moving on to Haiti or something.
Yeah.
God.
Well, there's nothing in Haiti. There's
Not
nothing for
Haiti.
the
Yeah.
for them to yes.
And Puerto Rico sucked dry.
Yeah.
God knows.
Yes. Yeah. I could imagine every once in a while an Evanescer checking into Puerto Rico or Haiti and just juicing everything because they know they can get away with it. But what's the point? It's like, when they're so much better off just the way they are, like somebody like Dr. David Lewis Anderson just feeding the U.S. government a line of shit and getting billions of dollars to build his own private, facilities, or taking over, the abandoned Eastman Kodak company facility, all the rest of that shit. The hideousness was, Peter Moon's love of him, his adulation, his hero worship of David Lewis Anderson, who gave him so little, yet at the same time set him up on his marriage with Paula. I don't know how aware you are, Holly, of how that was an arranged marriage through Dr. David Lewis Anderson. His marriage to Paula.
Yeah.
It was.
But
Yeah.
that was wacky.
But then he was trying to get him to bring me to Romania, if you might remember, Holly. And when I didn't go, David Lewis Anderson would have nothing to do with Peter Moon anymore, and pretty much abandoned Peter Moon because he failed to bring me to Romania, which was the whole idea, was get Douglas Dietrich to Romania, if you remember that. It was big. It was Judith Agert and Laura Lee Solomon both jumped in to stop it. Do you remember that, Holly?
Very vaguely. It was a long there's been a whole lot of Douglas since then.
Yeah, that's true. But you remember at that time he went
But
all,
I do.
He went all out to bring Amanda Ute there for her surgery. Remember that?
Oh God.
He
Yes, I swear to God I do.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Come to Romania for your surgery, Amanda Ute.
Haven't thought about it in a while.
Yeah,
but
that's when Judith Agert told her they'll just divide your organs between the orphans to eat, is what she said. She told her they'll just they'll just split it up between everybody else who needs organs, after they harvest what's usable from your body.
They'll
Oh my
traffic
God.
them straight to Israel.
Yeah.
Rabbis make big
Which-
money doing that.
Yeah, which is what he said. Remember that time I said, where did all the orphans go from Ceausescu's collective orphanages, where he forced the cessation of all...
No, I said organs.
Yeah.
Organs.
Oh, no, I get it. I heard what you said. But
Yeah,
I was
okay, sorry.
I was pointing out that that reminds
sorry.
me of what Peter Moon said, was it all went straight to Israel when I asked him about what happened to all the orphans. Remember that? I said, what happened to all the Ceausescu collective organs, where he eliminated all birth control, eliminated all what are those prophylactics? All prophylactics and birth control and abortion. He eliminated everything because he wanted the population of Romania to explode. He wanted it to equal China's population. And then and then what happened?
And they were all poor.
Of course.
So much.
Yeah, of course. Well, no shit.
Daycare.
Yeah,
Put
no
them up.
Yeah. And so they all went
Denmark.
and they all went to these collective centers where they were all retarded because of malnutrition. They were all like malnourished, retarded,
And
chained,
alcohol.
chained to their beds, and raped multiple times a day. And I said, what happened to them all? There were millions. And according to Peter Moon, he said immediately they all went to Israel for mass sacrifice. Is what he claimed. That was his insistence. But
Americans weren't going to adopt them.
He tried to say it as if it was a joke, but it was just way too quick. It was too quick of an answer.
It didn't sound like a joke to me. I mean, Aaron Tice said he seemed pretty fucking...
He was trying to play it off. He was trying to play it off like it was a joke, but it was such a quick response that it was like reflexive. That's the impression I got. Let's just
Thank you. He may have tried to play it off as a joke later when I confronted him about it a second time. That's probably what happened.
Well, he said, "Oh, I don't know." When you asked him, "Is that real?" and he said, "Oh, I don't know."
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that dumb son of a bitch. Yeah.
Holy crap! The cockroaches are multiplying out here.
Yeah, they are. Yes.
Like there's trillions.
Jesus Christ, that's awful. That's awful. Anyhow, thank you for reminding me of childhood trauma, so we won't think on that. We won't dwell on that.
Yeah, well, I'm living it.
You are, and I do feel bad for you in that regard. As for the situation in general, just looking at our numbers are looking good, so I might as well continue with my analysis for as long as I can stand it. Bear in mind, as I told everyone, I'll be ending a bit early tonight, to put it mildly, simply because of all my appointments tomorrow, and I do have to pay rent, and I got to make certain that gets done before I even go to the dentist, and all that being put together, obviously I've got responsibilities to take care of, and will do my best to handle those responsibilities, which I've only done through the help of the members of Team Dietrich, and of course that includes Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother, who reminds me quite forcibly of how beautiful blacks can be, and as opposed to my venting and catharting the other day due to so much of that trauma that I was incurred by my childhood experiences. All such being said about the trauma we're all sharing now, it just keeps falling, and get out while you can. As President Donald Trump notches the first 100 days of his second mispresidency, the general assessment yesterday of the 78-year-old Republican's performance for consumers, companies, the economy, and workers was less than celebratory. U.S. consumer confidence fell to an almost 5-year low in April on growing pessimism about prospects for our economy and labor market under Trump. According to conference board data released yesterday, consumer expectations for the next 6 months plunged to the lowest level since 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's slaying, the year of my mother's murder, in other words, thanks in large part to the misadministration's wide-ranging trade war. The share of consumers that expected business conditions to be worse 6 months from now rose to the highest level since March of 2009. That's during the Great Recession, people. After the great bank heist of people like Jamie Dimon, the Jewish mobster.
That was Obama.
During Obama's administration.
Bailed those fuckers out.
Yeah. Well, George, it's Bush did so before him, but he carried it out.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So, hell yeah.
Yeah. It was G.W. Bush, really, but Obama carried it out. He continued with it.
He did whatever they
told him. Yeah, and which was, of course, disgraceful and
tragic.
Certainly no example of an empowered black man. At any rate.
And they called him a socialist till the end.
Oh, of course.
A communist. Yeah.
Oh, of course. What else would they call him? I mean, that's like, he's black. They can't call him a fascist because they're so fucking ignorant of what fascism is.
Right.
So, yeah. So, there you go. At any rate, The corporations, meanwhile, are battening down the hatches in preparation for rough seas. General Motors and JetBlue this week joined a growing list of companies pulling earnings projections as they grapple with Trump's new taxes on their imports. Trump beat a fresh retreat yesterday, this time in favor of automakers. UPS, which also backed away from its 2025 financial guidance due to what it diplomatically called macroeconomic uncertainty, is planning to be less circumspect with its own employees. It plans to fire 20,000 of them, or about 4% of its fucking workforce, while shuttering dozens of facilities. It's a I would say it's a move reflected more broadly in the American labor market, given that new data shows job openings fell last month to the lowest since September. Nevertheless, the bounce in equities continued yesterday as investors appeared to set aside the sobering data in favor of bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts and corporate resilience. The rotation by investors out of American assets will go on for years if President Donald Trump persists with his global trade war. This is the warning from strategists who timed the unwind of the so-called exceptionalism almost perfectly. Societe Generale's head of asset allocation, Alain Bokobja, was a United States asset bull for a year, up until September of 2024, when he warned of cracks in the foundation. He reiterated his call in February, warning investors to slash exposure to American imperial stocks and the United States dollar. We all know what's happened since. The Trump misadministration has arguably opened the door for the country's financial dominance to be challenged, with the dollar and Treasury bonds losing appeal in what will be a dire shift of fortunes for America. Did I say arguably opened the door? I should have said inarguably. At any rate, American imperial equities also have been underperforming global peers this year, amid fear that Trump's strategy of tariff chicken will damage growth and stoke inflation. The IMF, or the International Monetary Fund, isn't all that amused either, seeing as the rest of the world may become collateral damage for an American imperial crack-up. It's sharply lowered its forecasts for world growth.
Tax on, tax off.
Yes! Yes! Yeah, though that looks more...
Douglas,
yeah.
If UPS is firing 20,000 people and closing warehouses and distribution centers, they must think those ships are going to be empty for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
They know it.
Yeah.
It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
So that's an indicator I would be following very closely. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it's already, yeah, I mean...
They're not closing out here. They're all in the Midwest and...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they're all in the Midwest.
Because out here, people buy shit.
Yeah. Tell them, Brendan. Yeah. Well, tell them how our economy's grown. Tell them about the California economy, Brendan.
Yeah. I mean, it's surpassed Japan as of just...
I saw that.
Recently.
Yeah.
Fourth largest on Earth.
Trickle down.
4 trillion. Well, it's because 2 companies make up half of it, but that's just. But it's still. I mean, I'd rather live here at this point than anywhere else.
Yeah.
When it comes to economics.
Thank you.
On many levels.
Like, there's a lot of drawbacks, obviously, but nothing compared to what other people are dealing with.
But people whine all day long.
Like, and even, I mean, comparatively, like in Europe, they pay like almost 50% tax. Like, at least we get high minimum wage and less tax. So it's all just propaganda to hate on California. It's bizarre. It's like,
propaganda.
They hate on
normal
California.
People come here, make a life, and then, swing the vote like you're supposed to be in a democracy instead of. But I'm just saying, like, if they're going as per how democracy works, that's what you do. You wouldn't shit talk it, and that's not how. It's just something else. It's just
it is
slanderous. Am I making sense?
Absolutely.
Absolutely to me.
Yeah.
Like, instead of hating on the strongest part of your country, you would go there and try and
Right.
quote unquote fix it. But no, they're too stupid or whatever. They have these issues,
They're
this ignorance.
victimized. They
Yeah.
think they're victimized.
Yeah,
And they think
somehow
they're
it's
superior.
a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
And they have no idea how good they have it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. They don't have it good. That's why they're upset. Just
Yeah,
like that
they're
poor
jealous.
African chick that got the Japanese citizenship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the comments were just ragging
Tell
on
people
all
about-
Americans. All Americans.
Yeah. Tell people about
Poor
that.
thing.
Yeah. Tell
Oh,
people.
she was just this nice. She was like this nice Japanese lady that, I mean, sorry,
Black
African.
lady. Yeah.
Obviously black African.
Yeah.
But she was like clearly nice and soft spoken and just obviously earned her citizenship in Japan, because you have to like go through hell just to get it.
Yeah.
I would
And
think.
probably married someone and all this other stuff, and
And
learn the
working.
language fluently
Yeah.
and work for 10 years and all that. So this poor lady went through all that, and then the comments were just railing on her, just horrible, like, oh, I guess Japan's a zoo now, and oh, here comes the crime, here comes the crime.
Oh,
And-
man.
And she was kind of, she was one of those bigger ladies, like obviously not unhealthy, it's just her body type, in my opinion.
Oh,
But these
man.
people were like, oh, Japanese people hate overweight people. They're gonna hate you. Shit. It was horrible. It was horrible. Like, but I laughed at it just because it was just like, of course, like, why would you even post that online? Just don't tell people. I'm a big believer in
Yeah,
don't ask,
really.
don't tell, because otherwise you're just gonna get all this hate.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You could be the best in anything, and you just get all this evil eye shit.
Yeah.
It's just-
Yeah.
And so people are finding that out about social media the hard way. Yeah, you'd think they'd know
Well, they
by
like
now,
it. These people
but-
like it for views. Negative energy is more easier for clicks.
No.
So,
True.
maybe that's how she wants to make money. That's fine on her. But she posted something as if it was an issue. Let me read the comments just because they're horrible. Crime is coming. It's coming. So yeah. R.I.P. Japan.
Rest in peace, Japan.
God.
Did you rob them? It won't change the fact that they and we don't like you. So there you go. That's some American.
Oh.
You will be at the bottom of the civilization and you'll never be Japanese. And it's like, okay, I'd rather be the bottom of Japanese on their shoestrings than freaking the top of America.
Thank you.
This is hell. on
Yeah,
earth.
it really is. Oh my God.
Over there, you could be on the bottom of society and live peaceful and shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clean.
Oh yeah. Here's this guy's Gene from Tokyo, who's obviously a white guy with a beard, bald white guy. The classic. Japan will never be a zoo. That's his comment.
He already made it one.
Yeah, as if they want him there. Yeah, as if they
What's he
want him there.
do for fun?
Oh, what a joke.
Just
I'm
nasty shit.
I'm surprised somebody didn't say something like, I hope she doesn't move into my neighborhood. Something like that. That would be like, it just.
I'm surprised they weren't more positive, like, in the sense of saying, good.
Yeah, like
stay
getting
there
rid
or
of you.
something.
That sort of attitude. Yeah, like glad they have to take care of you. I hope they got enough welfare. Like.
And what I notice is that they're overwhelmingly all American,
Of course.
except like a few Japanese, but they're just like notoriously xenophobic. The fact that he made this
And
comment in
they're
English
safely
shows how
tucked in America.
terrible he is.
Yes. Yeah, whoever's over there saying that in Japan, they're almost certainly whites who are living in Japan. But if there's some Japanese that are doing it, if they're saying it in English, that goes to show you, like Brendan said, they're catering to the.
They can't speak Japanese.
Yeah, then they can't speak Japanese. Yeah. So there we have that. Oh, that reminds me, I've got to send a full title for the Japanese-American Peace Treaty to our man George Knight. When I get a chance, I forgot to give him a copy of the full title because it's long, obviously, and he otherwise wouldn't have it.
Well, that link you sent me has the full art, the entire thing. That's the best resource.
Yeah, it may not actually, believe it or not. So I'll get that for you right now, and I'll put it inside here where everybody can access it, and that way.
You're talking about the Japanese translated title, as opposed to the bullshit title.
Thank you. Yes. So let me get that for everyone right now, and here we are, and okay, so this I'll make it certain it's capitalized so that people can read it easier, and I'll put that into our text box right here first as a start, and then I'll put that into George Knight. So here's the full title, which Brendan complimented me and said I actually read fairly well with the intonation. So I appreciate that, Brendan. And we will now, yeah, and obviously that's a doozy, and most people just.
I must have been in a good mood.
Yeah, believe it or not, there's times when you are. They don't have room for it in the. I can't put it into the chat. The chat doesn't have the space for it.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
San Francisco Nipponko to American Shoku Tono. Yeah, you did better than I did.
That's a lot of Japanese boilerplate up in there.
Oh, here's the English. San Francisco Peace and Security Treaty between Japan and the United States.
Of America. Yeah, and so there we go with that.
I don't see the characters for peace anywhere in the Japanese title. No, in like the kanji, I don't see it.
Actually, I'll show you where it is. So let me do a screen share, and here we are. So give me a second here, and I'll. Okay. Here's what we do. So I go into screen share, and that way I can point out to you. So everybody can see the cursor moving, and let me see where.
Well, I mean. Well, I know what's there, but we can get into like
right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's my name. It's Ping. In Chinese, it's Ping. So that's my name. Peace. That's it. But it's pronounced Heiwa in this case. Yeah. So like Heisei. Yeah. So there you go. For what that's worth. That's the that's the character. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. But the other one, when they say security is actually an English. It's an Englishization. And it doesn't say that in Japanese. It really says safety guarantee, safety guarantee treaty, as opposed to security treaty. But there you go, for what that's worth. And okay, so thank you for that, and hopefully he joins us actually tonight. We'll find out. If not, then like I said, I'll end earlier. I might even end probably around. 1 a.m. in the morning, or 2 a.m. at the latest.
If you're gonna schedule a break, you better start thinking about it.
Oh, in a few seconds, honey. Just about finished with this tea, and then I might make another tea while you're still.
Very good.
Yeah, while you're still with us. Thank you, and so altogether, the International Monetary Fund, as I said. Cut its projection for global output growth this year to 2.8%. That's lower than its January forecast of 3.3% and would be the slowest expansion of gross domestic product since the COVID-19 pandemic arrived in 2020. It would also be the second worst figure since 2009 in the immediate aftermath of the financial crises.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah.
Did you see him go postal when the dude was asking him? What about our tourism is down? And he's like, it's great. It's fine. You know, he was like freaking out. I was like, dude, no one's coming here. The international tourism fell through the bottom. Yeah. It's cheaper to go to Japan. Everyone's just going there.
Yeah, thank you.
Why would you come here when you could go there?
Thank you.
The world economy is going to bloom from this. And just because we lower our tariffs doesn't mean anybody else is going to.
Yeah. True enough. Though I feel people will once America has its revolution and we restructure ourselves completely. The rest
years from now.
Well, probably years, but nevertheless, things are happening a lot faster than any of us want. Yeah. So.
And the unexpected is always right around the corner.
Yeah, true.
That can't be underestimated.
True enough. Now, I'm going to take my break in just a moment, but I want to finalize the present train of thought.
Oh.
I'm sorry?
I just said, oh.
Okay. But I want to finalize the present train of thought by saying that together these warnings add more weight to similar cautions from Wall Street banks in recent weeks, with JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs saying the chances of a recession in these United States have spiked. Well, no shit. As a matter of fact, they're closing banks in San Francisco, and I got a letter.
Yeah, what's with these understatements? You know, it's just insanity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ouch. Banks are falling?
Yes, I got a letter that my local bank, which I use on 1500 Polk Street, which has been there forever, is closing. That they're closing that bank, and so outrageous.
No one has money.
Yeah, even banks. Yeah, not even banks.
Yeah, there must be a Chase branch.
And banks can go
Wells
into
Fargo.
default too if there's no one to pay the loans back. It's a game over.
Yeah,
So-
it is true. It is so true. So again, when I get back, I'll start concentrating more on, shall we say, the kind of micro-historical aspects of this, meaning that yesterday marked the 100th day of Trump's second midterm. I'm going to talk a little bit about that when I get back. I'm going to make another cup of tea, another crock of tea. This will take about 10-ish minutes, but we have Aristides! Are you still with us? Dear sir.
Thank God.
Let's check it out. And Brendan, of course.
My phone's gonna die. My phone's gonna die. So.
Dude, plug it in.
No.
Plug it in.
I'm working.
Yeah.
I'm working.
Hey, yeah, but Holly can hold.
Yeah, I'll have to, if I'm alone, I'll have to sing, and no one wants that.
No, that's great. That's great. Just keep
But
singing.
no, it's not great.
No, I'm here.
What are you gonna sing?
Aristides has joined us, and
I
all
can
of
do
you
it,
will
Frank.
sing
I
along.
have
a
Everybody,
message.
you're in the best of hands. These are
No,
three beautiful people.
You better run.
These are three.
Oh, my phone's dying. It's dying right now.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That's just awful.
Oh.
That's just. Oh, by the way, we are still behind Germany. I want people to know. I'm taking a look at this now. I've just looked this up. So here we are. I'm trying to share this. I've looked up and of course, the reason I share X is because X is easy, at least, to fucking find. I can find X, and I can share it. They won't allow that with a lot of venues like Facebook because I'm banned from Facebook. Even though I'm banned from X, they allow me to share it. So I'm going to share this first in our text call. So this is the graph, people, and we are still behind United Germany in California with our economy, but we are and now ahead of Japan. So that's pretty incredible as it is. But we are racing to neck and neck to tie with Germany, and so that should give people. We've got great numbers. I'm almost afraid to take a break because our numbers are so good. But you guys will keep them good.
Yeah.
Everybody, you love these people.
Brendan,
Yeah, you love these
Brian.
people. This is Holly and Aristides and Brendan Sogiet. They're the best.
Brian.
They're the best. All right, I'll be back. I'm
10
going
minutes,
mute.
Brendan.
Yeah, you guys have got this. Brendan,
Oh,
juice it up. Juice it up. Use your psychic energy.
10-minute break.
Yeah. Hey.
All right.
All right. Hi.
Hey. How's it all going?
Okay. I had a question. I'm not sure on the show if what is it that Epstein fucking survivor witness Virginia what? What's her name? Giffrey? Guffrey.
Yeah.
Has that come up? I don't know. My one friend's real like obsessed with like what's going on with that, and of course you see suicide like it's like yeah right you
In
know
their 40s. Yeah.
so
Sad end to a sad story.
yeah I don't know if anybody, but I don't think we had gotten into it, right?
I
Not that-
see no reason
Yeah.
to think she was assassinated. No,
Yeah, I
that
don't know.
hasn't come up.
Well,
It
one
probably
question was,
should.
had it come up because I didn't think so. And
No,
then
it has not.
what from there? I don't really know much
Right,
or care. but
yeah, I followed the story loosely.
suicided or not, it's like really, what's the difference at this point? Does it change anything?
Well, it's not an earth-shaking event, but
Yeah, no.
like I say, it's such a deeply sordid tale.
I know. It's
Uh,
like just that's not going to really change
I'm
anything.
sorry that this is what happened with her. And why? I mean, who knows how many
Yeah.
bots she gets and internet torment if she even tries to get her
Mhm.
email.
I don't know anything about it.
Nobody knows.
Really, the question had to come up because I don't think we really know anything. But
Oh, Douglas will have a thing to say or two. Worth mentioning. Worth mentioning.
yeah, perhaps.
Um,
Looks like Brendan had to go.
Yeah, it does. So it's me and you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of something. And I did think of something for.
How's is the fire situation there? I remember when that was a thing a little bit back. So is it like, but you don't what?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Haven't
the
heard
more
about it.
data and science comes out, the uglier the situation looks. But
Yeah.
nobody in power wants to change course.
Right.
So it's all a big bollocks on top of all this Trump stuff because, the whole green thing, it's Democratic driven, but it's Republican corporations that are benefiting.
It's funny like that.
With all their chicanery,
Right.
it's not about the science anymore. It's about rushing this billion-dollar industry to market and who gets there first. So it's a toxic combination. And these plants are blowing up all over the world all the time. I got the database with the companies named all over the world from the earliest days, and it continues. So it's a total bollocks, and I'm still like doing the powdered vegetable route, which kills.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
And, it always hits the poorest people because the farmers are really trying to grow clean organic produce, and it was gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Couldn't have been that bad.
Probably still is. I'm sorry.
I mean, is with regard to pollution from the fires, you mean?
The amount of dropping particulates. And that number varies. But apparently, I've heard everything from 100,000 pounds, I mean right on the next door field, to 12 million. So I'm saying, I believe 1 million pounds. Horrible stuff with long-term effects and short-term is significant. Never mind the waterways and everything. Birds are all gone. People are tracking that shit. And minimal wildlife all of a sudden. And even with all the industry there, it was a very significant bay and estuary. So it's a hell of a thing. And nobody's taken it seriously enough except the people that were immediately affected in their hundreds. Luckily, I could watch the pillar of fire for hours, but it was going the other way. So
but the fires are they still going at all, or?
No, they're dead by now.
But
it took a very long time, like 6 weeks, I think. And they're still not dissembling the ruins of the structure. So that's interesting. Because they've had earth movers and bulldozers thing backed up in the down the highway for ever since, and they're still, as I understand, not doing much. So, I mean, that's how long we got to wait. I mean, in my understanding, what nobody gets is to put a fire like that out, you just need a big barrel of baking soda. You can't put water on them.
Were they using any of this firefighting planes? They drop. I'm sure they can drop not only water, but they can drop
Yeah, retardant.
Yeah.
And I don't think retardant would have helped because that's that's not for chemical fires. That's for timber fires. Conventional bright red retardant. But no, baking soda is what you throw on a fire like that. Costs pennies. And the corporations, Elon's side and Vistra's side, made deals that they would be entirely responsible, and no county or municipal police or firefighters would be allowed on property. And that was enforced. But by the time they were going, you couldn't get on property anyway. It was way too late. So minimal inspections, no kind of approvals, coastal commission, nothing. They just moved on in. So there it is.
Okay. Do you know of anywhere
Yeah,
there's
go ahead.
fires other places too? Like so,
All
people
around
fire.
the world. You can
Yeah.
Google it. Battery plant. BESS is the acronym.
Yeah.
Something like
Oh, and battery plants. I mean, just in general,
electrical
and
storage
between that
system.
and wildfires, all eruptions of
There's
wildfires.
no direct link quite yet.
Oh no, but
But every time one of these power grids goes down, and there was one just happened in the U.S., I believe, you gotta wonder. And we just had this hot looking, ostensibly grass fire. Didn't look like just grass, right on the edge of a gigantic solar panel. Gigantic, out in the farmland near me. So those gigantic solar panels collecting all that energy to some kind of storage system on the spot to go to the next storage system, which would be what just burned down. So the tech has not been vetted. It's being beta tested on the consumer again. And if something goes wrong, we'll figure it out and make a better version. 2.000.
Okay. So you had this, the battery fires, but like before that, there was wildfires, right? Like just like in the woods.
And so far, so good. I've seen the terrain here, the whole ecosystem actually in just 30 years transform before my eyes from coniferous forest to desert. Even in the mountains.
Yeah.
Even though the mountains are gnarly here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess there's been a lot of
elevation.
A lot of big fires placed. There's fires on the East Coast recently. I mean,
maybe not. Pine Barrens.
Yeah.
Which was where I grew up.
Oh yeah.
And that's incredibly painful for me.
Yeah. So you know about that.
Oh yeah. And that was, my childhood out there.
Oh wow.
Very strange, mysterious place. And huge. I mean, it's all encroached on and fucked up and toxic dumped and mafia burials and every goddamn thing. And then from like revolutionary times, smelters and various weird little 1800s, 1700s industries. There's mining stuff and Ong's Hat.
Yeah, Ong's Hat. I know about that.
Yeah, I've been.
Actually, even Peter had his little dive into that with that dude in the one book.
He wrote a whole goddamn book about it. I
think
read it.
Yeah, or I think it might have been the other guy's book. He published Methane's book, I think.
Okay. Just the straight up factual history of those regions is crazy and fascinating.
Yeah.
And that's the country of the Great Jersey Devil.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long-lasting, beloved story. I don't know. I grew up all over in there, and I wanted nothing but to get out, and I did get out really young, and it took 35 years.
I hear that, yeah. Hear that.
Yeah. So I've been back a few times now, and every time it's been amazing. But horrible. Horrible place. But wonderful.
Yeah, I do know the area, so generally.
The fires, I don't know. There's still more here could burn. And now, as Douglas has illustrated, it's less and less about wildfires and more about neighborhood fires. And the place is ripe for that. I mean, the power lines go through.
Yeah.
Just
wildfires and seem to come up. A lot of them seem to be like some are like intentionally set just to
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. They even catch
Hell yeah.
some of, I've seen reports of them catching some of the people like doing it.
Oh my God. But now it's different. When I was a kid, the firefighters would set a business fire so they could work. Get that? They needed a good fire once a year at least to get paid, but those fires were attainable. They were business fires. That's what they were called.
Yeah, right. Business.
Now
fire.
it's like
Good.
some crazed MAGA political statement, which is a whole different game. I mean, that's a kind of jihad. That's a
Mhm.
whole different game. And, apparently we are, the flammability of these fires is unprecedented. I've talked to
Yeah.
guys who watch the retardant catch fire.
Oh man.
And what happened in LA, that was a really freak incident because fires did jump out in 8 different locations at least, independent, but small area. They didn't seem, cinder driven. It seemed like it was just like boom. There really were 100-mile-an-hour winds, and that's some serious fucking hot wind. 100-mile-an-hour wind can pick up a 100-pound old lady and blow her down the street.
Almost, yeah.
Actually, it happened in Colorado when I lived there. That's a hell of a wind. And the chaparral there, this is crazy. And I just read this, but from a book written in the 70s by a great author, John McPhee. The chaparral that's intrinsic to that place, at the first breath of these notorious east to west blowing Santa Ana winds, starts pumping flammable oils to its surface. That's how bad that stuff wants to be. So that's what happened. Was arson by arson? Easily could have been. Easily. And this Pine Barrens fire was crazy too. Kid just made a and it's still unclear whether it was MAGA, some thing, or he just burned some pallets and didn't put them out right. Yeah, pallets. It's very creepy though. So yeah, but so far so good. But it's always going off somewhere and always painful.
Yeah. So what else?
Because there's parts of the country up in the Great North where it's the farthest thing from their minds still. They got no worries. And not the tropics, because remember when the Everglades and shit burned?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just off the charts.
Yeah.
So, there's still places that are incredibly vulnerable. It just depends on if they run out of groundwater, trees get vulnerable.
So what are there besides fires and stuff? And then any other reports of weird global shit? Like, is there any?
Oh golly, yeah, plenty of weird.
You there?
Getting jammed up, yeah, because I'm trying to think, and that makes it harder for the idea to come. Yeah.
And yeah,
Let me
weird.
take a deep breath. We've been going pretty hard.
Yeah. How about weird?
I'll be back soon.
Any weird sightings in the sky? I mean, there's always, there's been a lot of weird shit up there. Like, what was with all that light? A lot of lights places. Not just drones, but just like lights are like way too fast to be drones. It was weird.
Yeah, there was an incident a few weeks ago. I thought it was space junk coming in, and I believe I've seen that a few times, falling in, not going out. But here, there's a lot of actual like security drone action because it's coastal. It's pretty darn militarized. So there's a lot of that. and but nothing. I myself don't believe
Yeah.
I've ever seen an actual UFO.
Me neither, but apparently, you know, a lot of people
The only
have.
thing is, if they can disguise as clouds, then I definitely
Right.
have.
Well,
Because
yeah.
I've seen clouds do some really weird
I mean,
shit.
apparently some people see some really blatant stuff, so actual ships and stuff. But then,
Yeah, well, and that's the great, you know, one of Douglas's great messages, how propagandized the whole thing has
yeah,
just gone off the rails with it.
I don't know. But there are
Direct
videos. I mean, I don't know if they're all bullshit. They're like the long, like cylinder craft. It's like people are like, oh, is that the, like, you know, the Racecraft
Well, I didn't buy
that George
that
talks about?
The Nimitz Tic Tac. I haven't heard
No, not
George
the
on the
Tic Tac.
subject.
No,
I'd love
not
to
the
hear
Tic
that.
Tac. But
Not the Tic
there,
Tac. Yeah, that's
there is that. But like, there's been these just like long, like cylindrical, like line ships that are like, you know, been sighted. And people like, is that the what, the Andromeda Garat, like the ship that George talks about, like the right ships?
I missed that, but that I forget how you said it. That
Yeah,
Mwamba,
Andromeda craft.
come on, that they said it was just a meteor, but it looked like a long spear.
No, there've been ships that like, yeah, not shooting starlight, but just ships floating there,
Oh,
like cylinder ships.
Okay. No, that was that thing that swung around the sun and shot through our space, and it was like they said it was just rock, but like just a spear. That was crazy. And it wasn't visible to the eye. I don't think it had any kind of visible trail.
But I saw a video of like lights, fast moving lights, but like in all different directions. Like it was like, you know, they were probably wouldn't have been meteors or something. They were more like traversing in different directions, like kind of
formation. Yeah.
Because
there's hunting pairs and threes of drones here all the time. And I have seen at least half a dozen Starlink drone swarms go by.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful sight, I'm going to tell you. I don't want them up there, but it's a stunning sight. You know, in their 60s, 60. It's amazing, and it's weird, but it's very identifiable. You know, you've seen it once, you know what you're seeing.
Yeah.
That's foreboding for. I guess Bezos has just shot up a bunch of satellites because he wants his own satellite network.
Yeah, there's all that, but I'm thinking more specific reports of like people saying actual ships and encounters and stuff like that. It's like,
yeah, and I grew up with that.
Some of the things you're seeing, flying around those, you know, like
I the whole nuts and bolts UFO thing kind of fell apart. If it's like that, I am inclined to think it's terrestrial, some billionaire you never heard of's project. I don't know. Is that possible? I haven't heard George's info. So, just speaking out of my butt.
Okay, I just got back in time to hear that. What?
Yeah.
What? What?
We were... Oh, you'll just have to go back and listen to it tomorrow.
Oh, my God. Well, what's been going on here? A lot of input in the text box. Brendan has been sticking things into the text box even though he doesn't seem to be able to speak. So he's been trying to participate through links, apparently. Let's take a look at live stream. And, hey, numbers held well. Numbers held well. Numbers held well. You're beautiful people. You kept the numbers up. I mean, they're not as high as they were, but it's only a few points. I mean, so we'll get that back now. And so you guys are great. Yeah, I mean, you must have been exciting enough to retain this number of people. I mean, you know, we're averaging 30, so that's good. You know, which means that
I
it's
knew you were hurrying.
about 300. Yeah. Yeah, and so PainBot, all I know is pain is what Brendan put in. Amazon denies plans to show tariff effects. U.S.-Ukraine reconstruction. I mean, good fucking luck. That war's not going to end. Putin has no intention of ending it. He wants to end it on his terms, but he's not getting those terms because the Ukrainian people aren't going to surrender. But America's contracting in the interim too, so there's less we have to offer. I mean, the only good thing I could say is now China's left out of the loop. It's kind of like wondering what to fucking do since the Russians and Americans are on the same side, and America is its enemy. This puts China in a weird ass spot. So we can only imagine where they're going to go from here. So it's a weird world, and it's just getting weirder every goddamn day. Yeah, but come on, guys, what the two of you talking about? I mean, it seems to have been...
Well, okay, I had a question. Yeah. Do you have any comment on? A friend kept talking about the Epstein victims, survivor, witness Virginia Giffreys or whatever. And take on that.
Yes, Wdy43025. She was. Everybody
suicide.
concludes she was killed. Nobody buys into her just dying like that.
I don't see it's worth it. I mean, it's been too long and nobody gives a shit anymore.
Oh, honey, I don't know what world you live in. Tell her everything.
They didn't kill. What's her name? Pimp.
Who?
She could have suicided by now. The chick in jail. What's her name?
Yeah, why do they need to kill her? She's in jail. Why do they need to kill her? She's in jail. Wdy43025.
Well, she could still start. I mean, reporters listen.
Reporters might listen, but she ain't talking.
Right.
Because she's afraid she's going to die if she talks. Look,
This one hasn't talked in 15 years. Once it came out, or however long.
Still,
and she had no new information.
Yeah, still, no one wants to pay her any benefits. They're going to, do what they do to destroy her.
Well, she must have got paid by now. Yeah, maybe it's revenge. What do I know?
There you go. Yeah, people think like that.
Loose ends. Well, let's see how long the other one lives.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad situation. You've got people who are victimized. You've got people who are not going to allow them to get away with justice. They're going to try and scare other people from ever trying to seek justice. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that's the Jesus model. Don't try this, kids.
Yeah.
He'll end up nailed to a plank.
Yeah. So there you go, and that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything's possible for sure.
Yeah.
All the crazies and bots, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they drove her mad on the internet, and she did do it herself.
Mm-hmm.
If she does social media, which she should know better.
Unfortunately, all too many people don't know better, and they learn the hard way. It's so sad about that. So I take it.
Very sad.
Yeah. So this is what your question was, Aristides. Was any thoughts on this poor dear suicide?
Yeah. Any comment on it, or I don't know.
Not more than what I've said. I mean, I can go a bit more into it if I dwell on it a bit more. But
I don't know if I was missing something with it or what. But
yeah. Well, you are missing.
It's a current event for sure.
Yeah. So what's our friend saying? Brendan says, just go check the stars any night. You will see UAP activity, what they now call WAPs. Nobody calls them WAPs. Right. They call them UAPs. Why did he bring that up? Were you guys covering this?
We did broach on that, and I was talking here. There's tons of them, but because I don't know what security agency is running them. That's why they're unidentified.
Okay.
They're not, flying saucers.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good point, and well taken by myself.
I was thinking of talking about fires and stuff, and then other, they're crazy.
He wanted an update on the battery flame, and we talked about that some.
What'd you say? Weird fires. Weird fires. The battery plant.
Weird fires. Yeah. And they're going off all around the world.
Yeah.
Was that and wildfires? You know, I was
And
wondering what was
wildfires.
going on there. Some on the East Coast and
Oh yeah, there are
Yeah.
wildfires beginning to start now on the East Coast. Though a lot of this has to do with climate change. Some of it could be
My
arson.
beloved Pine Barrens.
Yeah, your beloved. Tell people about that. What do you know about the Jersey Devil?
I already did.
Okay.
Well, you were gone,
Oh,
but I
okay.
know. I
And,
grew up in there, and
Did you
it
really?
was a place in my
Yes.
heart. Yeah.
oh, if only Amy
I've been to
Como would.
Ong's Hat.
Oh. Ong's Hat.
I've
Tell
been
us
to
about
Ong's
this
Hat.
Ong's Hat. So, what was that shit? Because whenever Peter Moon would bring it up, I would just tune out. Is this a geographic point?
Yes.
So
Yeah, and
tell
that's
us.
about all it is.
Okay.
There's some like smelters in the woods, all overgrown with trees and shit now. There might be a Wawa market there. I don't know. Been a long time.
Oh, come on now, honey. There must be something more you can tell. Why was Peter Moon so obsessed with that
Because
piece?
there was a species of folks out there, the Pineys,
Okay, yeah.
that were living out there and raising hog and stuff.
Yeah.
When I was, a kid.
Oh.
And so there was a strange place, strange subculture.
Uh-huh.
Almost like muskeg,
Uh-huh.
with surge channels.
Oh,
It was kind of intertidal. It was strange place.
okay.
And the birthplace of Mother Leeds Jersey Devil.
I hate to say this, but Brendan Zoge keeps sending us GIFs saying he's being hit by pain curses, but the GIFs, the graphic interchange formats that he keeps sending are so funny that it's hard for me to take it seriously. He sends us these inherently funny GIFs. Everybody look at them and acknowledge them and try to give him more sympathetic responses than I'm giving him. I'm giving him these haha responses because the GIFs look so fucking funny. But this poor guy might be in real pain. Yes, everybody pray for Brendan right now. Everybody put your hands clasped together. Let's thoughts and prayers his way. Positive thoughts. While this poor man explodes in agony. Yeah. Yes. And, I'm sorry. What? Honey? What was that?
The pain.
Yeah. What about the pain? Yeah, I heard the word pain.
I'm just remarking. And pain curses, like I said, I'm just seeing it now.
You've seen
the
it?
flaming cat.
Oh, I guess she's reading the GIFs. She's reading the GIFs. It's like, honey, you can't do that without contextualizing it. It just sounds weird. Okay? Nobody knows what...
Well, that's what we're wondering. He's in a lot of pain. It's probably because of our horrible break. I don't know. Brendan don't explain himself to me. Learn more.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Love you too, baby.
Death to all who wronged me. Yes, I'm so
Oh,
sorry. This is
God.
intrinsically so funny. Oh my God. Oh, and
He's hurting.
I think. Yeah, he's back with us. He's back. Perhaps he can explain. I'm sorry you're presenting
okay?
this in such a manner that's so funny. Anyhow, so go on. Yes, death to all who wronged you. Yes, amen to that. So, are you all right, Brendan? Yes. Let's see if he can speak. Brendan may yet speak. He's. Why do I feel like I'm conducting a fucking séance?
Dude, I didn't plan it.
He's being hit by the Cruciatus curse. Yes, so there we are. So we got to put out the prayer hands. Everybody put out the prayer hands. Prayer hands for our man. Yes, and if I can fucking find them. They are part.
Peace be upon you, dude.
Yeah.
Peace be upon you.
Peace be upon you. Bring peace back into the world around us. Yes, and so I don't think we have the prayer
We need
hands.
your insights.
Yeah, obviously we need his insights. So he's being hit by the Cruciatus curse. So I need to. How do you respond to that? What should I respond as an appropriate emoji to that? I guess the tears. That's all we could do is tears. He has our tears. Yes, Cruciatus, also known as torture curse, tool of the dark arts, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Yes, they hate him. The enemy does hate Brendan. They consider him one of the greatest dangers. Yes, they really do. And And so again, the most
Well,
we
we
can.
share his pain.
We feel your pain, Brendan. We feel your pain. Yes, and so again, you have my tears, because anything else doesn't seem appropriate. But I swear to God, the gifs he shares are so adorable and cute and funny and wholesome and just plain amusing. And he says, "It's unbearable. Can you speak? You're on with us. You're on the call."
Because he hated our monologue.
Oh, you realize how they're taking this, Brendan? Holly's taking this personally. She's personalizing it. She feels that it was Aristides and herself talking that put you in this pain. That at least let them know that's not the case, or whether or not it is.
No, he doesn't have to. I don't want to know.
Oh my God! It's so. Well, we're with him in spirit, and what I'm trying to do is figure out how much I can go into tonight. Like I said, might end around midnight, 1 a.m., 2 at the latest, Pacific time. He says, "Y'all don't have the power to send piercing purple needle jutsu." Yes, well, let's envision piercing needles going into Peter Moon, who is the source of this, as well as others, the enemy, the Edomite enemy. Send it to him, because he's the one putting the needles in the doll. That's we know this because he conducted binding curses quite openly and was vocal about them. So
Did someone steal his car and he can't get home?
You mean, why is Brendan staying at work, or you talk about why Peter's motivation for being so evil?
No, why he is roasting in the flames.
Peter or Brendan?
Brendan.
Brendan. He's because he's in pain. He has literal physical pain that occurs at times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Definitely. And
Got it.
so yes, encircle him in purple. Well, Peter Moon would say a purple egg. Surround yourself in the purple egg, and it's so we don't want to do that because that's phony as hell. Encase Brendan in light, golden light. We imagine him encased in golden light. We are amber.
Absolutely.
We're encasing you in protective amber. We're protecting you from the assaults of the Edomite enemy. Yes, and reflecting it back on them. I'm imagining Peter and his Edomites burning, yes, in flames. Yes, and they attack Brendan because he's a talker and they didn't want him to join in the talk, hoping they would bring the numbers down. But Holly and Aristides...
They failed!
Yes, Holly and Aristides held up well. They held up well. Okay, more gifs from our man. Yes, this is it. He's rallying himself. He's rallying, people. He's rallying. So he's giving us the gifs of himself rallying. So we're doing good.
The Phoenix rising.
Yes, he's blowing away all of
a whole new being.
The parasites. He's blowing away all the parasites right now. Yes.
Good.
Yes, in his latest
He'll
GIF.
be stronger for it.
Yes, indeed. These supernatural battles on air must freak people out. But hey, get used to it. This is spiritual warfare. Yes. Okay. So such having been said, going to try my best to return a bit towards monologue, but I think we're doing okay with a little bit of... It's Doug's fault! Yes! It's all...
In the end, yep.
In the end, yes. This is true. Yeah.
But it was worth it.
Yeah. But it was worth it, Holly says.
I learned a lot.
Yes. Yes, Brendan, think of what you've learned. Think of shit. So what is he saying now? Fuck no. With a nice big finger. He's got a nice big middle finger. Oh, yes, nothing is worth that. Yeah, nothing's worth that. But he is, hopefully he'll survive. We know that his twin flame is out there, which I've told people never to look for. But in his case, she seems it was an actual soulmate he actually once had, who he was convinced is dead. Seems like she's still out there. So he says, you can have the piercing, blinding migraine, hell.
Oh no. Oh, that's serious.
Yes.
But how can he be like texting with a migraine?
It's because he's at work. He has no choice. He's trying to work, and well, his way through this, the blinding pain. Now he's covered. He's medically covered. Go in for a checkup.
I mean, I've had migraines.
Yeah.
I mean, and I've worked through them. Believe me.
Yeah. I mean, we've all been there. Yeah. I mean,
I couldn't handle a device.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Not while doing that. He grew up with this shit. He's a lot younger than you and I.
Yeah.
Remember, he had the audacity to say, I'm past my prime for softcore porn. I mean, really.
He has no idea. There's a market.
Yes. My medical tests come back clean. Okay, good. That's good. Yeah, that's cool. And so we know it's supernatural.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It is what it is. I mean, the enemy is outrageous. This is an attack by the dark forces. Indeed.
I wonder what time he gets off tonight.
Yeah, and
he can get home to his sigil-protected den.
Yes, and he says, I saw their purple chakra rod. Yeah, that's
wow.
That's asshole Peter. Yeah, with his purple chakra rod. That's his penis. That's the penis. That's the Peter Moon penis that he saw coming to fuck him. Right up the ass with a sandpaper condom and no lubricant or peanut butter.
Good Lord, down in there in a school basement or what?
He took it away. Don't take that away. I want to save that for posterity. I saw the energy disturbance. Yes. No, definitely. Yes, I believe that. These things are visible. And he's very sensitive. So he's perceptive enough to see that as it comes. Oh my, what an experience. Hate to have this happening to a member of Team Dietrich, but we're all,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're here with you. Yes. And so, honey, Aristides, give us your own impression of all this. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. He says he's sorry. We're there with you, Brendan.
What do you want my impression on again?
I
zoned out for a minute.
The occult attack on Brendan right now. The occult attack. The pain he's undergoing. The Cruciatus curse.
I mean, it happened before, right?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Has it been like increased? Because I didn't think it was like constantly a problem.
I don't think it's
now?
chronic. I don't think it's chronic. It's sporadic. So it's just he's undergoing an attack right now.
Undergoing. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, fuck.
So join us in encasing him in amber. We're encasing him in amber and balming him. We're encasing him in amber and balming him, and that should help because we're effective like that. Okay. That having been said, what other thoughts do you have, Ali? You guys did well, by the way. I want to congratulate both of you, and so I'm proud of you both. And I'll jump right back into the our world soon enough, telling everybody how fucked our world is, giving them analysis, ultimately working our way towards solutions, of course, that only I can present, and that's hardly some form of narcissism. That's simply because of my experience. So all such being said, let's dive back into it in a moment. We're going to see if there's any further communications from dear Brendan, and he seems to have dropped off the call again. He is in our thoughts and prayers, and we ask every listener to hold Brendan in prayer, and that he is able to make it home safely after leaving work. So all such being said, let's, I suppose, dive back into it. All right then, with that, let me see if I can recover my train of thought. that I was in the space of, well, yesterday marked the 100th day
Wait
of...
1 sec. I do have to move on now, Doug.
Okay.
But I'm going to keep listening on the YouTube and talk to you on Sunday.
Okay.
If not before the new hookup.
Yes. We'll try and reach you on Friday, of course. Try and join us on the
that's
Google
Friday.
Spaces. Yeah, and
That's
then at the latest, we'll all be together on Sunday for the clusterfuck that we know it's going to be, which would be like, we'll probably, the rest of us will be jumping on to we'll be jumping on to Microsoft Teams for the opening hour, just to make certain everybody's got visual direction through screen sharing to get onto Google Spaces.
Perfect.
Right. Yeah, because they only give you an hour for free.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to do.
Yes. Yeah. And so we'll see if we can do that. And
for the 6,000 views. Yeah, man.
yeah.
I like it. It's the perfect level, you know?
Yeah.
Because when you get up in the 5 figures, you'll forget about us.
You'll
be way too busy. It won't be this intimate, if you will.
Yeah, but we like the way it is right now. It's nice. It's intimate. It's cute.
I kind of do.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Love you so much and all.
Okay.
Everyone.
And our numbers are all the way back up.
Everyone that loves Douglas.
Yeah.
I'm your friend too.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. We love you, honey. Stay safe and be well. All right. Okay, so let's dive back into it. Yesterday marked the 100th day of Trump's second midterm. In those 14 weeks, the president has unleashed an economic agenda so punishing that the only way to understand it in a historical context is not through a lens of policy, but of plagues. If the Trump tariffs remain in place, the negative shocks will eclipse the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. While Trump campaigned on a pledge to immediately bring down prices starting on day one, the White House has made scant progress on that promise beyond a broad executive order demanding federal agencies deliver emergency price relief. Trump's only major economic initiative, a sweeping tariff agenda, amounts to a massive tax increase on American consumers. And it has landed these United States at the lonely center of a global trade war. The sole aggressor lobbing tax bombs at friends and foes alike. The Sell America trade, in which global investors yank their money out of American imperial assets like the dollar and of the United States dollar, of course, and the treasuries, worried about the country's stability, was practically unheard of before Trump's second term. But over the past month, it has helped wipe out trillions in market value. Despite Trump's tariffs, the American imperial economy remains, by some key metrics, in good shape. Unemployment is still comparatively low, and inflation has cooled to around 2.5% this year from a pandemic-era peak of 9.1% in 2022. Of course, unemployment was low and inflation was falling under the Biden administration as well. Economists say gauging the impact of Trump's tariffs, at least in the near term, will be difficult, in part because consumers have been shopping more to try to get ahead of price increases. That rush of spending will not last. But longer term, the chances of a recession, according to virtually every economic forecaster, are higher now than they were 100 days ago. Estimates vary between a coin flip and 70%. Prediction market Kalshi currently puts the likelihood of an American imperial recession at 57%. Businesses are paralyzed, unsure whether to believe that Trump's on-again, off-again tariffs will stay in place. Consumer confidence, which has held strong even under generationally high inflation during Biden's midterm, is wavering. Absent from Trump's tariff plan is anything that would immediately address the cost of living pain that voters overwhelmingly cited as their reason for re-electing him. Much of the public is now angry. The new CNN poll conducted by SSRS found that 59% of the country now believes Trump's policies have worsened economic conditions, up from 51% in March. By the way, there's a whole gender imbalance here, too, where all the stupid men think Trump's still doing great, and most of the people with any brains, basically women, all think he's shit. But we can get to that another time. Tariffs in particular are not going over well with anyone. Price increases are already being felt, with 60% of United States adults saying Trump's policies have increased the cost of living in their community. Just 12% said Trump's agenda has helped to bring prices down. Of course, all of those people are either institutionalized or in prison, which explains why they don't notice. All the polling tracks with other readings of the national mood. Consumer sentiment in April hit its fourth lowest level on records going back to 1952. That's according to a closely watched University of Michigan survey that I'm sourcing. Inflation expectations reached their highest level since 1981. While that kind of polling isn't the kind of hard data policymakers typically rely on, the way people feel about the economy matters, especially when it comes to prices. When people expect the economy to sour, they tend to pull back on spending, which slows economic growth. Right now, according to the CNN poll that I'm sourcing, nearly 70% of Americans think it's at least somewhat likely the United States will go into a recession in the next year. We can see that caution already playing out. Airlines are cutting flights ahead of the summer travel season as fewer people plan any trips. Companies are lowering or altogether scrapping their earnings guidance, citing uncertainty around tariffs. Shipments carrying goods from the Communist Chinese mainland to these United States are expected to fall dramatically in the coming days. According to Ryan Petersons, the CEO of logistics conglomerate Flexport, ocean container bookings from China to these United States were down more than 60% industry-wide in the 3 weeks since the American Empire's 145% tariffs on Chi-Com imports took effect. And this is, of course, my conferring what Holly was suspecting and finding it to be confirmed. Trump's Liberation Day speech on April 2nd promised a renaissance of American manufacturing that few outside the MAGA faithful believe is possible or even preferable. But Trump offered one prediction that day that turned out to be truer than he could have imagined when he said, "This'll be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about." Talk about capitalizing on error. Big troubles lie ahead for Donald Trump. There has been a tsunami of news coverage over the first 100 days of President Donald Trump's time in office. Depending on whom you ask, it's either been an American nightmare of hateful politics or the best thing to happen to the country in modern politics. Now, let's put it this way. I had an entirely different train of thought intended for tonight, but flushed it out from my mind because President Trump's dramatic crash in a whole series of recent polls is mesmerizing, demanding our attention. So I'm going to turn back towards Trump and then, if I can help it, depending on the amount of time we have left, towards Musk, which is inevitable. Or we'll just see how far I can take it tonight because, as I said, I won't take it too long based on my appointments tomorrow and my responsibilities. But we'll be back on Sunday with what could prove to be a old-time show of 12 hours in length. We'll see. At any rate, at the beginning of March, I argued here that the worm was beginning to turn on Donald Trump. A month later, as April dawned, I suggested Trump had gone too far and voters were concerned. Now, as May approaches, Trump is suffering a broad-based crash. To be sure, it's not yet a total collapse. Worse numbers are still possible, and Trump's image is not yet beyond repair. But all the recent polls tell a dismal story about the president's standing with the American public. Now, Trump's crash is evident across a variety of indicia. Number one, Trump's approval rating, the single most significant poll number for any president, is lower than that of any president in modern history after 100 days in office. Number two, the disaffection goeth beyond generalized discomfort. Americans now disapprove of Trump's handling of almost every major problem, including immigration, his longtime strength. Number three, voters also now reject Trump's positions and arguments on a wide range of issues. Presidents' political power is directly proportional to their approval ratings. Politicians fear crossing a president with 70% approval and fear being seen with a president sporting a 30% approval rating. Presidential approval is directly correlated with both legislative success and with his party's fate on election day. On average, the four most recent quality national polls, released as of Monday, but the day before yesterday, because we're still before midnight here on the left coast, find only 43% approving of Trump's performance, while 55% disapprove. The ABC News / Washington Post / Ipsos poll pegs approval at just 39%, with 55% disapproving. That's 16 points net negative. Moreover, voters now disapprove of Trump's handling of almost every key issue. He won importantly on the economy, but his ratings on handling this issue are 22 points net negative in both the ABC / Washington Post and CNN polls that I'm cross-referencing. 16 points net negative in the CBS poll and 13 points in the New York Times / Siena survey. Immigration was another pillar of Trump's victory and another issue arena where voters now disapprove of his performance. Net disapproval of Trump on immigration ranges from -2 to -9 in the four polls. Much better than the economy, to be sure, but the fact that more people disapprove than approve of Trump's work on his signature issue is striking. Trump's net negatives on these two crucial issues should be sufficient to strike fear in the hearts of Republicans running in anything close to a swing district. But the rejection of Trump himself is even broader. In addition to the economy and immigration, majorities disapprove of his handling of foreign affairs, managing, or rather, I should say mismanaging, the federal government, looking out for the interests of average Americans, as they say, or stock market turmoil, to use another term. It has tariffs and inflation. Majorities also oppose a raft of specific Trump policies. Over 60% of Americans oppose shutting down the Department of Education. instituting tariffs, cutting back environmental regulations, freezing foreign aid, ending birthright citizenship, reducing federal funding for medical research, taking control of Grönland or Canada, increasing the role of the federal government in how universities operate, and Trump being more involved in American arts and culture institutions, such as the Kennedy Center and the Smithsonian. Trois-thirds even take Harvard's side in the university's clash with Trump and believe federal judges should be able to block questionable misadministrative policy until a trial is held. To put it in simpler terms, never before has a president presented so broad an agenda, so thoroughly rejected by the American public. One could imagine a situation where voters disapprove of the president's mishandling of an issue but accept his rationale. That would suggest room to turn things around. However, on many core agenda items, voters reject Trump's predicates. At the broadest level, just 43% believe Trump's approach has been a necessary shakeup in Washington, while 57% are convinced Trump's approach has unnecessarily put the country at risk. 64% believe Trump is going too far in trying to expand the power of the president. And 62% say this misadministration does not respect the rule of law.
Good evening, Douglas.
Yes! So,
Hello,
dear
Douglas.
George, so welcome
Yes.
aboard. So, I believe I've put
you.
some things in your private messages.
You have, thank you. Yes,
Okay.
I've just been reviewing them. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
wonderful.
I thought I'll cut in and then give you a little breather.
Okay, no, I appreciate that profoundly,
Yes,
and yet
yes.
there's still some more to put into the private messages for you. I should have put them
Thank
in
you.
earlier, and I'll do that right now. So please start talking. Give us first of all
Yes.
a summary report of your status
Yes.
update, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, please. Yes.
Appreciate it, Douglas.
Of
Yes,
course.
appreciate it, Douglas. And yeah, I do apologise. I still haven't had time to review much of what you have sent me and to review the previous transmissions. But last night I was trying to find the episode. I had a spare half an hour last night, and I was trying to find the episode where you went, you articulate Frederick Barbarossa, why Adolf Hitler chose the name of that operation. And I tried to find it, but I couldn't. So I was going to put in a message into one of the team chats to if anybody has got the timestamp for that. The other good thing is when I go onto the episodes and I put in the actual live stream a chat, to me that's a timestamp for myself to go back and review that segment in that episode. But I couldn't find it, unfortunately. The live chat feed wasn't presented on the YouTube, so I couldn't find it, unfortunately. So I was just if you know, Douglas, please, or if anybody else, can you please send me the timestamp for that episode, because it was going back a few weeks ago now, so I was trying to find that.
Are we still specifically talking about the Barbarossa episode?
Yes.
Well,
yes,
what about this?
exactly.
Does this not
Yes.
help? The link that I've just provided now is the individual whose channel we should all subscribe to, and I'll go to his channel right now, and hopefully we don't experience some kind of sound blurb effect where okay, so good, it's on mute.
Thank you.
This is Super Clutch 420's channel, so
Right.
I want to encourage everyone to subscribe and to upvote all of his videos. And
Yes.
Super Clutch 420 has taken that segment about Barbarossa and put it into
Perfect.
its own video. So there you go with a link
Thank
to
you.
that. Okay.
He's essentially just like either like a Nemo or a
Yeah.
John Warrington. But
Yes.
like, I know that Daniel Arola used to do that for his previous what was the name of his channels?
Oh,
These
don't
things I've
advertise
heard
it.
from
Yeah,
my memory.
don't purge it
I
from your
don't
memory.
remember.
Yeah, you shouldn't even.
Yes.
I mean, not that I care,
It-
but
yeah.
you shouldn't even bring him up only for the sake of how would we say it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
yeah, but just so people know, he flipped, and
Yes.
but he
Sure
you know,
did.
he really didn't
Yes.
flip, because he always was the enemy. The only thing he was here for was to sabotage and drive everyone away, which
He
is
admitted that as well, if I remember, like
that's
listening to
quite true.
yourself and Brendan speak before. He admitted it.
Yes.
He openly admitted to the enemy that he was there, and he was just a fraud. Basically,
Yes.
he was basically just being two-faced, so to speak. He was there acting as a friend, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
And he admitted that. Yeah. So yeah, it was that's just crazy, doing that for so many years.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. That's what they do.
That's
how
what they do. That's
It's
what Peter
irrational.
Moon did for years. I mean,
it's
just
irrational. Yes.
it's insane. It's
Yes.
beyond irrational. It's insane. It's stark raving mad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So
Yeah, appreciate it, Douglas. Yes.
yeah, and
But yes.
but-
So that's wonderful. That's covered that. Thank you. I'll look forward to reviewing that again, Douglas. And it's, you know what? Because I was looking up this independent people just speak about Frederick Barbarossa, and I saw this one clip, and I had to switch off immediately. It was when they were speaking about the Operation Barbarossa, and they were saying that the Frederick Barbarossa died in the mud crossing a river. And they said that was the downfall of the Nazi invasion of Russia. And I was like, oh, for goodness sake, no. And this is obviously the narrative that the Allies propagandized for that operation.
Yes.
And yes, and they pretty much label it as like a curse. Look at the fate of Frederick Barbarossa, and this is why the Nazis failed. And it's just like, what? This is, again, that's irrational.
Yes.
It's irrational, thought processing. But yeah, I wanted to just review that again, Douglas, because it's something that I want to retain in my memory, and so I can then relay that to individuals. Because of course, I would, and I just wanted your opinion and advice on this. If Britain does go out on an all-out, in a conventional war with Russia, I would, certainly call that a new form of Operation Barbarossa.
Yes.
I would advocate the name, but V2, version 2, or 0.2.
Like Barbarossa 2.0, yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Like 2.0, yes, 0.20, yes, exactly. That's what I would, certainly advocate for that. But yeah, that was the first thing I wanted to get off my chest, Douglas. I wanted
Excellent.
to ask.
Thank you.
Before I forget. Something else just to share that I came across last night. There was a post, and I'm getting a lot of National Socialist posts pop up on my time feed for some reason. But these are just mainstream like Facebook pages that are speaking about history. And they showed a picture of the Waffen SS outside Heinrich Himmler's Weselberg Castle. But the thing that was so apparent is it wasn't the Weselberg Castle. People in the comments section would go, no, this is the actual Weselberg Castle. You can't even see Heinrich Himmler in that picture that they presented. So they were, portraying the wrong castle in Germany. And so, but what I screenshotted this, and I'll read it out to you, and then just so the listeners understand, this is not my stance at all, but it's interesting to put this into perspective, Douglas, about this individual's comments. And I've just got to be careful now, because there's a person that's pulled up right next to me, within 2 meters of me, so they can probably listen to everything I'm saying.
Got it. Yes.
I'm just going to be very careful about what I say now.
Understood.
I will read it out, but I'm just going to be wary of their presence.
Understood.
I'll read it. This individual put, God, I wish these lads were around today. There'll be no migrants, and there'll be peace in Palestine.
Yes.
That's what this individual put. And the comment underneath it, the direct comment was, are you for real? You need to talk to people that live through this horrible time and walk in their shoes. What a despicable person you are. So it's interesting, because it's just showing that more and more people are becoming attuned to what the current affairs are, which is going on right now in Palestine right now.
Yes.
It's interesting that the world affairs is, with current events and everything that's going on.
But you notice how,
coming
just like with
with,
your relations, the
Yes.
the deep state counts on your relations to
Yes.
keep you in line. How when this person expresses common sense,
Yes.
how automatically the spy system kicks in, and his own
Yes.
peers is supposedly, or rather, of course, they could be just bots and they could be just shills, but they automatically come in to police the area and come back with the inane, vapid comments of "You had to have been there. We are living through a time where we see children being
Exactly.
carpet bombed by the Jews, and they
Exactly.
want us to love them for it. They want us
Yes.
to love them for it, and we're supposed to
Exactly.
clap and applaud them for quote unquote
Yes.
standing up for their rights."
Exactly.
And so again, when you get a chance, among the other things that you're obligated to review at this point, don't forget
Yes.
to also review the latest episode before tonight's, where I pointed out that Israel has no right to self-defense, and I pointed out
Yes,
all
exactly.
the legal reasons
Yeah.
why. So that is
Very
time-stamped. That is
important.
time-stamped.
Yeah, thank you.
And as well, please bring forth other things you want to bring to our attention. Then I'll point
Yes.
you out some other things I've just put in your private
Yes.
messages, so that
Appreciate that.
we can bring that to your attention as well. So
Yes,
in turn, and how long are we
Yes.
graced with your presence tonight?
About a good half an hour, Douglas.
Okay,
Maybe
good.
longer, 45 minutes the most.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll certainly give a full warning before I have to depart and disappear.
Oh,
But
please
yeah, I
do.
do appreciate. I just wanted to I was looking forward to coming on today just to get a few things out there. And the other thing I wanted to mention in the previous transmission that I participated in, I mentioned about I referenced a former prime minister in Britain referenced the situation in Gaza, and he described it as an open air prison, and that was David Cameron. I thought that was the individual that said it. He was the man that called for that referendum in 2016, and when the Democratic vote came in and that lost, as in they lost their ties to the European Union, that's when he resigned. It was David Cameron, and he mentioned that. I had to look it up again, just which year he said it. He said it in 2010. He described that as an open air prison, but it's far worse than that. It's basically it's to describe it as it's a situation, it's an area which is so compact of a deep, dense population. And Israel have been conducting, as you mentioned, carpet bombing. They've been conducting these precision attacks, but we know the precision attacks are basically on civilian populations. It's terrorist attacks on civilian populations, and they always say, "Oh, it's collateral damage. Warfare is so horrible, and they died just by and that goes against the whole idea of precision bombing. A precision bombing is supposed to be a target that they precisionally target, and they execute, and they actually objectively then complete their operation. But no, they kill population, the populace in masses. Sorry, I was just watching to my left then, Douglas. Yes,
Understood.
So yes, it goes against the whole idea of precision bombing, and civilian populations have been killed in the masses due to Israeli air raids, Israeli missile attacks, and we could go on about forever. But
and the correct term for them would be, these are massacres. These are massacres as part of a genocidal campaign. Yes, absolutely. And
I did see Trump the other day. Last night I saw it. It was going back a few weeks ago when Benjamin Netanyahu attended the White House to visit him, and they were amongst the press in the Oval Office. That classic scene where they're together in the Oval Office, and they're having a discussion in front of all the media, in front of the press, and Trump, and they were calling him out on the situation in Palestine, and then Trump goes, "There's no one in this that wants peace more than us and this man here," talking about Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, what a joke!
Laughing, he was laughing in his face and laughing.
Of course,
that's how despicable this human being is.
Yes.
And of course he doesn't. He was laughing because, of course, he doesn't want peace.
Yeah.
And he just wants to conduct this genocide against the Palestinians.
Yes, absolutely. It's something that is when it comes to Netanyahu, as I've always said, to call him a human being when you say he's a despicable human being, you're paying him a compliment by calling him a human being at all.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, it's true. It's true, Douglas. Yeah. And I shouldn't because the guy is just deteriorating into like a
shell.
It's a bit like oh my God, Henry Kissinger. Just what he morphed into later on in life.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely, yeah. Oh.
Now,
grotesque. Yeah.
Yes, these are caricatures of humanity. Caricatures. And so let me see now. We've got an image that's been provided here in. Here we are from Aristides. Hey, Aristides, could you explain to us who is this other individual next to Netanyahu? This is. I presume that this is CGI where they're outside your door.
Yeah. It's I believe it's AI, and it's Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro. Okay. A view of them like you would see them through your peephole on your outside door.
Yeah.
Standing there in the hallway with their hands in their pockets like they want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And it's in black and white.
Oh shit! I love it.
Like, we hear you've been,
talking about those.
Too many things on the internet. Ding dong.
That's the kind of visit that Aaron Tice is convinced Peter Moon got. That Peter Moon was later on changing his tune because of that. And so with that, let me try and see if I can provide these images to Aristides as well. I've just provided them to our friend George in his private messages. So George, if you'll take a look at your own private messages,
thank you,
look through what I've sent you, and we'd like your opinion and feedback on that while I press the buttons to get this over to our friend Aristides as well. And let's see what we can do in that regard. Okay, we're going to go over to this file where I have these in and dig these things up again. They're in my G section of the file. You see E, F, G. There we are. I have to recite the alphabet to myself in order to find it. And of course, one of them is a video, which you should be able to turn on without the voice coming on. But if not, make certain that you turn it on mute so that we don't get hit with a copyright strike. That is, of course, is the video of the Chilean military saluting using the ad locutio, just like they do in Taiwan. So
thank you. Yes, I've got that, Douglas. Yes, much appreciated.
Okay, and if you go further, you'll see the Chilean military parade on Easter Island, where they're in the old Wehrmacht or Nazi uniforms. So people who go talk about Easter Island, and Easter Island is the source of countless documentaries where everybody talks about the Moabs or the big heads on Easter Island, the statues, they say, but no one ever brings up the fact they're all guarded by men in Nazi uniforms. And because Chile still is operating under the Prussian doctrine, that was their culture is a displaced Prussian culture that converted to Wehrmacht status after the advent of the Third Reich, and they still retain that doctrine and that training. So it's a Nazi government that presides over Easter Island, via Chile. Aside from that, the other images I sent you were the archaeological aeroglyph of Maga, the demon, and Apophis, as well as the article on the fact that Maga is a real Egyptian demon. As you can see, there's a photograph there of the Hitler Youth showing a black Hitler Youth member. You can look that individual up historically. And of course there were others, and so as well as that, various other things to bring to your attention. So any thoughts on that, as well as the graphics I sent you on Neom, and of course the development in the House of Saud to take in all the Palestinians into this super concentration camp, which is all that Neom is becoming.
Yes.
Yeah, where thousands of deaths have already occurred. They're killing the Bedouin population that gets in their way. So it's already a genocide is taking place in order to establish Neom. You could tell people more about this. Yes.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas, and and of course I did share the article just elaborating on the fact that 27,000 people have died, and that's just a conservative number. The true numbers would be not accountable. They would not, account for every death, but that is just what's recorded. And so, to establish this connection, this choke, Gaza is going to be the choke point between the connection rail line between Israel and this.
Actually,
Abraham
the term to
Accord.
use for that would be railhead. It would be the railhead.
Just a railhead.
Yeah.
A railhead, yes. And of course, with Netanyahu's his plans, his schematics have his administration have already published those drawings, those plans. So it's not something they're keeping secret either. And I just want to say as well, Douglas, whilst it's in my head, that it was important that you mentioned that when people say about you should live through those times, live in their shoes, walk their life, then you would understand. And it's like, well, we are going through that right now.
Yes.
But the message that they are projecting onto the population, onto the world, is that we should never forget, never forgive, and never forget. Don't ever let this happen again. Well, it's been happening repeatedly in modern history, in contemporary history, and it's going on right now in our time. And as you said, people, support this. They continue supporting financially, funding through their taxes, through their aid, foreign aid money, and the world sits back and allows it to happen. And that's that is the gravity of the situation. People need to come to those terms that what's going on in this world, and it's which is the reason why we do what we do. To respond to what you sent me, Douglas, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I will look into it in far more detail once I have
some time.
Spare moment.
Understood.
I will go through it. Yes, I don't think everything has entered. The last was the Japanese translation of the Peace Treaty of San Francisco. That was the last thing that was entered. I don't know if you've entered anything.
I have. So
they haven't come
reset the
through
page.
yet. Yes,
you need to reset the page. So what you need to do is exit
Yes.
the page and then go back to it, and you should be able to see it. So fortunately, we still have Skype operating. So the point is that once you've
1st of May, isn't it?
4th of May. 4th of May.
Okay.
Yeah, and
sorry, I was saying in my time it's the 1st of May.
Oh,
so it is
understood.
approaching.
So understand that Google Spaces. So we're switching to Google Spaces, and what's going to happen is on Friday night, Friday evening, my time, and you're 8 hours ahead of us, so it'd be more like very early morning on Saturday. We're going to be trying to get together on Google Spaces for some practice, but the reality of the situation is that probably what will happen on May 4th, which will be a Sunday, is that when I get back on May 4th, probably what we're going to do is open up on Microsoft Teams for the opening hour, where we're just going to try and get everybody to be able to share a screen so that we can all try to switch into Google Spaces. But you should have gotten a Gmail from myself inviting you to Google Spaces. Just look up any Gmail from myself. And then, and then if you look up your Gmail, when you find that from Douglas Dietrich inviting you to Google Spaces, then you just, try and go in there and play around with it a bit. And what you need to do is accept that invitation, of course. And I'm on what's called Team Dietrich, and we'll try and make that our space. And hopefully what will happen is we're going to make that call on Sunday night, and then we'll just be doing that in the future where everybody's brought on the call at once. It will automatically dial everyone by Google Spaces. And so it's the one thing that we all have. We all work with Google because Google owns half the universe. So it should be, we should work it out. It just takes some time. It's going to be frustrating, but we should get over it fairly quickly, hopefully. We'll find out, and then we'll learn how to work it and share a screen on it and everything else. And it'll become second nature like Skype is with us right now. Aside from that, let me check back into the call. And looks like everyone's still with us. Our man George is checking in on what was sent to him. So he's reset the page. You've reset the page. You can see what else I've sent to you, correct? George? All right. Hopefully he didn't get taken out by the other guy who drove up. Okay, George left the call. So he probably reset his page and has to jump back on the call. We hope. Either that or, like he said, somebody drove right next to him and took him out, which would then show that, oh, well, they're taking us seriously. That's, fuck, hopefully he's okay. With Brendan under psychic attack and our man, George dropping off the call. Yeah, it's like Aristides pointed out. Aristides is rather prescient in his own right. It's a couple of guys knocking on your door. Hey, we want to talk to you. Yes. Or their representatives. That's actually the first picture I've ever seen of this son of a bitch, Ben Shapiro. I hear about him a lot, but I've never seen the son of a bitch. Then again, I'm not looking for him. I try to avoid looking at the Zionists whenever possible, simply because of the. Yeah, there we are. I think he's back.
I'm back.
Okay.
Kicked me out again. Yeah.
Oh my God! So did you find? Yeah.
It completely did. The scope just completely dropped. So I've just had to reestablish connection.
Okay.
But but great thing is the images have entered now, Douglas, into the private messages. Thankfully.
Okay. Good. Excellent.
Positive. But yes, I'm back now.
Okay, good. And you're able to see what else I've sent you. You're able to see these new entries. Good.
Yeah, amazing. Yes,
Okay.
and yes, the Hitler Youth image. Yeah, with the young boy. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm going to save that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very important. And so good. So such having been said, we still have a lot more to talk about. I think that we'll try and take advantage of George's time with us. I would love if people would ask questions in the text. Otherwise, what I'll try and do is show George what I can about some information that I'm dredging out of my old files. Because the last time that George was with us, I really was just out of it. I was just really out of it and was not really able to take advantage of George's presence to share things with him like I should have. And
That's all right, Douglas.
so yeah, and well, thank you. You're very patient. You're very patient, and
I appreciate everything you've ever taught me, Douglas. It's your time and my time. Yeah, it's valued greatly, and so thank you so much. Yeah, just I'm internally in your debt, honestly, because I owe you so much. And I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that, Douglas. But no, you've got nothing to apologize for at all.
Well,
no, honestly.
Thank you. You're always profoundly gracious, and so we appreciate that. And so one of the things that I'd like to bring up while George is with us, and I'll see if there's any images I can share as well, is I do want George to know that while I was working with the United States government's Department of Defense, as people will remember, the last year of real back and forth contact, the last year of open trade with the Third Reich in exile was 1997. And that was during the Clinton administration. And I was beginning to tell people, I've told them in the article that was published in Nexus magazine, etc. I've told people, of course, which, as I've explained, was heavily censored. And it's the most censored parts had to deal with the Schiebkrieg, or the disc war. Yes. And so when it comes to that aspect, there's some old images that I found. I'm going to do a screen share right now. So I'll try and find these images again from my files, share them with dear George. Let me see if I can find one from the here we are in particular that will be noticeable, and be patient with me, George. I'll try to get these to you in the next few days. But in terms of one of the images that I think was important was their concept of the interactions between Unterland and the surface world. And one of their images that they created was based on a sighting of a kind of modified Hanabu. You can see the bottom, how Hanabu-like that is, of a saucer, quote-unquote, emerging from the surface of the waters. So
Yes.
this is a very important image. I'll get that sent over to you within the next 24 to 48 to 72 hours, 2 to 3
Yeah,
days.
thank you, Douglas.
But aside from that, one of the things that I want to point out is the fact that more and more, towards that period of time in 1997, when the communications from Unterland began to
Yes.
become more and more indecipherable to
Yes.
the Americans and their
Yes.
cryptographers. Not only were the Unterlanders developing a much different identity, they began to see themselves as the inheritors toward what was becoming identified less and less as Unterland, which I felt was very important to emphasize to
Yes.
the people of, say, for instance, Nexus Magazine. By the way, this is another example of something where these are, you can barely discern in very bizarre shapes, Eurasia and Africa. And this is basically the magma map of the world. And this is based on subduction zones. The reason that this is important is because, of course, this is something that is also used by the Third Reich as a balance of power, is basically the concept of the Moho bombs, which are based on a Croatian scientist's discovery that was made in the, of all years, something like the 1900s. And when it came to the 1900s, let me see if I can do a Moho search here. Moho. Moho mines, continent-killing Moho mines. This would be thermonuclear ordnance buried at the ring of the Mohorovičić discontinuity. That's probably something most people couldn't look up because they would never know how to spell that. It's a Croatian name. But the Mohorović discontinuity is a very real thing. This is not science fiction. And just so people understand, this is how we realized that the Earth was layered. So a quick research on Mohorovičić. It refers to two main things. Andrea Mohorovičić, a Croatian geophysicist, and the Mohorovičić discontinuity, which he discovered, the boundary between the Earth's crust and mantle. He lived and died between the years of 1857 and 1936, and let me see, what year did he discover the Mohorović? Discovered. And so 1909 of all times. So it was discovered by the Croatian seismologist. That was before World War One. So, but it has since been discovered that if you plant thermonuclear weapons in those areas, you can sink entire continents. So by triggering a seismic discontinuity, literally turning the continents into a kind of semi-gelid mass, which, of course, as you see, is essentially what they are on top of the floating magma of the world. Their stability is not nearly what people might think. So just an important point to bear in mind. The other thing to emphasize is that this could also be used to raise continents if the controlled demolitions are just that, controlled. You could theoretically increase the landmass of Hawaii, which is a very strange island cluster because it's volcanic and yet in the middle of the basin as opposed to in the Ring of Fire. In other words, the volcanoes are anomalous. But that being said, one of the important points to bring up is the fact that towards the end of conversation between the surface world and the Third Reich, just as Taiwan is originally known as the Republic of China on Taiwan, the real identity at that time that was beginning to confuse the surface world was Das Dritte Reich auf Theia, or the Third Realm on Theia. So understand that this is actually the planet that is known to have crashed into the Earth and thus created the moon. So even though I've spoken of this before, it's important to emphasize that the Unterlanders, or those people who live within not a hollow Earth, it's simply immense caverns within the Earth, that they began to identify more and more as living on the surface of the planet Theia within the Earth. So, very important thing to understand is their sense of identity became more and more alien, almost like they're people living on a different planet. So one pronunciation for Thea in the anglicization would be Thea, but it's also in the Greek pronounced with a silent H, so it'd be more like Tia. So the Unterlanders began to identify themselves more as Tians. So this term was becoming used a lot more. And Tia, of course, before it crashed into the Earth, the scientists did as much research as they could and came up with several characteristics for it. It was, of course, important to point these things out. Edward Young was, quote unquote, the man who proposed Tia by just as a public release. This is actually the individual who was one of the scientists conducting research on what we knew had happened, but he was one of the men who basically was able to do enough research on it to where he was able to present the statistics of the planet as it existed, even though much of it is still unknown. Its eccentricity of orbit was unknown, for instance. As for its satellites, they said zero was an educated guess, even though they're convinced that one was captured in order for it to be similar to Earth, which, in other words, it was Earth before Earth. And Earth was impossible without this planet crashing into Earth to create the moon that we have, which enables life on Earth. Has other names as well, Uris, or Tia, Uris. So all such being said, important, I'll try and get some of this information over to our friend George within the next 72 hours, elements of it. But it was originally the fourth planet from the sun, and they felt that its lithosphere ultimately solidified like Earth, originally being molten, probably at some point capturing a large enough planetoid to act as its moon, giving it the kind of effect that our moon gives us. But it created our moon. At some point in its history, it looked like this. More a water world than anything else. We're finding out more and more that our solar system contains loads of water. A lot of people don't know this, but our solar system is loaded with water. Basically, Theia would have been like this compared to Earth. At the time of the collision, Earth would have been more molten. This would be more Theia's moon, or a planetoid captured to generate hypercanes. The reason that this is considered absolutely necessary is otherwise life would not have existed on Theia. But whatever existed on Theia would have been, of course, eliminated with its crash into Earth, except for the extremophiles, and whatever cellular life survived in that collision would indeed be part of the population of Earth, or the repopulation of Earth. The original population of Earth was underground. In other words, by that I mean at the cellular level or the microscopic level, but then whatever planets, whatever life forms had evolved in the seas of Theia, which was mostly aquatic. In fact, they had called it Nautica at that point in its development, or Theia Nautica, Nautica referring to its oceans, its world ocean, that at that point it would have, its evaporating oceans when it crashed into Earth would have helped to steam and then ultimately resettle and create rain on our Earth and create our oceans. So, but in the days when it was still active, it would have hypercanes, which generated a tidal effect on its oceans that would oxygenate them and make life possible. So we do believe that life existed on Theia. In fact, we know it did. And some of the fossils that we find that are otherwise unidentifiable did emerge from Theia, and through seismic and tectonic shifts emerged on the surface of our Earth. There are unidentified fossils that are identified as Thean in nature, and in that sense extraterrestrial, but evolved in our solar system. So when it comes to this, Theia, of course, now would look something like this within the Earth, but the caverns above it that contain its heat and its mantleization, those would be what the Unterlanders live in, but the Unterlanders identified themselves more and more as dwellers on the planet Theia, or as Theans, or Theans. Theans would be the anglicization of that term. Of course, it's also known as Hole. That term was also, which of course is another term, some might say, for hell, but really isn't. It's the old German name for Halle or Hall or Manor. Hol, as in Hohl, are hollow hole, specifically German surname, or a variant of hold from the Middle German noun holde, Holde, or friend or servant vassal, like a knight or a page or someone at a high level of trust, a vassalage. Hol with a double L, Holl, can describe something being empty or sans real value as well, ergo hollow, or it can refer to a hollow place, a ditch or ship's hold, and it goes on and on. Hollow is also a cry for attention. This is all etymological, and we don't want to overdwell on this, but haven would generally be referring to the moon. Haven or the moon in some geological sensibilities. So all of this is important to bring up because of the fact that we are having more and more of a sense of a different identity developing at the time of the breakdown of communications between America and the Reich, that led to a sense that the Reich was truly a breakaway civilization that now considered itself more identified with a different planet within the Earth than with the Earth itself. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, Douglas. Yes. No, and that's everything. Yeah, and you only basically brushed the surface. You didn't, you were censored, like as you explained, so you couldn't go into that in that Nexus article.
Oh, of course not.
No, you weren't. No, you were forbidden from doing it, prohibited from doing so, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I really appreciate it. And it was the thing that the other thing that you brushed on in that article, that there were revolts within Unterland. There were these internal disputes. And as you said, with the when they were heavily surveyed and monitored, the messages, the transmissions became far more and more incoherent to the Allies, and they couldn't interpret the messages coherently, in a sense. And so,
or rather, the concepts they were discussing were becoming more and more inaccessible. In other words, their mental processing and their manner of communicating with each other was becoming more and more inaccessible to the surface scientists, because their concepts were becoming so advanced and so complicated that the surface scientists could not keep up with the increase in processing and conceptualization as their science continued to advance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And what springs to mind immediately, Douglas, is, listening to that, it will make more sense that with today's world, with today's individuals that, they come out, they're presented them as non-human, and they're described as non-human, and they present them as exotic material, but the non-terrestrial, they refer to them, they refer to the what they misinterpret as Unterlanders, or the Third Reich in exile. They refer to them as truly extraterrestrial, which would make sense listening to yourself. Of course, they're not telling you who they really are, but to them, they are truly, beyond Earth, any comprehension, because they are truly now extraterrestrial. They identify themselves as non-human in origin, as in non-Earth origin. They refer to themselves as you mentioned, with Teans, beings. So they truly are, you can describe them as truly extraterrestrial. As you know, the definition of an extraterrestrial is non-Earth bound. So anything outside of the realm of Earth is considered extraterrestrial. And if they, give birth outside of Earth itself, outside of Terra, then you can refer to them as a truly extraterrestrial. That would make more sense. And it's not a definition. It's not a misdefinition of the term of how they describe them, because they truly are extraterrestrial. In my understanding, they are, at this point, they are truly beyond, they are light years ahead of us in technology, light years ahead of the Allies ever were, and we're still legally at war with. And so, when they describe them as truly extraterrestrial, they definitely are. And just to segue a little bit, Douglas, is I have ascertained images of amoeba.
Excellent.
Entity. As well, I've got more of that. I've collected, as well as I have an image here just to share with you. I will download it onto my tablet so I can send it to you, Douglas. But it was a demonstration. It was a exercise over Germany in 1940, just after the break of, just after that declaration of war in World War II, 1939. People, they, in the conventional sense of World War II, as people, as a general consensus and understanding, with the declaration of war with Britain, with the invasion, with the pact being violated, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact being violated, that people identify that as the break of World War II. But me and Douglas have always presented 1931 with the invasion of Manchuria, as well as the Judea Declaration of War against Germany in 1933. But in the conventional sense of people identify as 1939, this was I have a double image that has been resurfaced that was basically, you would say, confiscated, so no one would ever see these images, but it shows a discraft being, it's an exercise flying over Germany. And I have video footage of them testing and flying these around discraft in 1939. So a year later, they were showing these exercises using Wright's discraft, and they are clearly a disc in the air. And people were like, and I was looking at the comments of this just resurfaced recently, and people were going, oh my God, but surely they weren't capable in their technology, in their fate back in 1940 to conduct these, to manufacture these craft. But they were working with them long before that, years prior to the break of World War II, as the normal average person understands the time of World War II as they understand it. But I have these images here, and it just shows you that Germany were working with these round discrafts, and it's a really substantiated image, Douglas. Very, it's authentic, and I will share it with you. But it shows you they were testing them and flying them over Germany. Yeah. And it's remarkable, and it's an aerial shot taken by one of the I'm not sure what the craft they were using, but it's from the Luftwaffe, but or it could have been from the SS, one of the departments that would fly. Yes, but it's an interesting image. The origin of it I can't even specify, but it's resurfaced. But I will share that with you, Douglas. I'll download it and share it with you.
Excellent.
That's important.
I look forward to that, of course. And here we are. So I've managed to get this to you, and there you can download that, hopefully. And we've also got, I just sent it in your private messages, and the correct term that was being used was Tearian. Instead of Tean, it would be Tearian. And so that was a term that was beginning to emerge in terms of their identity. And with that, of course, we have an emergence of the correct term, of course, is that they are intraterrestrial, and you've heard that term before, intraterrestrial.
Yes.
But they're extraterrestrial in the sense that they've expanded to within the moon and within space. So whatever children are born in those environments would be either intralunar or extraterrestrial, actually truly extraterrestrial, outside of the Earth, the realm of the Earth. So we are talking about a breakaway civilization that now exists in multiple, shall we say, environments.
Yes, multiple. Yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you, much appreciated. And and including, I remember bringing up before, and it was unfortunate that Peter Moon was present as well, but I brought up tantalum. Being a exotic material, and it's presented in all our technology today. Like with there's a sheet of metal, within our cell phones, mobiles, which is made up of tantalum, which is non-human. It's non-Earth in origin. It's out of Earth in its property and components, and compounds, whatever you want to identify it with. It's not earthbound. It doesn't originate from here. Hence why when people, extract it, it's identified as, alien technology. That's the term they use, either extraterrestrial technology or alien technology. in its domestic property, in its property outside of domestic sense, in the domestic senses. But yeah, the moon is saturated with tantalum. So yeah, it's because it sources from from meteorites. That's where it comes from. And so yeah, and you mentioned with the wars in Africa, in the Congo. They have fought wars over this source material, this exotic rare material known as tantalum, and the seabed is saturated with it. The beneath the sea and on land, so it's a very scarce material which we have fought wars over. And so yeah, and it's presented in everyone's cell phone. It's a sheet of metal. It's so rare. So yeah, that was what's important, and one of the reasons why the Reich have a high presence on the moon is because they're extracting it. They're extracting tantalum. But yeah, that's what goes into their technology. That's the material they source it from. But it was also important that with the exchange with the Allies throughout those periods after proactive prosecution of hostilities, that they were in exchanges, and they sourced everything they can from the Allies, and they kept the Allies at bay. Forced them into concessions to get everything that they wanted out of them. And one of these things was these materials, everything they needed for establishing themselves in exile into Unterland. And so yeah, that was another important point that you brought up in the Nexus article, Douglas. But yeah, anything else?
Just going to make certain I send a few images to you that you may or may not have had. And I think you're bringing up, of course, very important points, and they're obviously people don't know about any of this, so it's our job, of course, to educate them as best as we can. There's other images aside what I'll share with you now, but of course this is what I'm able to find while I'm traipsing about my files. Let's see if they upload. So what would be a good time now? Obviously, because you're 8 hours ahead of us, at the time that we might be playing with the Google Spaces, what time might you be awake? It would be Saturday morning at around what time? Like if you were awake on Saturday morning, what time might it normally be that we might start playing around with Google Spaces 8 hours behind you? That you might be able to join us for a private conversation, because it is important that we try to get a private conversation in at some point.
No, thank you, Douglas. Yes, usually it's either, well, I know with yourself, I usually catch you in my daytime, but if it comes down to Brenda Zoga and Aristides, when they're awake, it's probably the early hours of my morning time.
Without putting yourself out.
And if I'm awake, then I will happily jump on. I believe, was it Sammy Romero that brought up Google Spaces? Was it him that suggested we use that as a platform?
Very much so. Because
I've never heard of it. No, it's interesting.
Well, it's basically check your Gmail, and you should find a Gmail from me.
A link, yes. Thank you. I'll download it. I will download it on my tablet so I can, then ascertain it, create an account, and then we can, continue. Oh, yes. Is it here? No. It's H.P. Lovecraft. I've got a PDF by George Fear. I don't know what the hell. That's probably just a scam. Yes.
Oh, my God.
I'll look for it, Douglas. I will look for it.
I probably don't have the wherewithal intellectually to send it to you right now. Another one, because I wouldn't. I'd be too. How would I say it? It'd be too much for me to do at the moment. But in other words, beyond my limited intellectual capabilities at the moment. For those of you, of course, or rather, I guess what I'll do is I'll just cut and paste some elements of that little compilation of notes that I had showed you, and that will probably clarify. But like I said, give it 2 or 3 days before I get to that at the most, and hopefully I will. I'll email it to you, of course, but be on the lookout for that email. And then if you look up my email address with incoming email, maybe you'll find the other thing I sent you as well. But
Yeah.
obviously we'll be trying to play around with Google Spaces tomorrow. That's the idea. I mean, but the reality is, like I said, we'll all fuck up, and we'll all be here probably May 4th, Sunday night, just doing the open hour on Microsoft Teams. Yeah, trying to get everybody to transfer over to the Google Spaces. But now you can't join us at that time in the opening hour. But we'll figure out something to do.
Yes.
I know you can use Microsoft Teams to contact us at that time. When you we'll just see how it works out. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. Yeah, and we'll just work at it. Yeah, we'll work at it until it works. But I am concerned, of course, of making certain that yourself and John Warrington are still able to contact us. And so aside from that, always remember, at least on Microsoft Teams, we'll be able to send each other messages and share screens, so that no matter what time it is, we can get together, and once we figured out how Google Spaces works, we can help break you in, or John Warrington.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
No, appreciate that.
yeah. So that being said, when you're dealing with these, what you found, obviously your research is so impressive, and for the longest time, of course, originally, George Knight couldn't find anything that I was talking about concerning the Disc War, but once I sent him enough of the foundational, shall we say, books written about it, after that, he couldn't stop finding information.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's so apparent. It was so apparent. Yes.
Yeah.
And it was, inescapable information. And so, when I reiterate that to peers or anyone that's around me, they shut down because it's inescapable. It's irrefutable. It's hard objective sourcing and hard objective documented facts. And so, yes, it's when, I mention it all the time. There are many thousands of deaths related to this period of time where it was very hostile for the Allies. And they were conducting these aerospace battles, literally, if you put it in the sense, actual war, you would call it, what would you call it, Douglas? Sorry, in the conventional sense.
Proactive prosecution of hostilities.
It is hostilities, yes. Yeah. It's belligerency. It's combatants in belligerency. Actual aerospace wars, which, I have images of the down.
It was simply World War II in continuity. You just say it's World War II in continuity.
It's incontinent, yes, and it's perpetual. It's ongoing to this very, very day. Yeah. This is what people are This is what people are seeing and citing on a daily basis. But we've always, it's important, like I mentioned about the amoeba. There are different categories, you would call them, categories of unidentified flying objects. Yes. But of course, when you talk to me in Douglas, these are IFOs, identified flying objects. It's just there's different categories of them. Yes. And but the one that the Allies are most concerned about is this breakaway civilization, which Douglas has been articulating. And so it's so important. And as you said, Douglas, I couldn't find out anything. It's because you needed the you would call it the hashtags to find this. And this is and it's a bit like with what's the I'm trying to think of that the conscientious objectors during World War II, the what was it, the 555?
Yes, the triple nickels were, of course, just so people understand, the triple nickels themselves were volunteers, but there were conscientious objectors who were white, who became smoke jumpers, and people can look that up. But then there were the black conscientious objectors who then were processed into this smoke jumper category, but were never really given any, they're a covered up subject. And that's because thousands of them died fighting fires, quote unquote, in the Pacific Northwest in particular. But they didn't really fight the fires because they were just sent to burn alive in the fires. They were just dispatched in these cheap-ass parachutes. Remember that Japan had conquered all of Asia, and America had no silk. So silk was in high demand, rubber and silk, which is all dominated by Japan. So the Americans had to really skimp on the silk. They saved it for the white guys or the black guys who were the professionals fighting
Well, the
fires, the triple
paratroopers.
nickels.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But these other black conscientious objectors, they gave them these handkerchief-sized silk parachutes that, snapped and broke every bone in their body when they pulled the
Yes.
cord, and then they would just look down in excruciating pain and horror as they plunged into massive forest fires and burned alive.
Exactly, yes. And to prevent you from ever discovering this information, I'm talking about the general public here,
Yeah.
the viewers, they had to change the name. So they
Yes.
deliberately misspelled it.
Yeah.
So when you try to look before the age of the modern day internet, how people understand it, the only way to find out any information was to go to local libraries or books. And one of the ways they prevented from people from finding this out is they deliberately changed the name of the triple nickels. And you'll see it's spelled differently to how they would spell it during World War II. It's to prevent you from finding this information out. It was the same. I used that as a parallel because I couldn't find out anything about the air wars of the 1950s, this very hostile period, until Douglas presented that information to me. And I think they were called the 555 Airborne units. I believe it was the triple nickels, the 555.
Yeah, triple fives. Yeah.
If people look at the images on Google, you'll find that they're all black and they all died pretty much.
Well, not the elite unit. The elite unit only suffered a few casualties towards the end of the war, but the blacks who were part of what was simply called the smoke jumper or firefighting war effort, they all died, and they're really just basically unrecorded. But we mentioned them as part of the triple nickels simply so that people can find something at all. But But the triple nickels unit specifically, its name was spelled something like weird and like I'd have to look at my own notes to remember how it was spelled.
It was like they done that deliberately so people could find this out.
And people just don't get it. Before the age of the internet, before data was digitized, and before you had very primitive AI, which even before AI would provide spelling suggestions like, are you sure you don't mean this spelling?
Exactly.
Before those days, we were in the Stone Age with the Dewey Decimal System, where you would enter a library, and just so people understand this, if you misfiled a book, the chances were high it would never be found again. So just imagine a library with the old card system where you had to find everything by alphabetical carding. And if you were to misfile a book, say you intentionally wanted a book never to be found, so you would just mark where you placed it, like hiding a treasure. You would take a book that was from, say, the science category and put it in the cookbook section under some manner in which you bookmark it so you know where you placed it, and then only you could find it, and nobody who came into the library from that point forward, including the librarians, would likely ever find it again except by accident. So, it's like by extreme accident where you had whoever was in charge of filing the books would say, hey, this is misfiled, and then refile it. And the chances of that happening were actually quite low. So, there you go with that. Just to give people an idea of what, our man George is trying to convey here. So
yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, you've done a wonderful job explaining it, to people. Thank you. Yes. And, I'm trying to figure what else it brings to mind.
Brendan just gave us some news, and Brendan's rejoined us. So, Brendan, do say hi.
Yes.
And hopefully he's feeling better. Hopefully he's home safe. Jesus Christ, he was suffering terrible pain. He was suffering terrible migraine earlier, and he was under basically occult attack, George. You're so lucky you're not subject to these occult attacks. But look at what he's entered into the text box, George. Look at that, and read it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know, did you see what I sent you earlier about Japan making the individual sign a war crimes disclaimer?
And what, me, Douglas? No, I've not seen
okay.
that, no.
So let's do another screen share here. So I'm going to do a screen share here. And so I'm going to share screen. I'm going to go over to George Knight's private message account. And so when we go up a little bit further, here we are. So this is this was brought to my attention by Victoria Lauren Hobbs. So Victoria brought this to my attention. Israeli tourist in Japan asked to sign war crimes declaration at Kyoto hotel. So here we are. Kyoto's Winvia Hotel requires Israeli guests to sign declaration denying involvement in war crimes. The Israeli ambassador condemns the act as discriminatory. Hotel manager defends the move, citing fears after Israel's Gaza operation. There you have it. Some justice in this world. Yeah. Yeah. And here we are.
Yes.
I like. Remember what I said about Israelis have no right to self-defense? I like what this person said. Gutras77 says the hotel manager has the right to defend his property and safety. Yeah.
Yes.
And how about this? If the hotel didn't do this, one day in the future, they will claim there was a Jew here, so it belongs to them. Yeah. Yeah. Hotel manager wants to make sure they leave when their time is up without claiming his hotel as their new promised land. By the way, I'm not making this shit up. This is just people leaving comments. And the fact that these are the comments, it goes to shit. Thank God. It looks like that all-pervasive Jewish mass media machine isn't all that powerful after all. And here we are. Israel concerned after China military aircraft lands in Upper Egypt. Okay, interesting. This is the Real Tech Geek. Real Tech Geek is active now. Don't be afraid to join us online, Real Tech. You're welcome to join us by all means. And yeah. So what else, George? How much time do we have left with you?
I do have to depart in a moment, Douglas. Okay. I'll say goodbye, but thank you so much, and I appreciate everything that you sent me and sharing with me as well. Okay. It's so profound. So yeah, greatly appreciate it, Douglas. Thank you so much. And yes, I'll look forward to reviewing it, hopefully tonight at some point, if I've got time, if not over the weekend. But yes, I'll hopefully join you on that, on this Google Spaces. So yes, I'll make sure to download it.
We'll play around with it till we make it work. And but thank you so much. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And hopefully we'll catch each other soon so we can have that private convo. Okay.
Yes, thank you, much appreciated, Douglas. Good night, and thank you so much. And please support Douglas, everyone, and take care of yourself. Bye bye.
Thank you. Stay safe and be well. Okay, that's our man George Knight. So, dear Brendan, I hope you made it home safely. If you're in the mood to talk at all, please do so, even if it's just to tell me to go fuck myself for all the pain I've caused in your life. Which, as I've said before.
Yeah, of course I haven't made it home yet. I'm working.
Oh, God, you poor guy. Oh, my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this has been like a 3-day ordeal of on and off migraines. This is awful.
I'm so sorry.
Just hideous and just...
Do you have any painkiller?
No, that's what everyone keeps saying. I'm not taking poison. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
So I have like Blue Lotus, but that's not, that's another matter. But I'm saying I'm not gonna take ibuprofen or something. Mainly because it wrecks my stomach, so it's like I'm not gonna do an exchange,
Okay, so
one thing for another. Yeah.
Look, I understand you're not taking ibuprofen, but are all the anodynes or all the painkillers like that? Like aspirin, Tylenol?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Okay, I mean...
I have to go full granola and just get some like white willow bark or something, But right now I'm working through it, so hopefully by tomorrow the full thing is gone. It was actually lessened as of tonight, but it still was... I was hoping to boost your ratings by getting some pain, almost pain.
It was awful. They were so funny and so cute. All those little gifs you said that I couldn't help but laugh. They were all, yes. It was hard to know whether or not you were serious. It's
Yeah, I know I'm very serious, but it's just,
And
but it does have an element of comedy. Obviously.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you have the sense of humor about it. And like I've always said before, if I weren't such a psychotic sociopath, I would feel guilty about all the pain that I've caused you in your life. And all the ruination. All the ruination I brought into it. Yes.
Yeah. But it's to be expected with these scumbags.
It is.
They have nothing better to do but to and it's like, I don't understand. Yeah. Obviously, like the voodoo doll would take some kind of personal item, but they've never gotten a personal item from me. So
no, not that you know of. Not that you know of. I can guarantee you they've gotten it, dude. You've been. By now they've had it. Yeah, for a while. They've had for a while. Now, just out of curiosity, have you ever sent anything in return to Miguel Andahar for what he sent you? So you never sent him anything in return?
No, I took his money and dipped. Never sent him anything.
Yeah. Good. I mean, yeah.
Of course not.
And of course, these guys aren't given nearly the amount of money.
I don't think I've sent anyone. I can't think of anyone I've replied.
Right. It's at myself. You've sent me things which I treasure. A little bloodstone, etc. Little things like this. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I know you're too lazy to make a.
Yeah. He knows that.
I know.
He knows that.
Yeah.
Dude. He knows all I do is drink boys' blood and alcohol and smoke pot.
Lay down and shit.
Yeah, lay down and veg out.
You ain't got time to like a voodoo doll's a big.
Yeah, that's
takes
like,
a lot of time.
This is what puzzles me is the energy these people invest. The energy these people invest.
Like that stupid Jameson was like drawing these like complex diagrams and spell circles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oftentimes in blood. Yes.
Like, why waste your time, dude? Like, fuck.
It's like, yes, it's like they have.
And they always have the same trip. No woman loves me.
Yeah,
it's like, dude,
no shit.
Because you don't got time for them. You're drawing blood circles, like, and these weird diagrams and ring. He's like, this is the book of the rings. And shit. Like, oh my god. No chick's gonna wait for your shit.
Thank you. Yeah, these talk about incels, and Peter Moon's the same way. Instead of fucking his child bride. You know, he's conducting binding
doing the most
spells.
Boring shit.
Yeah, binding spells.
Yeah, she's just trying to go out to dinner, have a good time, and he's like, I'm busy.
Well, not with him.
No alcohol either.
Yeah, that really helps. Yeah, and then when he does, then he gets piss-faced drunk and comes on and says, "It's rice wine. You know, it's made from rice, Douglas. This sake.
Yeah. You know what sake is? It's like, dude, isn't that why you're bringing it up? Because it's Japanese or what the fuck? How sick do you have to be? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you took the comment earlier about you being past your prime.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, like, it's just.
No, of course I do. Jesus, I've considered myself past my prime for quite some time now. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
No, these ladies want you stripping.
Yeah.
And what does that even mean, past your prime? Like this. Doesn't make sense.
I think it's applicable to some people.
I'm just saying it was in jest.
Yeah. No worries. That. No, dude, no worries. Dude, no worries. I say that all the time about myself. All the time. I mean, like my gang brother Beaver, I have to tell him to stop programming himself in the negative. He keeps saying, I'm dying. I don't care about the video. It's like that. And it's like
a lot of people are like that.
Yeah, a lot of people like that. And I said, stop saying that. They just program themselves for it. And this is what I used to see at security contracts. It'd be some security guard, life's a bitch. And then you die. And then, I'd come into that contract later, months later. Where's him? Yeah, he's dead. He died. Yeah, it's
words have power.
Yeah, yeah, dude, you program yourself. That's
It's called spelling.
Yeah, that's right. And but that being said, it's like I said, I go cruising for porn, and I can't avoid the stupid commercials. Of course, I skip past them when it's some butt ugly bitch, but. There's all these butt ugly. They look like beach whales. Half these fucking women doing.
Worse. No, worse.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck?
No, come on. Just by the people that are on your program, you know that you would have takers. Come on. Let's not go there. The nun outfit and all this shit. You would instantly get takers. I mean, it's just.
Oh my god! But honestly, what? I mean, something's changed with me. Something really has. I mean, it's like, you could be doing this, Douglas. And
why doesn't she go on? Tell her. See how that goes over.
Yeah.
You're like, they like old cougars. Why don't you try it? You know those ads. I'm sure you've seen them. Old cougar in your area.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, I run across
those
ads.
Now.
Yeah. Every time I'm on, it's either that or jailbait. It's it's like it's always 5 minutes away. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, yeah, 5 minutes away, there's a police cruiser. Yeah. There's a police cruiser 5 minutes away and shit. Yeah. Right.
So cheesy.
It's so sad. It's so sad. And who falls for that shit? Oh my god. But remember I told you there was that one horrible example of that poor queer guy who went like, answered, one of those singles ads and, goes to the guy's place and the guy started strangling him and strangled him, so severely that it burst every blood vessel in his face. It survived. He survived, but every blood.
A dude?
It was a dude seeing another dude because he was answering an ad, and they were like, but who answers ads like that? It's like
stupid people.
Aren't you afraid? Yeah, I mean, you've got to be. Are you that horny? Is the sex drive that powerful? Jesus Christ, but it is, and people do, and but. There you go.
You're just bored or something.
No, it's beyond that. Beyond that. That's Thanatos. It's the death drive, like you said. It's like so many people are driven by that. They really are. Hey, Christine, excellent example. Christine with her.
I mean, I've got.
Yeah, you've been there too. Yeah, we've all been there at one point, but yeah, I think you and I have gotten over that to a degree, at least. Yeah, we're not throwing ourselves
through just pain and torture.
Yeah. Well, like you said, then there's these people who go to Yellowstone and they just dive in the sulfuric pit of hell and shit. Just sit there, just
like it's a spa.
Yeah, springboard. No, it's worse than a spa. Spa, you stick your toes in and you sink into it gently. These people don't. They springboard into it, like you said, like it's an Olympic pool.
Yeah, and then they don't even find their bones.
No, of course not. They
boil.
bubble.
They get boiled.
They do a Wicked Witch of the West on us. They bubble and boil and they dissolve. Yeah, that's it. They just dissolve.
I told you about the dog, the one that we learned about in geology.
Oh, Jesus, tell people.
Where the dog fell in and the guy was like, they're like holding him back and he's like, no, I gotta save Fido, and he just gets boiled alive.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, dude, just let it happen. It happened. It's too late.
And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. Why would anyone bring their dog there? Why would anyone bring their dog there?
Right.
It's like, what's going to happen. And
there's like wolves and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. But this other case was just like what you're saying. It was an adult male, and his dog jumped in. And then, as soon as he started going in after the dog, a woman nearby said, "Don't, you'll die."
Right.
And he said, "He'd do it for me," and just jumped in, and of course.
Okay, but what? Like, they're not thinking. But even if you rescued the dog, it would be like boiled. Its skin would be boiled off.
Yeah.
It's like, do you really want it to be alive?
Yeah. Thank you.
Like an instant death versus like trying to revive it. That's horrible. That's worse.
Thank you.
But people don't think about these things.
No, they don't. They don't think like that, and it's horrible. I mean, it's oh my God, and it's just so horrible. Just don't do this thing in the first place. How about just avoid national parks? Just avoid that. That's what I do. Yes, I'm tired of
Well, apparently now it's going on. It's like starting to bubble and shit.
Yeah.
Like there's a magma cap.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh.
Which is bad news.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you're nearby it, that means that sometimes that bubble can burst and it's going to be explosive acid in your face. Oh yeah, just what you want. Yeah.
Or it's like nation busting.
Yeah. Well, what Brendan is alluding to is that this could be symptomatic of an actual volcanic eruption, which if Yellowstone goes, the world as we know it goes. Okay, because America.
At this point, at this point, the Earth would be doing us a favor. Look at what's going on.
It's like, oh man, if you think Trump is unpopular now, when the Yellowstone explodes, and it's like, we're all.
He'll still say, "Oh, it was those crazies."
It's Biden. It was Biden's fault, and those Democrats.
Yeah, it was them.
Have you thought of talking to the school about roach control methods, or like bringing in an exterminator, or something?
We already had them treated, but the thing is, during COVID, the county stopped spraying for them in the sewers. Yeah. So they've completely taken over the whole area.
Oh.
Like, it's everywhere. It's like, I mean. And there's no amount of spraying that they're like what would be it called, like plague level or
Yes.
infestation level?
Yes. Yes.
Like,
holy shit.
like this is like the final plague of Egypt. Like this, the world's just going downhill. I'm sorry to say. Sorry if anyone thought it was recoverable. Don't think like that. You gotta just hedge your bets. You know, like whatever. What did Christ say? Lay not your treasures. You know,
something like that.
On earth, but lay your treasures up in heaven. Yeah, because this place is going fast. It's going quick. You know, so even Israel's on fire. You saw that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tell people about this. Tell people about this.
Oh, I just saw it. It was just like breaking news. There's huge wildfires taking over Israeli highways, and they have to like jump out of their cars
and abandon their cars. Oh, bad.
So you know,
this is apocalypse.
When the elements are responding, you know it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, the elements are telling Israel to chill. Like, maybe you better chill a bit.
Yeah, it sucks, but you know. They ain't gonna listen. They're trying to bring it on. I mean, those people like like not just the normies that live there, just like the casuals, but like the elites and those beings that work with the other realms. Like they want everyone to just get blown up. Like they don't care.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Their goal is different than what we ever would want.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. They're on a different timeline, and it's a timeline that's entropic and inspired by the anti-gods. So they're
that's being nice.
Yeah.
Honestly,
it is, yes. And so the in terms of the other thing that comes to mind, how much longer do you have to suffer before you can go home tonight at your job? How much longer?
Oh, it's over. I'm on my way back.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. You know, I mean, it's just.
I had to make a pit stop to get something to hydrate myself because this is like it's just pain. Like it's just like the memes I sent you, but not funny.
Yeah, got it. And it's awful, but obviously they consider you the greatest threat to the anti-gods. You're like a human being who they fear. In their guts, they fear you, and they consider you perhaps even a greater threat than myself with the energy that they put into you. They certainly know that your contribution is invaluable, and that without you, we won't get anything done. You're the techno support. You're the
yeah. You guys are glazing me too much. Stop glazing me.
Oh, hey, Amy Como fucking thinks you founded that city in Germany that's vegan and shit, and she says, yeah, it's Brendan.
She was saying I was like top tier.
Yeah, meat. You're top tier meat for the market on fans.
Yeah, bullshit. What kind of photos are you showing me of like some dude that looks like he's all jacked and shit? Like, this is what he looks like.
Oh shit! Oh, that's what I gotta do with AI. Got to think of an AI. Brendan Zogid as.
And then she was. Oh yeah, don't do that. But then when I said the cuck chair, she was like getting all bothered. It's like, shit, dude, you know he would be down. We all know that.
Yes. Yeah. Damn straight. It's like, of course, I'm not quite sure he would get much of a response. No, he's like, you couldn't see his penis past his beer belly.
Exactly.
By the way,
but I'm saying they get this weird satisfaction out of it. I don't get the whole thing myself. It's just
it's this. What do they call it? The opposite of a voyeur is an exhibitionist. Yeah, and so he would be like, he'd probably get some exhibitionist thrill out of it, and of course, we won't go there out of respect to Amy, but let's just put it this way: she certainly exposed a lot about him tonight when she said what she said. Yeah, that. Yeah.
Well, I'm not knocking anyone. I'm just saying.
Well, I knocked the guy. I mean, look, It took a lot out of me when it came to Amy when she went to bat for this guy to get a $10,000 loan just so he could blow it on a cherry picker, which, I said, don't do it. She could have given that $10,000 to you and I. She could have given that 10. It said she threw it out the window of a moving car. She threw out the window of a moving car.
You might as well have burnt it.
Yeah.
In a bonfire.
He purchased.
Yeah, that loan could be given you, all three of us, and make millions of dollars on the Nvidia stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Right away.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yes. Bless you. And thank you for joining us.
Even Bitcoin would have gotten better results than whatever she did. Or they did, or whatever.
Definitely. And I'm just talking about, just buying and holding it. $1,000 now
thank you.
would have been like 50,000 right now, I think.
Yeah.
Something crazy like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
So they fucked up. Sorry, let's not grill them too hard, but they fucked up.
Yeah. Well,
if the guy at least got laid or something with some prostitutes, I mean, at least he got something out of it. But some coke shit, yeah, sure.
Yeah. The guy who was hiring Amy as a consultant. Remember that guy? Yeah, in the back of his.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the stolen Porsche. Yeah.
And the Porsche that turned out to be stolen.
Yeah, the Porsche that turned out to be what do they call it? Repoed. They repoed the Porsche.
They got repoed.
Yeah, which he stole from his quote unquote employer. Remember? Yeah. Oh my God. It was like, at least he got something out of his investment. So welcome back aboard Real Tech, and well, look at this. So this is you in, where are you here? This looks like Thailand, from what little I can see, or another place.
No. That was
sorry,
Tbilisi, Georgia.
Georgia. Oh yeah, Tbilisi. Okay, pronounce that again. You do it so well.
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Yeah. You said that so well, like a native speaker. How did you get that? That native.
I don't know. Yeah,
Tbilisi, Georgia. Yes, and so, wonderful place there, and like I said, people there are.
And the Russians are trying to fuck them up with their with the Dream Party and corrupt them and take them over, and they're wonderful people, and they absolutely belong in the EU.
Thank you. Absolutely. And so I agree completely. And our man, Real Tech Geek. And by the way, Real Tech, are you ever going to share like maybe your first name with our listeners so that we can have a better handle on you than Real Tech Geek? Like a first name you're willing to share, maybe?
Yeah, sure. It's you could say Leo. That's
Leo.
Fine.
Okay, Leo.
Yeah.
Like lion. Cool.
Yeah.
So Leo.
Yeah, I think he said it before. No.
Did he really? I don't remember.
I think so.
I know that I've got your real name, quote unquote, somewhere in my files, but I never look at it much. So but definitely.
Yeah, that's fine. That's better. That's fine. I understand.
Yeah.
That's a better destination anyway.
And
right?
How about whatever you feel comfortable sharing? How about a little status report or situational update on your own life? What's going on with you? What have you been doing? How are there any conventions these days that you've been attending? And your wife, of course, how's she doing? Is she okay? It's whatever you feel like sharing.
She's doing okay. Everything's fine with her. She's got another business going. The other one didn't do so well. It was a clothing business.
Okay.
I don't know. America's been in they've only been in it now anyway, but America's been in a silent recession for a while.
Yeah.
So, it looks like this one's doing a lot better. So, it's things we've done before anyway together. And I have I'm not really doing anything. Which conventions I'm going to be going to some soon, but I just was so exhausted from New York Comic Con and sleep for several days, and I need to pace myself better.
Yeah.
With a show like that, and I miss going for Halloween, but there's some things I'm going to be going. I'm happy to say that happy to see that Eternal Con is coming back this year. Last year didn't happen because one of the event organizers was very sick.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow.
I know from a cosplayer.
Okay.
That attends that one. So yeah, it's probably like long COVID or something. Like one of the wrestlers, Keith, I forgot his last name, but he has long COVID, and so he has a lot of health problems. So and there's less. There's other. There's a lot of different ones. I'm gonna be. I plan to attend. I'm gonna go to a comic book shop or something for pre-comic book days coming up soon this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. And just continually buying the computer equipment. While it's still very cheap until the shit really hits the fan.
Yeah.
Which it is. Everybody wants to look down the older stuff like X99, but it still can compete very well and still fine with a high-end desktop platform anyway, with quad channel memory and I have other stuff, other things I'm going to be getting. I like my friend was joking around with me, but this probably is going to happen though. The U.S. is going to have like Soviet-style rations for computer chips. And I'm like, oh fuck no.
Oh man. Oh man. Hey, what a nightmare. It's like I can't begin to imagine. And we're getting the pain symbols from our dear friend Brendan, by the way. Everybody maintain Brendan in thought and prayer.
Oh
prayer.
Go
on.
Yeah, I had some migraines recently also, and if we can get like a local gas station or something, maybe we can get some electric light water, like coconut water or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he is trying to hydrate.
With,
yeah, go on. What else you suggest? Electrolyte water, or what else? Coconut water.
Nano silver.
Yeah.
White willow bark, of course, valerian root, Chinese skull cap, frankincense, rub on his the oil, rub on his head. Butter bar, I use that a lot myself. It wants more of natural things. There's one thing I can think of. I have to take a little while to think of also. But I mean, yeah, it is poison. But Aleve or Tylenol, ibuprofen. But if you need it, you need it, man. Even if your stomach gets messed up, if your head is feeling better, that's all that matters.
I hear what you're saying. In my case,
better to come out the other way than your fucking mouth anyway.
Well, I personally would recommend Tylenol, and you can take up to 4,000 milligrams of Tylenol safely if you're in good health, if your kidneys are in good health, if your liver is in good health. So long as your internal organs are in good health, the limit is 4,000 milligrams on Tylenol. So I would recommend Tylenol, not at that dose, but yeah, basically, taking an adult dose of 2 500 milligram tablets would be, that would be like 1,000.
Well, the wrap at least maybe with a gel.
Yeah.
But that might have bothered him. So just some extra strength Tylenol, 500 milligrams.
Yes, and 500 milligrams, 2 caps of that with caffeine. Yeah. Take it with caffeine, and that caffeine will distribute it quickly. Personally,
or caffeine pills.
Or caffeine
that's
pills.
Something I gotta do too when I have a bad headache coming on.
Yeah. And I would
That's a good
combine
idea.
that with aspirin, because the aspirin attacks from one end of the neuroreceptor, the Tylenol attacks from another end. So if you take a look at these maximum strength pain caplets, they're often a combination of Tylenol and aspirin, just an adult dose of both. So I would take an adult dose of both aspirin and Tylenol. Of course, in my case, I don't overdo it with the Tylenol. I take maybe half the dose, but then I'm taking, a pain that's got codeine in it along with Tylenol as well. But I've discovered that I can actually safely take the adult dose, not by just something I've discovered like by accident, like I'm doing it myself with the experimentation. It's what my pharmacist said was okay. But again, nobody do this without consulting a pharmacist except for Brendan and Realtek. Brendan and Realtek, I can tell them this shit and they're not going to sue me. But anyone else listening, always consult an MD.
Hell no.
Yeah, of course not. They know they know that I've got
stock market. It's not financial advice.
Yeah. They both know I've got nothing to sue for, but other people aren't that knowledgeable. But if anyone does try to sue me, all you're doing is putting yourself through a lot of grief, for no good reason, and expending more than you'll ever get. So, but such being said, always consult your physician before taking anything. But with these these guys, I've just given them the straight dope, to use the pun. I've got my own cocktails I mentioned before. So such being said, dear Real Tech. So what about so far as you know, when it comes to the market? You have been a bit of a day trader in the past. So what is it that you're doing? Obviously, you told us something you're doing to prepare for the coming shortage in chips and the like, which is buying what you can before the shit really hits the fan. But what about in terms of your playing with the market like you used to? Are you just staying out, or are there certain things that you're trying to take advantage of in buying and selling when it comes to all that's going on with our economy right now?
Well, I was sick for a while. At the beginning of the year, I had a bacterial infection, and then my
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you willing to share what that was, or what exactly
a
happened?
bacterial infection. The doctor said.
Okay, that's all they
So,
said? Nothing specific, or okay.
no, I had antibiotics, and
Okay, good.
then I got sick again because my my second father, fell down the escalator, hit his head all the way down.
Ooh.
It was
Oh.
really bad, and I was in a ER for like 3 days straight with him,
Mhm.
and he was going through a lot of he was 88 years old, so he was going through a lot of
Is he still alive?
He's still alive, yeah. He survived it. He's fine. The guy's built different. But he's got vertical problems and problems sleeping, and he likes to drink, like a beer or two a day. But it was rehab for a while. He should be out of it. I need to go see him. It was fine, but it was very traumatic for me, and I got sick again also. So I really didn't do a lot of.
Well, stress will do that, yes. So the stress compromised your immunosystem, and you got another bacterial infection or something else?
It was like a slight flu for a while. The doctor said.
Yeah. Wow.
And it was a really bad flu season.
Mhm.
And I was in there, and my wife went to visit him too. Her business is close by the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this woman, young woman, probably in her 20s or something, and she was in an oxygen tank.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh my God, and thank God I'm not going into a situation like that, because I grew up like that. That's how I grew up.
Uh-huh.
It's a miracle that I survived my childhood, because I was just constantly, all the time, like in the hospital, sick.
Well, you were under a lot of stress while growing up, and it compromised
Yes.
your immune system.
Yeah.
Well, this young lady.
Yeah, being abused, yeah.
Of course.
Visually and verbally, yes.
Yes, and
But anyway, so back to the stock market. So
yeah.
for a long time, of course, and it's crept up on a lot of people, and now of course there are a lot of scams with it too, which is the miners for gold and silver. Like the GDX, which is the gold ETF, the general gold ETF, that's up like 50% on the year, and the GDXJ is up like 41% on the year. Going up just last week's numbers. I'm not really looking at it. That's a good one to get into, and there's plenty of different ones. Like I invested into a company called Japan Gold, and looking for gold in Japan.
Wow.
And it's backed up by Barrick Gold. So there's some issues with them going right now too, especially since the country Mali, which they do a lot of mining in there, have the what's the word? Like a charter with the government. They were looking for the CEO.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Crazy. You can look it up. But anyway, yeah. So those two, silver also, of course, has always been the regular person's precious metal to use. So I mean those are good, because we're in a we're still in a hyperinflationary environment. It's just slowing down. Another thing too, which is still doing very well, is Japan.
Yes.
Of
course.
Even though I also did see him, I had to send it to you, and I know you were talking about it for a long time, over a year, but it did finally happen. California now is the fourth largest economy in the world officially.
Yeah.
Zero Hedge had an article about it, and they have surpassed Japan. Japan was 4.03, and California is 4.1, 4.7, 4.07, whatever it is. So yeah, but Japan is still a wonderful country to invest into.
Of course.
I don't trust. Yeah, people say to invest in China. They were going crazy over China. Also, the hedge fund managers. Excuse me. But like Jack Ma admits, the CCP runs the economy of China like a casino, like a pawn shop.
Yeah.
And even my friend that's very staunch for China, he says the same thing too, So you have to be very careful. I want to do some investing with them, but you got to be very careful. What is happening though, and with all these trade talks, and the Chinese did reported on that America has reached out to talk to China now for trading. Just 12 hours ago, I saw on Twitter. But Trump is putting Japan more and more in. And I saw this in a vision last year, putting Japan more and more into the arms of China.
Yeah. Yes.
He signed a document with Shinzo Abe. Yeah, that's his soul. But anyway.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, Brendan's rejoined us. What was that you said, Brendan?
Hello, Brendan.
Or vice versa.
Vice versa, yes. As to China being driven into the hands of Japan, so to speak, I take that, Brendan, or something else.
Japan. Yeah, because Trump has, in his infinite wisdom, going against his things he signed with Japan, with trade negotiations, and they're just pissed, man. They're not going, I can send the video in the parliament. They're just pissed off.
Yeah.
And even Japan, Korea, and China are like working on their own trade deal to trade with each other. But I predict, because, America did 100% tariffs on Japan in the 1980s, which caused them to have a lost decade. And I predict the Plaza Accords. And I predict that, that's what I saw, that they're going to join the BRICS nations.
Okay, we'll see.
That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, if Japan
big disruption.
Yeah, you're saying Japan might be driven to join the BRICS nations because of all this disruption, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from with that. I would hope that's not the case, but I could understand where you're coming from as, potentially that happening. So, yeah, I mean, that could happen. And, at this point, anything is possible. I do want people to know. So please continue. You're on a roll. And I think your analysis of econopolitics, the economic politics, is based on a solid perceptive understanding of our world. So by all means, continue and tell people what else is on your mind about this. This is something that you've been paying attention to for a while, and we appreciate your insight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're here. By the way, I'm just glad you showed up and checked in with us because we didn't hear from you for a long time because of your health challenges. Like you said, it's a miracle you survived your childhood and everything you were dealing with, and then this recent stress involving your father is pretty. That's.
Yeah. Then my sister was giving her a very hard time also, and even my wife says she's a very cold person, and I absolutely agree about that. She's a pain, very difficult individual, and wants me to be. She wanted me to be there all the time there, and I'm not complaining about this. But, it's very traumatic for me to go through that over again, be in the hospital. I was in the hospital like 4 to 6 times a year with my grandmother.
Yeah. I mean, believe me, I understand. You remember I've talked about caring for my parents in their final decade, and it was all at the hospital every day. But go on. Yes, it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah. Continue.
Yeah. I was just looking for a video on the same with the Parliament, Japanese Parliament, talking about how angry they are with Trump.
Okay. Yeah.
But
well,
yeah,
they tell them to
so,
stand in line. Tell them to stand in line. Yeah, there's all kinds of people angry with Trump. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, including me, of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, we all should be. Anyone should be who has any modicum of sanity. Yes, but continue. Yes.
But anyway, so yeah, my sister wanted me to be there all the time in the hospital. I mean, I was there for 3 days and I'm sleeping a lot, barely. I'm not complaining about it. You know, I'm buying them food and this and that. You know, and it's and him going through like just crazy, which elderly people do when they have a fall and their mind is going or something really happens that bad. He was sticking out the IV and it was blood everywhere, and thank God I wasn't in the room. If I was doing something else, and he wanted to get off the bed and go back on the bed, and it's just my grandma was the same way too. So and I just thought I was very sick. And then she wanted me to go to his home and clean his home, and I'm like, I'm really sick. How can I do that right now? The best place for him to be is in the hospital.
Of course.
Yeah. What I'm saying is. Like my friend says, Donnie says that, she acts like you're married to her. And I always I've told her a couple times, I'm not married to you. You're my sister.
Right. Wow.
Oh.
Does that?
But
does that come from because there were? Does that come from the fact that there wasn't a healthy family dynamic? That there might have been a lack of a concept of boundaries?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to get too much in the air. I mean, I can tell you off the air.
Understood.
Things because it's just a lot of confusion.
Okay.
Growing up.
Yes.
And you're right about boundaries. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And just not being taught things correctly. And of course, we didn't grow up together either. So there's that too. But even as children, we just couldn't really get along that well. So, she's jealous of, even though I was very generous, and have been, of my inheritance from my grandmother. And it's, my other guy, also too. But, I mean, that's, that was up to my grandmother, I'm not saying I was not generous either, and I gave a lot of money one time. And God rest his soul, he died. He got deported once a long time ago, and it really wasn't. They weren't looking for him; they were looking for someone else, but with the same name. But the money went to drugs for his drugs and this and that. And I'm not holding a grudge or anything about that. I'm just saying that I did help her a lot, also. But I can see why my grandmother was so against not leaving her anything, and I see now why. But we gotta keep her. I have to keep her at arm's length. Until the accident, I didn't see. I was trying to see her for the holiday season, and she was agreeing to do it with John, my second father. But my sleep schedule can just be over the place sometimes, so. I just wasn't available for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, go on.
Anyway, yeah. So the next one probably can top up going up. Precious metal will be platinum. Okay. So look on for that. And foreign currencies, I expect the euro. The euro is strengthening against the dollar. The dollar was doing well. This guy wants lowered interest rates, and that's what the Fed's going to have to do anyway. Since we have negative 0.3 GDP for the first quarter. Now, of course, in 2022, there was 2 negative quarters, and all the stocks, like Walmart and companies like that were reporting negative earnings or very bad earnings. I have to look it up again. I remember trading that one on options and made a lot, from dollars to hundreds of dollars. But anyway, what I'm saying is that they need to be raising interest rates
Okay.
with this,
Hmm.
with these tariffs. Even though he's lowered it, but the damn, the companies are holding it up.
Hmm.
They are the ones that, I mean, some are charging it, and Amazon was going to charge,
Hmm.
announced they were going to charge, to show the charges. I mean, like she and Timu were doing and have been doing.
Hmm.
Such as like buying a Chinese headphone, which I just bought one also. I bought FIO BTR 17 because they did announce that they were going to. It's a Bluetooth headphone, a Bluetooth headphone amp DAC. They were announcing a raise in 40%. So I was like, oh no, I gotta order this soon. I gotta order this right now. And I've seen it started raising May the 1st, so they already started raising prices. I was looking at earlier. But anyway, what I'm saying is that back to raising interest rates. Amazon. Yeah, so he was basically saying that showing that the stock went down like 10% because they were saying they're going to show the tariffs, the extra charges for the tariffs.
Hmm.
And Trump threatened Amazon that you're colluding with the Chinese.
Jesus. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, so much for the honeymoon between the dictator.
It's definitely Amazon is buy. Yeah, he's a dictator. Yes. But definitely Amazon. Definitely that dip is a buy the dip opportunity. Just start to slowly buy into it because of the fact that Amazon is not only is it e-commerce or also the web services, but they're getting into the chip business too.
Yeah. What about your analysis, just for fun, of the Bezos bozo space shot with that pod full of pussy that he had sent up into space in a penis-shaped rocket? Any opinions?
I'm surprised he didn't get in between. I'm surprised he didn't get between that pussy.
Just not go up there with them. Yeah, of course not. No.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, you
That would
have your cosmetologist cosmot fuck porn. I mean, some people are so fucking stupid, man. They're saying that it didn't happen. It's like the fake moon landing.
Actually, it's one of these things that you almost have to take that into account.
It didn't.
In a certain
you do.
In a certain sense, it didn't, because like Nemo pointed out, like Brendan and Nemo were pointing out, we were only getting scenes of it. We weren't really given like the footage, and there was so little to see, and it was just so bizarre, and it was just they're not really going into space per se. They're in a very high stratospheric level, but they're not.
Yeah,
they're not really entering
like outer space.
Yeah, true hard vacuum. Yeah, they're not in hard vacuum.
Yeah, like around orbit or something.
Yeah.
Standard orbit.
Yeah.
They're not going really that far.
Yeah, if they went that
far. It's not like going to the ISS or something.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And
that's on the rim of the outer space right there.
Yes, yeah. So it's it is just a kind of bizarre exercise, but I thought the worst of it all was...
It is.
Yeah.
It's just...
Go on, yeah.
Because publicity stunt.
Yes. And well,
Bezos got so much fucking money anyway. It's like a drop in the bucket for him.
Yeah.
Pay them a few bucks.
Oh, it's disgusting. Just disgusking. It was just so blatant.
It is. Like a fucking piece of shit, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And I'm glad now that they're looking for a new CEO. Yeah, you kick out that son of a bitch.
Thank you. Well, Brendan was saying that he's holding the 1% share so that he doesn't get thrown out. So he's otherwise they would be voting him out, but apparently he's got 51%, so they can't vote him out in a shareholders rebellion. So he's like, they're stuck with him, and and now he's going to. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, nothing to say. He's just going to split his time between, the government and Tesla. Meaning that, he's just, either way, you can't win with that guy. He's going to fuck it all up. That guy's down his way down. He's like, but I mean, Tesla is doing so fucking bad.
Yeah, he's the next Vince McMahon.
Yeah. Yeah, there we are. Tell us about that. Yeah.
Well, that's a long conversation. That's I had to break it down.
Okay.
More easy, but Well, the company is just doing very badly, in my opinion. I mean, for God's sake, I've never seen in my life that of having a fucking so many advertisements in a ring. It's crazy. It's insane. It's disgusting, man. To me. And I really like I really like what Vince was doing with the TVs and on the mat and everything. I'm sorry, around the ring and this and that, and using augmented reality. I mean, at least use them for the for WrestleMania or the PLVs or this and that. But anyway, what had shit hit? Well, he was he left the company in 2022 because of the fact that a lot of sexual allegations, and that was going on for a long time. And he's also has Vince McMahon has also persuaded and swept things under the rug with different deaths, different things happen, or wrestlers killing people, or different things happening. So it was a long time coming, but he came back and sold the company off and this and that, and the TKO did a reverse merger, which is UFC became TKO, and it's just downhill from there right now with Triple H. But anyway, I'm not going to tangent about that. But basically, he has sex slaves, he has sex trafficking going on, and taking shits on women and this and that.
Oh my God!
Bitch around, the woman around, and Brock Lesnar's in it too, and you haven't seen him since 2023 also, and look like and he sold most of his stake of his stock anyway, and The Rock took over his position on the board, and he's not he's not in charge of anything. He's just completely forced out. Good, and he did pay them off. He did pay the fine for the SEC for $1.5 million, and I don't know. It's not really doing anything, but he's on the cane. I mean, it's not. I don't know. But I'm saying is that Elon Musk is the next big Vince McMahon.
Okay, cool. All right.
He is, and I'm pretty sure he's going to come out about that too.
Okay.
Trafficking, whatever it is, or.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, he keeps talking about trying to increase the rate of children in the world, and he seems to be trying to do it single-handedly. Yeah. So there's a lot of kids involved, obviously. There
is.
Yeah, and this ultimately becomes a form of trafficking. Yes. Yeah. But by the way, I don't know if you caught my earlier frustration with Holly Kiefer. She had on our latest episode before tonight. Brendan, I mean, tell me, Brendan, if you're able to speak at the moment, or whether you're feeling, up enough to speak, or, whether the pain is still there, throbbing, or, but yeah.
What?
Did you hear Holly, like last night, I swear to God, Holly was saying, I saw this article on the Chinese robots, and she was just saying, I wish I could have found it. I wish I had saved the link. And she was saying, and then when I said, hey, my son found it, here's what you were talking about. And it was like, oh, so what? It was like, did you notice that? It was like last night, it was this big deal. I mean, the last episode before, tonight. And then when I show her, this is what it was, right? Yeah, so what? Anyone can find that. I'm like, what the fuck? You couldn't find it? It's like, she was saying, oh, I wish I could have saved it. I wish I could have, all this stuff. And then she couldn't find it for, to save her soul. And then she's like, saying, oh, anyone can find it. It's on Google Feed and all that shit. And I was like, it's a very specific source, and it's not that cycled. So, anyhow, that was really weird. You noticed that. Yeah. What was that? You're glitching. Got a lot of glitching there.
I said it was bizarre because she was like raving about it.
Thank you. So it's not just me. Thank God. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate it. Yeah.
I didn't know that's the same shit she was talking about, because that's like how weird it was.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. How are you feeling now? Brendan? Like.
Normal, I guess. I mean.
Okay.
as good
Yeah,
as
Brendan,
I can.
when you go home,
special.
when you go home, Brendan, you need to do some shamanistic ritual because they're trying to hack your brain.
Yeah,
He knows it.
I'll be dealing with that. Yes.
So
Clear your spirit, man.
Yeah.
What you said?
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say, aren't you on your way home? Didn't you stop off to get some hydration, Brendan, or what?
Yeah, I'm getting hydrated as I speak.
Okay, cool.
Good.
Yeah.
So you're going to use Google Hangouts instead or so? You said, what about Zoom?
Thank you for asking. Google Spaces. No, we're not going to do Zoom. Zoom is communist Chinese. They don't like me. Zoom. You've seen the experiences I've had on Zoom. The CCP shuts me down, and it's been more than once, so we know it's a pattern. It's like
I don't like you, man.
Why doesn't the CCP like me? Because I'm an ardent nationalist, and they probably think I'm...
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, they think I'm a fascist, and they, which is fine. I mean, they're not wrong, but it's against their politics. I mean, they would consider all that. They're looking for kiss asses, you know, like who's that stupid wrestler guy who
like
was
stupid white monkeys?
Yes,
John Cena.
Yes, thank you.
That fucking idiot.
Yeah,
this fucking this fucking white piece of shit. He fucking thought everybody be speaking Chinese for Hollywood, for the movies and shit. So you learn Chinese.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, and is that the same
The only one.
Thank you. And is that the same muscle-bound guy who, like, he used the term Taiwan once instead of China's 31st province or some shit like that, and then they made him apologize? That's
yeah. I've been watching that on Twitter, and he speaks pretty good Chinese. He speaks very good.
Of course,
but
well, you know, he'd have to. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
He'd have to for them to notice his
now.
mistake. Yeah, but go on.
Well, it's funny as fuck now. The Chinese are banning all the movies from Hollywood.
Yeah, there you go. So that backfired. His strategy backfired. Yeah. You know,
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, he already got paid.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he doesn't want to have children, but I think that's what's going to happen soon anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even in the promo recently with Randy Orton, he was telling him, that's just why you're not happy, man. You need to have kids.
That's some propaganda bullshit.
Yeah, that's weird shit. Yeah, wait, what the fuck? What's this guy's name again? The muscle-bound oaf who had to apologize for naming Taiwan.
John Cena.
John Cena. How do you spell that? S or C?
C-E-N-A.
C-E-N-A. John Cena. Okay, so I'm sure this is the guy I was talking about, but I'll just look him up and just to make certain it's the same muscle-bound idiot that I was thinking of. Yeah, it's so what? Yeah, it's the same idiot. You're right. You got him the first time. First time I brought him up. See, you can read my mind. You can read my fucking mind. I didn't even say.
Yeah.
I didn't even say it was muscle bound. I just said, what was that white idiot who, sucked up to China? So, and you knew it. And John Cena, it's like, what's this about his not having kids? Like, is he like trying to promote? Aren't the Chinese all want kids, right? So is he like doing the?
No, I'm just saying he was talking on a show that with this guy named Sharp that he's selfish. He doesn't want to have kids. And I was just kidding around about.
So he's trying to promote the propaganda of you're selfish because you're not having kids. That you need to have kids.
Yeah, the wrestler.
He's famous for not wanting to get married or anything.
I see.
No, he is married.
Like
he
self-proclaimed.
I see.
No, he is married, but
that's not.
It was just in a promo because he just won his 17th championship.
Okay.
And WrestleMania, so.
Okay.
I'm just kidding around by the promo.
Okay. So.
I guess he married in 2020 to some Persian chick. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so there we are. So there's Shay.
Iranian-born engineer. Damn, he loves these Iron Curtain countries and shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, what's up with that? He's a commie or something?
Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He's like too avant-garde. It's like sketch.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Her name.
Speaking of that too, I heard that
her very last name is Sharia. Shay Sharia Zada. Sharia Zada. Yeah, Zadeh.
Yeah.
Sharia Zadeh.
Iran.
Damn.
Yeah.
He sounds like a double agent. He works for the Communist
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
to an
Yeah.
Iranian engineer woman.
Yeah.
Exactly.
God damn. Yeah. So go on.
That checks out for WWF or whatever the fuck he was doing. WWE.
Yeah. It's
They're all a bunch of turncoats like
Yeah.
Mr.
Especially The Rock. That piece of shit.
Yeah, tell us about the dirt on rock. What's the dirt on rock?
Dirt on Rock?
Yeah.
He's got no soul. That's a dirt on him. He's got no character. He's got no personality. He's fucking wooden in the hollow as a damn dildo. That's the shit on him. And he was trying to scam people with the people that lost their houses in the fires in Hawaii with Oprah.
Oh my God. What a scumbag. That's funny. I love your analysis. So there you go with that. I mean, obviously there's not much to the guy. Yeah, he just seems to play in films and he's like a wooden dummy. Yeah, I get it. I get it. And
especially in Black Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that one.
Yeah, Black Adam. So he was the villain, Black Adam. What was that like?
No. He wanted to be a hero.
He wanted to be Shazam? What is he, Shazam?
Yeah, he wanted to be a hero. So he forced himself to be a hero, and he's so fucking dumb with his ego, and not following the comic book continuity.
Yeah.
Or at least talking to the fans. He didn't even have Shazam in the movie.
Oh God.
He said he instead got which he was right to do anyway, to get Henry Cavill to come back as Superman.
Okay.
But he got fired anyway. Then he announced he's coming back, and he gets fired.
Oh God.
I don't have any faith for the Superman movie coming out.
Yeah.
I got zero.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'd heard about it.
Yeah, and that like new Superman looks so bad. Like I thought it was a joke when people were like showing.
Yeah, some fan fiction, some AI shit made by the computer, right? Generated by AI.
Or it was just the whole thing. I mean, it's just wall to wall dumpster fired trash. Where he was like,
yeah, I mean, look what we did with Guardians of the Galaxy 3, man. I mean,
it was awful.
Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, exactly, yeah, so, yeah. Well, I think the beginning of the movie is actually about him fighting some type of kaiju.
Kaiju. Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to harm the animal, so he tries to slow it down and maybe tries to capture it to bring it back to the Fortress of Solitude or something, and that's where he gets injured, they say. But James Gunn's talking about it. He's trying to represent what America is right now.
Oh, that's deep.
That is deep.
Yeah.
That's giving it way too much writing.
Yeah.
It is, but that's what he says on Twitter. So
it was like some. I don't know what to say. It was like anti-American. I mean,
yeah.
I agree.
Superman's a bitch, basically, is what I saw.
Oh well, this is funny. It's definitely.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, people complain and whine about Superman. Superman, Man of Steel
is like the
so
best
dark
Superman
and
so
that.
far was a Brit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's fucking hilarious.
End it gracefully.
Just bring him back, man. Just bring him back.
Oh.
Yeah.
End it
But at
gracefully
this point, he doesn't want to come back.
Yeah. What about James Bond? Like I always said, hey, James Bond's acting really queer. All he ever talks about is how comfortable he feels in gay bars and shit. And it's like he was listening to me and said, "Oh, damn, that Dietrich guy's onto me. I might as well come out of the closet." And he just came out with this. I think the film was called Queer. Is it, Brendan? It was simply called Queer, and it was
kind of. I think it was a series or something, or like some kind of
What?
TV show. Or
yeah.
I have no fucking idea. I wouldn't even watch it.
Of course
one?
not.
He's
Doctor
like the
Who?
most boring James Bond. Why would I watch like what, a boring gay guy? You know, it's like so lame.
Which one? Which James Bond?
I am queer.
Yeah. What's his? What the? The James Bond from GoldenEye, wasn't it?
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig.
Yeah, Daniel Craig.
With two first names, like a child molester.
Yeah, they always were. instigating that shit about him being gay.
Yeah, well, he was the one who kept insinuating, hey, I just feel more comfortable with gays, and I enjoy being in gay bars, and all this stuff. It's like something that...
Oh, he's saying he's gay? Holy shit.
Well, he started making a series where they just had splattered over his face like bukkake, like it was bukkake porn,
Yeah,
like, you know, like everybody ejaculated all over his face. Queer, it said right over his face. Yeah, and so it's just gotten to the point where, like, either he was listening to me because I kept calling him out and just said, fuck it, you know, this Dietrich guy's on to me, I might as well come out. And then, you know, now he's making this series called Queer. I mean, just plain queer. It's like, dude, yeah, so, yeah, there we are. Brandon found a bunch of the images. Holy shit.
Yeah, check out that shit he's wearing on the cover of W.
Uh,
It's obviously he's
Yeah.
he's
He's a
I don't think
flamer.
he was ever straight, but now he's like clearly not.
Yeah, now he's flaming.
Yeah.
He's
Like that floral shirt with like 3 buttons unbuttoned, you know?
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, this is like he just emerged out of the
Wow.
70s. Yeah, all he needs
Yeah,
is
it's-
glue on chest hair. Like yeah, so now they've got it. It's right over his face, like he just got cum splattered and shit from sucking a cock. Yeah, Daniel Craig. Queer. It's thank you. This is just, you know what this is? This is a Kino-esque psychological warfare against masculinity. I don't even want to sound.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like Joe Rogan, but this is it. This is like.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. First Bond dies, then it's a chick, and then now he's getting splattered all over his
Did
face.
they make a female Bond? They finally
They were
decided.
trying to.
Oh God, yeah. Oh Jesus.
They might still. Who knows?
Did they not release it? I thought they made the black chick Bond. I mean,
No.
Oh, thank God. It's like, come on, they've already done
Thank
that
God.
with Doctor Who. It's like, Doctor Who's now a gay guy twerking. It's like, you know, they're just determined to, it's, you know, this is not woke.
no,
people.
they made the Bond chick.
They did?
She's here.
Oh, shit. Jesus. Let me look it up. Black
No,
Bond
no. They were trying to do something with it, but
Oh.
they didn't go too far with it
Okay.
in the movie.
I didn't think they could get very far, did they? So, yeah, Black Bond chick. No, I'm just getting some old footage of some of the old black girls that were starring in the films back in the day. But let me see, Gloria Hendry, maybe 1970s.
Amazon's been doing that with the show called Citadel.
Okay.
So
And
they made one in Citadel in India, but I mean, even Charlie's Angels. I mean, you have that Bionic Woman.
yeah.
Isn't that good enough?
I guess. I also
Wonder
just
Woman.
I received a how would I call this? It's just one of these memes from our man Aristides of Netanyahu with Trump, and I guess it's who's that idiot again? Shapiro, you know, as his dogs.
Oh,
Yeah.
that fucking Jew
Yeah.
cocksucker. Man.
Now we
And he
don't-
acts like he came from the street and he's broke and this and that and blah blah blah.
I don't know what flag
Yeah.
they put. Yeah, they've got some flag over what looks like the White House, but I'm not quite sure what that flag is. But go on. Yes, what were you going to say, Brendan? It was.
Oh, Shapiro plays the whole scheme where I worked my way up and I didn't take out student loans, and it's like, dude, you had a full ride.
Yeah,
You know,
thank you.
Like your parents / scholarships /
Thank you.
tutorships.
Thank you.
Like,
Oh, yeah, it's amazing
and
how.
I don't know who, like, obviously he's a plant, like some kind of plant, because it's like, who would pay him to talk? It's like so boring, and he just talks really fast and is like a pseudo intellectual. It's so lame.
Thank you.
Pseudo-intellectual,
So it's actually
more
Musk
like
in
a
the meme.
dumbass savant.
So it's Netanyahu's got the chain on Trump and Musk. Okay, so there we are. So it's Trump and Musk that are.
Yeah, then
No.
Tom McDonald, he had a rap song with Ben Shapiro.
Did he really? Okay. And
God. Stupid.
so all such being said, yeah, I do want to say that we don't want to go all out Judeo-phobic here, which we are not. Just so people
No, of
understand,
course not.
We're obviously
No.
speaking out against Zionism. We're speaking out against Israel as a rogue terrorist state, probably one of the greatest threats to human civilization or world peace that ever existed, since the death of the Soviet Union. So it's like, these are real problems that are on in the world geopolitically, and people have to recognize there are threats out there, and yes, Israel is one of them. It's a threat.
Yeah, even Trump posts on Truth Social that he's not going to allow Netanyahu drag him into a war with Iran.
Okay, that's interesting. So hopefully
Yeah.
he'll reclaim
If
some.
he can't make a deal with them,
Yeah.
then he's going to go to Iran directly.
Okay, that's well, you got to give Trump credit for that.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
But don't forget, a broken clock is only right twice a day.
That's right. That's right. At any rate, what I'll do is kind of like meander back into, shall we say, a monologue of a sort. I want both Real Tech and or Leo and Bren to join me and interject whenever they wish. Brendan, are you home yet? I'm just curious if you're home yet, because I might take a short little break, just a quick bathroom break, come right back and just dive into monologue, have you two gentlemen back me up with some interjections. However you two feel about it. Like I said, I gave everybody a forewarning. I wouldn't be too long tonight. I might end around midnight, 1 or 2 at the latest. We'll see if I even, it's past midnight now. So we'll see if I just dive it all into it on Sunday when I've got the time, as opposed to, he says, I am not in place at the moment. Okay, got it. And thank you for letting us know. So he's obviously in a place where, he's not got good cell reception. But,
Okay.
so we'll go on for a little bit here while I sip on some tea. So tell us as well, Real Tech, when it came to... so I had heard about the Black Adam project, and it sounds like it's been run into the ground by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and that's and apparently he's not playing Black Adam. He's playing something, but it's not Shazam. And like you said, the Superman guy got hired and then got fired, and all of this sounds pretty. So it might never come out. Like you said, this film might never come out. What other glorious clusterfucks have you heard about in the cinematic industry, just for the sake of morbid entertainment?
Well, in the game industry, they made Concord.
Okay.
And Sony wasted $400 million in this game and failed within 2 weeks.
Jesus. What was this supposed to be about?
It was supposed to be a hero shooter, like based off of like something like Overwatch.
Mm-hmm.
It took like 8 years to make it, which is 8 years too late because the Chinese are kicking ass with Marvel Rivals.
Yeah.
And it's got nice female curvy characters and nothing woke in it. All.
Right. Yeah. Gee.
And it's having comic books also, and it's doing very well. I play it too. It's a very fun game. It's very good, very fun online game. Another one that came out this year, which was the Captain America 4, which was just a terrible movie. I just watched it on bootleg. I downloaded
Thank you. Did you hear my review of that? Did you hear my review?
No.
Oh my
Send it
fucking...
to me. I want to hear that.
Yeah, oh my fucking God. I can give you kind of like a brief review of my review and just kind of go over the horrors of that film. There's so many that one loses count. But I forced myself to suffer through it because of what I was told that there was, I do have to confess, there was obviously a statement that was made and they did take a stance, but they fucked it all up with everything else they did to make certain that their message would be completely lost in the awfulness of the film itself and all the choices that they made. So before I get into that, what was I thinking of? What about some photographs that you were taking at these conventions? Anything in particular stand out with your photography experiences that you'd like to share, or not? If not, I'll just dive into talking about Captain America 4 and exactly everything they fucked up with that. And I'll have to look up some names while I'm doing that, such as actress in okay. Oh, here we are. Israeli actress. Let me see. The Israeli actress. Israeli actress in Captain America 4. Let's look that up. I mean, she was obviously a big factor in its controversy. And did you know about her and her history and the history of her character?
Which character is this?
In Captain America: Brave New World, the Israeli actress named Shira Hayes or Haz. She plays the character Ruth Bat Seraph, who is supposed to be the superheroine Sabra. And Sabra is an almost pornographic name. It means like prickly pear, like prickly on the outside, but sweet and juicy on the inside. It's almost like a pornographic name, but this is the horror of this woman and the character that she plays. First of all, for those of you who do not know, Sabra is a controversial character produced by Marvel Comics during the heyday of its pro-Israeli propaganda. And at that time, of course, the man running as a dictator Marvel Comics was Stan Lee. Stan Lee was the personality cult around which Marvel Comics was based, and he was a horrible human being, and he died terribly, as he should have, because karma's a bitch. But basically, Stan Lee insisted on taking Marvel Comics into just this incredibly pro-Israeli propaganda bent, where they were saying everybody's one race and we're going to do race changes on everybody, but they don't do it with Jews. If you're Israeli, you don't get race changed. No Israeli superhero or character gets blackified, but everyone else in Marvel Universe gets blackified. Clearly, when it doesn't even make any sense. And it's, at least in Captain America, there's a rationale, as stupid as it is. The thing that's so horrible about this, and the thing that's so stupid about it and so unnecessary, is that this race changing is everything Americans complain about when they complain about wokeness, when they complain about gender changing.
Yeah.
And they say,
I remember when it didn't make any sense to me. I remember when I bought the comic book.
Yeah.
Comic book store. Went around on 34th Street next to the Empire State Building, Jimmy Haney Universe, and just getting collecting the monthly comic book, and reading that the first.
Keep your mouth close to the microphone. Keep your mouth close to the microphone so we can hear you better. So go on and say a bit about.
Okay, I was saying that I remember buying the comic book from Jim Haney's Universe.
Excellent.
It used to be around 34th Street.
Yeah.
Empire State Building, and it was the monthly comic book of Captain America I was collecting at the time.
Yeah.
And this was like 2004, 2005, and it was saying that the first real Captain America was black.
Right, they retconned it. What's called retconning, meaning retroactively.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
Thank you.
And I bought it. Because, like I said, I was just collecting the monthly issue.
Yeah.
And when I really didn't think about it until until the TV series with Captain America and the Winter Soldier. And I saw this guy. I was like, oh, here we go. I mean, I wasn't against it, but in the comics, I wasn't against him being Captain America anyway. But in the comics, they had it where after he got shot in Captain America number 25 and died, that it was Bucky that became Captain America, and it wouldn't make sense. And of course, in the movie, spoiler alert, but in the movie, he goes on and on about how he should have took the serum.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to take the serum, and he's fighting the fucking Hulk and shit, Red Hulk, and he's about to die from that motherfucker. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So there you go. So, but it's by the way, I've already given all the spoilers. When anybody listens to this channel, you're going to get spoilers all up the ass because I don't give a shit about spoilers. Yeah. But when it comes, it's like I'm not being selfish here in the sense that spoilers don't bother me, but I do understand they bother other people But if that's the case, you wouldn't listen to this channel. This is a channel where spoilers are given for history in general, so we don't, we certainly don't care about giving spoilers for film or cinema. But when it came to the concept of Captain America, the way they retroactively conspired it or reconvened the entire story was it had a certain logic to it, even though it was entirely a connivance that was just a sap to just their blackification of everything as part of their own agenda, which in this case, most people would simply call woke, for lack of a better term. But Marvel Comics is the king of woke. I mean, they're just, this is all they do is
yeah, the Japanese are absolutely obliterating comics right now.
Yeah, in other words, what Realtek is referring to, or what Leo's referring to, is the fact that basically Western consumers are turning to Japan, whether it's manga or anime, but their popular culture Japan offers doesn't have this insanity where, let's take everybody and make them a woman or make them black or both, which is what's happening with all of these established characters in American conventional cinema and media, where whether it's Doctor Who in England or whether it's Captain America or it's just at some point they change their sex or they change their race, and it's and all of this is based on successful established white characters, but you're never going to see them make a white Blade. Like, let's make Blade white. Or, let's I mean, imagine that. Or let's,
or Spanish.
Or let's make this Jewish character, one of the Israeli characters from Marvel Comics, which, believe it or not, they had plenty. That's what the X-Men was all about. And let's change their gender or let's change their race. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, people, and even I was going to mention his name too, but Young Grippa, 5'1", but people assumed and made their own ethos idea that Stan Lee created X-Men off of the an inspiration of the civil rights movement.
Right. Yes. That is whether that is the case or not. That is the black argument. The black argument. Yeah. Whether
it is a black argument.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The black
argument.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I agree that intuitively resonates with me that that's not the case, because that would imply that Stan Lee actually had a level of creativity that I do not credit him with. I don't credit him with. But yeah, Stan Lee was simply making... The X-Men was originally a big Jew fest where they're all... they're all Jewish. Yeah, they're all essentially Jewish. I mean, they're wearing the Star of David.
The way they're drawn, especially Professor X, the way he's drawn, and I mean, obviously, of course, Magneto.
Well, I mean, they're
what happened to him?
Yeah, well, they're actually articulated as Jewish. It's not like the way they're drawn; they just have big noses or something. They're articulated to be Jewish, and they have Jewish issues. So with Magneto, of course, he's in a concentration camp as a child, where he discovers his superpowers, and he becomes like a mutant supremacist.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Chris Claremont found real-world influence in Israeli leader Menachem Begins.
Okay.
I can't pronounce his name, but Menachem B.
Menachem Begin.
Menachem. Yeah.
Yeah. Menachem
Evolutions.
Begin. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on. Yeah.
X-Men's mutants for. Well, this character is specifically this historical person is specifically inspired for Magneto. X-Men's mutants were created as a reflection of oppressed minorities in America by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. I mean, it could be to an extent, but like it says right there, it's from Jewish. It's a fucking Jewish guy.
Yeah, it's all Jewish as hell. I mean, all their problems were Jewish. It's just basically like Jews go against each other about all kinds of things. You put 10 Jews in the same room, you're gonna emerge with 20 opinions. So it's like when Professor Xavier and Magneto are on this like love fest with each other, and believe me, it's a love fest. I mean, Xavier and Magneto love each.
Gay.
Yeah, it's yes, thank you. Yeah, basically they're gay. Basically they're gay.
That's fine.
Yeah, and that's okay. Yes, and that's okay. But what happened was this was done a long time ago, and that's what it was about, was their Jewish trip, and everything was about Israel. The whole trip was about Israel, and basically what Stan Lee was saying, what his true belief is that the Jews are superior, and the question is whether the Jews pull a Professor Xavier, where they learn to just cooperate with the rest of the human race, which is beneath them, but they cooperate with the rest of the human race because they're the grace of God, or whether they conquer the human race because they're superior. Stan Lee truly believed this, that the Jews were godlike, and the question is whether they take the hard road and conquer the rest of humanity, or whether they take the soft road and give humanity reason to love them. And so it is the Jewish trip, and it is expressed in basically Judeo-supremacist terms. It's not a question that they're different, but that they're superior. They are obviously a homo superior, as portrayed as X-Men, via the X-Men paradigm. So they have all these powers, they've got all this good shit going, they have all the history going back to biblical rationalization, which is presented several times in the comics, and the Holocaust experience, all the rest of it. It's all there. It's so Jewish that, it may as well be printed in Hebrew. But beyond that Jewishness, they had rarely, because they didn't need to. Everyone was so Jewish in Marvel Comics, with the X-Men in particular. To their credit, they kept it enclaved. They kept it ghettoized. So it was just the X-Men that was particularly Jewish. But beyond that, every once in a while they'd throw in an actual Israeli superhero or superheroine. In one case, it was Sabra. And Sabra was controversial from the beginning because her first appearance is confronting the Hulk. And so the Hulk, in one of his more lucid moments, because back in the old days, before we had all the variant universes, because they were running out of ideas and they just had to say, we've got to make up new shit, they basically, this is part of what drives me mad. Like, there was a Asian Indian fan of Spider-Man who at least produced one short 4-run series. It was a mini-series called Spider-Man India, in which you got this Indianized cultural, not Vedic, mind you, it wasn't Vedic, it was just an Indianized culture fest of Spider-Man in India. And it's like, okay, that's cool. It's, that's like, they could do this, all they wanted.
I can send you some of those pictures I have from New York Comic Con 2023.
Okay, great.
Spider-Man India.
Okay, there we are. And so, look, I mean, they can do this anytime they want. All they need to do is say, this is Spider-Man Asia, this is Spider-Man India, here's Spider-Man Africa. But why do they take the standard character, which is established, and say, okay, fuck it, we're going to, kill him off, and say, now he's black. Now, there's a rationalization here where they say, okay, he's replaced by the Falcon, and the Falcon is now Captain America, and you have to accept this. You are not given a choice. You as the consumer are told, if you do not accept this, you are racist. But no one can accept that because that's not their Captain America. It's just not. Yeah, it's not.
And it's a soft introduction to try to force you to have Miles Morales as Spider-Man.
Yes.
Which he's not.
Yes. And now are you talking about the Hispanic guy who's the twink who's now become the new Falcon? Because they've got this Spanish twink guy who's become the new Falcon. And that's in the Captain America 4.
No. That's a fucking hack. That one. No. That was just bullshit.
Yeah. So just to get back to the train of thought, so Hulk in the old days, classic Hulk, like, for those of you who don't remember, because it's been Future Imperfect and so many other fucking mutations that, and granted, some of these are great. I mean, there's the great kind of Hulk mutation where I think it's Immortal Hulk or Hulk Eternal or something where...
old Hulk.
Yeah, where there's this Hulk that actually reasons and thinks on a level that's at least literate or shall we say articulate. He's not necessarily a physicist like Bruce Banner, but the Hulk, when he goes into Hulk is actually a better detective than Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner's just there for the human element. That's the one where they found the young girl who, remember, what was it? There was they're doing all this experiment with gamma mutations on plants, and the young girl gets mutated, and then the Hulk basically makes her, farmer father get acquainted with, this is her life now, but she's got you. Okay, that one.
I remember. Well, they also had this entire arc with the with Wolverine in the future, and it was like a one shot or whatever it was, and it was just being a dick, and the whole family Hulks, and
that was horrible. You know who did that? The guy who did that was Frank Miller. That's Frank Miller. And Frank Miller, he's the one who fucked it all up, and because he's all fucked up.
That guy's on his last legs.
Yeah, thank God.
I mean, I have some books. I have a book signed by him, and some stuff I got graded. He's I said I pray for him, but the guy.
Don't pray for him. Don't pray for him.
Not anymore. I give up. The guy's working on half his body, and he's got he's hunchback, and he's in his mid-60s, and
karma.
And
karma.
Yeah, it is karma, and also he keeps constantly bring out this monstrosity covers.
Yeah.
They're horrible. Yeah, fucking. I mean, he never was a good artist. To begin with.
Thank you. Yeah,
decent, but this is just fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Let's look that shit up, man.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll send it to you, but it's just.
You have to take some solace where you can find it. I take solace in the fact that he's paid the price. Y'all, you know what he did? It was Joseph Goebbels produced 300. It was just never released, and it was one of those Nazi screenplays that wound up being stolen by the Allies. And I saw a copy of it at the Presidio military base when I was dealing with the libraries. And what happened was Goebbels' movie about the Spartans was what was stolen by Frank Miller, who then produced 300, and it's a Nazi propaganda film, and you can see that when you watch it.
Right.
But Frank Miller just stole
it. It's a great film.
Yeah, it is.
That's
it's
right.
an excellent film. It's an excellent film, and you can see what they do. They Africanize the Persians. That this is not the Persians as they were historically. They are an African horde, which was to relate to. So it was to parallel the Nazi struggle against the colonial soldiers of the Allies. But anyhow, Gute Nacht, Brendan says, Brendan, join us please to say goodnight verbally if you be so kind. I take it that Brendan needs his rest, but of course, Brendan, you're welcome to stay with us. And
much
you're
in this state. So good night.
Yeah. Now, please say it louder near the microphone so we can hear you. Are you okay? Are you at home safe?
I said Gute Nacht.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not worthy in this state to do much more.
I understand. Are you at home safe?
Well, that's debatable, but yes, I'm in a place where I can rest.
Go home.
Yeah, he's home.
He's home.
He's home.
That's good stuff.
We love you. Stay safe and be well. Okay, that's Brendan Zogit. We love you dearly.
Well, I need.
Yes.
On.
Yes, and oh my God, what a. Well, hopefully he's feeling better on Sunday. I'm sure he will be. But yeah, so what I was saying about where were we? We were talking about 0300, and we could go into that another time. I've gone into that in some depth before, but
okay, I never knew that.
Okay, yeah, and that for that reason, because he made such a success out of it, he's just stole from Joseph Goebbels everything, So that's what I'll never forget.
I was looking it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're never gonna say that. They're never gonna say that. You're never gonna find the reality of that.
Oh, I absolutely believe you about that.
Yeah, but when it comes to
since you mentioned it in the I see it now.
Okay.
I definitely see it now, especially with the hunchback.
Yes. Yeah, he's the one who betrays them, is the genetically deformed. Yeah, yes. The genetically deformed person is the villain who betrays them. Yes, all of that. You can see the whole Nazi theme is there, and it's taken by, Miller, who just steals it outright. The only difference is Goebbels did not cook this part up. is that they basically have RuPaul play Xerxes. That I'm being facetious, but you know what I mean. Xerxes is portrayed by a drag queen, so that's not that.
He was really good though. He's really good though.
He was. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
Excellent.
do. True.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect for that role.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's definitely something he would never have thought of.
Yeah.
He probably have some like fucking Max Shrek.
Yeah. Something along those lines. Yeah. But that was the only real Frank Miller touch.
Perfect
to it.
casting.
Yeah. Also, the other touch that Goebbels would not have done was that instead of historically accurate immortals, Frank Miller put them all in ninja masks. So they're all wearing these samurai masks. So and this kind of ninja garb. So he made them look mean in the modern sense. So in the modern sense, they looked mean as hell. And but that, of course, Goebbels would never have done that to his Japanese allies. But definitely the Nazis were facing all kinds of ethnic waves, hordes, a real swarm of colonial troops in the West. They were bringing in from North Africa and the French colonies, and so this is conveyed in that film, and the script was written around that, where Xerxes is leading an Africanized horde against the Spartans. So it's something now that I'm taking a look at what Realtek is sending me. So he's sending me a number of images of just horrible covers. Yes, that's right. These are
fucking monstrosity, and like I said, you know, the guy looks like a fucking ghoul.
Yeah. Yes. He's not healthy. You know who that reminds me of? That reminds me of the dude who writes the Game of Thrones. The guy.
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, George R.R. Martin. Thank you. Who I used to be a fan of. Before.
Really?
Yeah, before he sold out. No, that was back in the day when George R.R. Martin produced an anthology of short stories that was published in Songs the Dead Men Sing, that was published by Cemetery Press, a small press. So he was small time at that time. Oh my God, these covers are horrible. These covers, they're just awful.
Absolutely disgusting, man. I draw better than him.
Yeah, that's true. This is like what a child would draw. This is not even, only his name is carrying him at this point. His name, the Batman
cover is absolute Batman.
The Batman looks like a turtle. He looks like he's got a turtle shell. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, well, looks like he's about to take a shit also. But anyway, that's kind of style he's done with Batman anyway. So that's forgivable and acceptable.
Yeah.
But the rest of that stuff is drawn like
he's truly degenerating. He is truly neurologically degenerating. This is indicative. The only inspiration.
I'm telling you, he's walking on the side. He's walking like a hunchback on the side.
Yeah,
like that guy from 300.
I believe. Yeah, there you go. That's karma. Yeah. And you know, so it's like oh my God.
They made a documentary about him last year.
Yeah, there you go, and they made a documentary about who the Frank Miller.
Frank Miller.
Yeah, okay.
And he was just a fucking asshole anyway. I mean, it was a really good deal for the pricing of Bulletproof Comics, but he won't allow anybody to take pictures with him.
Of course not. He knows he looks like shit. He must know he looks like shit. Yeah. And,
I mean, I took a picture with this other guy that works with volunteers mostly with the Bulletproof Comics, with the auctions and different stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I tried to sneak myself in and take a picture with him, but the owner didn't allow it. So.
Yeah.
But you're right now. Who wants to just get his fucking signature, man, and collect that shit?
Yeah, if he's inspirational for anything, it's the fact that any child looking at these drawings and the illustrations he's getting published will look at that and say, "Man, if this shit gets published, I've got a chance to draw and illustrate in comics." That's the only way he can inspire people.
I can draw like that too. That's easy.
Yes.
I can make monstrosities.
Yes. Thank you. Now, going back to, so I don't lose the train of thought, going back to when Hulk was Hulk, when you had solid characters that were simply what they were, and they weren't alternate manifestations in parallel universes, which, like I said, is fine. You can get to that point, but why not also maintain the steady core character? There's no reason why they shouldn't. Why they keep killing these steady core characters and changing their sex and changing their race is preposterous. They're killing their own fan base, and they're killing. They're basically destroying their own industry.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like the Grey Hulk. I mean, that was cool. He's more of a sociable and higher intelligence Hulk than the green one. So that was interesting.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that's fine to have these variants and say, look, these are parallel universes. But like I said, why destroy the core character? You can always maintain the core character. And the beauty of the core character, the Hulk, the original Hulk, was he's a simpleton. That's the beauty of the original Hulk. He's just a simpleton, okay? But in one of his more lucid moments as a simpleton, in the original Hulk run, where he's like just hopping around the world trying to be left alone, he winds up in the middle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So when he winds up in the middle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, he comes across some young Palestinian boy who then gets killed. And so he's weeping and crying over and is flying into a rage over this young boy gets killed because of this stupid battle for land. And that's when he's confronted by Sabra, because she's informed the Hulk is on the loose in Israel and she's an Israeli superheroine. So she flies over to confront the Hulk and basically tells Hulk, oh, it doesn't matter, he's just a Palestinian. And that's her first appearance of Sabra in the Hulk comics, which is already... That's a bad start.
Look it up.
Yeah. So yeah, it's true. By the way,
it's fucking horrible, man.
Yeah. She basically tells Hulk, "Hey, look, it's okay. He's just a Palestinian. It doesn't matter." And so that like somehow calms the situation. That it's a bad start. So that Sabra is already a controversial character, and then you add the fact that she's portrayed in Captain America: Brave New World by Shira Haas. And just so people know, I'm going to share a screen here with our friend Leo, Real Tech Geek, and as I share the screen, you can see that this lady is just very physically unimposing. She's physically unimposing. Here's Israel. Hey, this is where we stand. We stand with Israel, and she's obviously a very diminutive person. She's so diminutive. She's so underweight. Get this. There is a universal suffrage in Israel where, unless you're part of some extreme religious community, which is half of Israel, you have to serve. So when she was drafted to serve in the military, they gave her a physical and they said, you weigh so little, you weigh as much as a malnourished Ethiopian. They said that, you can't serve. And so they said, you don't have to serve. We give you the medical excuse where you can stay out. Yeah, and then she said, no, I insist. So she insisted, and so she went into the military voluntarily, which at this point in history makes her a genocidal maniac. She wanted to serve in the Israeli Defense Force, even though she had an out, which means she wants to be part of the oppression, a part of the occupation and the oppression of indigenous peoples in the West Bank and the Gaza. So, so you've got a controversial actress who maybe they thought, oh, she must be perfect to play Sabra because of Sabra's stance about Palestinian children. But no, she's not believable as Sabra because she doesn't look like she could be an Israeli superhero. She looks like she's just too small. And like I said, so let's look up the one person who could have played that role would be an actual Israeli, like I said, willy-nilly porn actress. And this was the actress who actually could have portrayed. Let's see now if we can find any. Nilly Willis, porn actress. There we are. So let's see if we can find some images. So this girl could have played Sabra. Yeah, she could have played Sabra. I think she's an actual.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. She's an Israeli porn actress, and she could have done it. But instead of having her to pull it off, they get this stupid little chick who's like 3 feet tall. I swear that chick they got the actress to play Sabra instead is 3 feet tall, but Willie Nillis is like 6 feet. So she could have been Sabra, and but no.
Imagine if she was Gal Gadot or some shit. That's really cute.
Yeah, and
on The Rock.
Yeah, and I could stare at her for hours. And anyhow,
that's a asset.
Yes.
Now.
Yeah. And so there we go with that. But all that being said, so we had that on one hand, and then we had the Black Star, playing quote unquote Captain America when he's really the Falcon. And the Falcon is fine. The Falcon is the oldest black superhero that we know of in popular culture that we know of. I mean, basically, there may have been black superheroes
for years. I think it was as early as 1970 or 71. I
60s. It's the 60s they brought on the Falcon. So the Falcon has been around forever.
No, I mean in terms of when they were teamed up together.
Right. Okay, got it.
Because the issue was Captain America and the Falcon.
There we are. Thank you.
So,
Thank you. When they introduced him, thank you. See, he's the real tech geek. He knows this. And so the Falcon is already an old, established black superhero. He's been around forever. Why don't they just say the Falcon and make a movie? The Falcon, say, hey, Captain America's out of action for now, and we've got the Falcon. And so...
Yeah, 1969.
Thank you.
You're right.
But
you're right. Yeah, they should have did something like that. I mean, why?
Yeah. Why say, oh, you're Captain America now? But but worse yet, the actor. When he was interviewed, they said, they asked him, what's the movie about? And he said, and this is the black guy acting the role of Captain America. He said, it's not about America. And it's like, instead, went on to say this other weird shit, like, it's really about DEI. And it's about being woke and all this other shit. So you've got this one woman who's a right-wing genocidal maniac playing the Sabra character. You got the black actor himself saying none of this is about America. America ain't shit. Who's playing Captain America? Yeah, you can't win. I mean, it's like you've
and Harrison Ford playing as the president, and they were actually going to have a real assassination attempt. And when Trump got almost popped off,
then they had to cancel that. Yeah, but the one thing Harrison Ford portrayed well was a racist president. That was the only right choice they made. You believed he was a racist president.
Yeah.
You look at that guy and you say, yeah, that's one racist president. But in the sense, that's where the statement comes in. So I'll point that out. But you see, you've already lost all of the left-wing audience from the Sabra character. You've already lost all your right-wing audience from the black guy playing Captain America, because the actor has just said, hey, this ain't about America. America ain't shit. So, at that point, you've lost everybody. So they canceled out their message, but they had a message, and their message was Harrison Ford is Donald Trump. And basically, Donald Trump becomes the Red Hulk. Get it? Like red Republicans, red is the Republican color, so he becomes the Red Hulk. He represents MAG America. So you've got Harrison Ford playing MAG America, and what does he do? Rather than going to war with the enemy, he goes to war against his allies. He goes to war against Japan. So he goes to war against Japan, America's allies, and then he finally at the end of the film is forced to turn himself into jail. He actually goes to jail. So there is a statement to this film which is quite intense. They're saying, look, here's Trump. Here's the Red Hulk. And he's going to war against his allies instead of the enemy. And he finally is forced to go to jail to pay for his crimes. So what they're showing is an intensive message, but the message is lost in not only the actors and actresses, but the horror of the film itself is just unwatchable. But probably the worst aspect is the scene where Captain America hands the black actor, whose name I have to look up. I can't even remember it.
Anthony Mackie.
Thank you, Andrew Mackie. Yeah, thank you. Is that his name, Andrew Mackie? Anthony Mackie. Thank you. I can't even retain it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't even retain it. But all I think of him as is Ant-Man, America, Bucky combo, because he's wearing Ant-Man's helmet. He's wearing Ant-Man's helmet. Don't anybody tell me otherwise.
Yeah,
that's fucking Ant-Man's helmet. It's like, what, they had the prop and they just said, oh, we got this prop, and it makes him look a little different. So he's like Ant-Man, Falcon, Wakanda armor, Iron Man. Captain, this isn't a superhero. This is a Frankensteinian pastiche of and he doesn't take the serum. He's just a black man. That's, he's no superhero. He's just a black man. But he's got Wakandan armored Iron Man suit, with flying fucking wings. Yeah, and blade wings. And he's got these, fucking shield. of Captain America.
And Red Wing, an AI little computer.
Thank you. Thank you. He's just this Frankenstein pastiche of characters that doesn't even make sense. It's like they took a bunch of characters and mashed them together and said, here's your new hero, because nothing works better than... You know what happens when you say, oh, this food tastes good, I like ice cream. Oh, this food tastes good, I like chili. Like hot chili and ice cream. What could be better when you mix them both together? No, it tastes like shit. Yes, that's what it's like when you've got this guy with all this shit put together on him. And but he's supposed to be just a regular black guy underneath it. He's going up against Red Hulk, which is supposed to be like... These are supposed to be cosmic level power.
Yeah, the first Captain America guy should have took him out of prison and have him fight the Red Hulk.
Yes.
At least he would have won.
Yeah, thank you.
Even playing field.
Yeah, thank you. But when they show the real Captain America, I have to go for that. With the real Captain America giving him the shield in that scene, I don't know if you noticed it, Leo, but the black guy holds the shield so the star is upside down. And he holds it there for minutes with the star upside down. So he's holding the shield as a satanic sigil of Baphomet for minutes when he gets the transition from, I'm Captain America now. When the old white guy says, here, take this shield.
No, I never noticed that.
Yeah, well, take a look at that scene. And,
I had to look at it.
Oh, it is, once you see it, you can never unsee it. And it's like, talk about just an offense in your face. It's like in your eye. Like, here's fuck you. There's just, he's holding the shield upside fucking down. And for minutes when he takes it from Captain America, literally satanic. So it's like, okay, they went all the way to whatever message they had. They fucked it up every way, and of course they paid the price. Nobody's watching that shit. It's unwatchable. It's like, so the message was meaningless, but their message was the Republicans are a danger, going to war against their own allies, and Trump will eventually go to jail. That's a deep message, but it's all lost because. Yeah, the way they fucked it all up. So yeah, it's there you go. That's the analysis I gave of the Captain America 4, which of course that's not Captain America. It's not Captain America, no matter what they tell you.
No.
Yeah,
Bucky's Captain America.
Yeah. If it were to be, and they bring Bucky in as
the comic books anyway.
They bring Bucky in as a senator. Remember that? They bring him in Captain America 4.
What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah,
and then in the Thunderbolts trailer, that annoying fucking Dreyfus bitch. I don't like her. I don't like her.
No.
Never did.
No.
But she says that he only was a senator for like 6 months or something.
Jesus. Yeah. So there you go with that, and it's 6 months or something. Say that again. So that it's
half a term.
Okay, got it.
The character.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and it was so weird because Bucky is supposed to be this post-traumatically stress disordered, traumatized character that becomes a senator. That is like, look, it's not that somebody post-traumatically stress disordered cannot resocialize and ultimately be given some responsibility, but Bucky was such an extreme case that this is just, wow, like this doesn't even make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense because he was struggling to in Captain America Winter Soldier. In Falcon the Winter Soldier, Bucky was struggling every day to tell his neighbor, who's Japanese, that he killed his son.
Yes.
And became very close friends with him. So I don't know how he goes from that to be a senator.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, and by the way, the actor he played amazing as Trump though.
Okay.
He did.
Okay.
He won an Emmy.
Okay. There we are. Thank you. Okay. There we are. And I got confused there for a moment because I was thinking of Harrison Ford playing the Trump parallel in Captain America 4, which, of course, for what it's...
Thunderbolt Ross.
Yeah. Okay, Thunderbolt Ross. That's right. He was supposed to be Thunderbolt Ross. That's right. Which I think did incredible injustice to the character Thunderbolt Ross. But yes, that's right. Thunderbolt Ross was always a weird character.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
Sam Elliott played as him in the Ang Lee movie, which is, which was
So
just fucking.
so why couldn't they get Sam Elliott to play him in the?
I don't know.
Yeah, because
that would be fantastic.
yeah, it would have made sense. It would have made sense because he also looks like a racist president, and we all know he is a racist. I mean, both of them are excellent as racist presidents. So yes, it would have made sense. Would have had more continuity, however, if it was the same actor. So yeah, there you go. Thank you for reminding me of that. So yeah, we really geeked out tonight, and we gave it the old. Let's do it for about half more hour. We'll close the show at around 2 a.m. Pacific time. But I think
it's 4:20 right here. So
right, yeah, it's your but you're basically a person who doesn't really have a biorhythm locked in, do you? You kind of sleep when you feel tired, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot more energy than most people, so, I mean, once I'm not too exhausted from conventions or something like that, but I can sleep, 8-10 hours, whatever it is, and not be up for 20, 25, 20-ish hours. I can do that, so,
I mean, now,
really
is this something you just normally do, or just do it as the situation calls for it?
It's a situation as the situation called for it. Yeah, I mean, I have bipolar tendencies, unfortunately, so there's that too. But I mean, and even though Brooke one time said I was autistic, and I guess I am. In some ways I am. I melt down. So, but I'm just saying with the sleep pattern. Yeah, it's a struggle because especially when the weather's this nice and trying to get a model or do a photo shoot with the cherry blossoms or different things or someone else I'm talking to. It's a struggle, especially when I do have great sleep. So, when I say regular sleep like a regular person, which I can do for a while, for a time, but it always goes, especially after a month or so. But I always go back to the night.
Yeah. Yeah. So you are a night person, and so that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people say you live lots longer if you're a night person, but I don't know.
You do, yes. Just so people know, yes, there is truth to that. You do live longer.
Great.
Why are you afraid that you don't want to live longer? Is that what it is?
No, I don't know, man. I don't know. Where things are going and right now, and just I mean. I don't want to feel like Jimmy Carter, being like a fucking vegetable and shit 100 years old. I mean, I don't like that, for example. Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. I doubt that that's going to happen to you. Honestly, I think that your mind is sharp enough where you don't need to worry about going senile. It's just keep yourself occupied with everything that interests you, and you're going to be fine. And I think you do that.
I'm more worried about my dick don't stand up anymore. I have to keep working on that.
That's a, how would I say it? It's like that's I'd hate for that to happen as I got older, is to just confront that phenomenon. It's just unthinkable. It's just unthinkable to be unable to perform or something of that nature. It's
yeah, I can't do it. I mean, I still can perform very well, but I can imagine for most men, yeah, especially with what the crap they're putting in the food. I mean, Robert Kennedy Jr. trying to do something, when you look into the microplastics, that's some of the worst things they're doing with our food. That's destroying testosterone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely we're in terrible times in the sense of what we're doing to our environment.
It's not the vaccines or this other stuff. No. It's a lot of the environment.
Yeah.
Another thing too. He's trying to make a fucking. I think it's just fucking insane. This is genocidal bullshit. Having an autistic database.
Yes. Go on about that. It's this is something they've been talking about, and I understand it's the subject of some controversy. So it's if there's anything else you want to share about that, please do.
Not too much I know about it. Just some things I listen with Vosh or look up online. But I can only handle Vosh so much sometimes. He gets monotonous also.
Yeah. Yeah. So a few things I want to say. I'll ask Real Tech to jump in. Leo can interject whenever he wishes, but I'll just fill on our final 30 minutes or so, or 40 minutes with some observations, a bit of a monologue. But like I said, feel free to interject with your own observations. I was speaking earlier about polls, and Trump is, of course, in denial of these polls. And that I feel obligated to address them because they've been in the news and they're indicative of how far Trump has fallen. Now, in terms of people who are polled, 7 in 10 say that tariffs will increase prices, meaning most people seem to be aware of how dangerous and damaging these tariffs really are. Majorities oppose deporting all those who are undocumented and believe immigration is good for our country. And desperately scouring the polls for any good news, all the president's sycophants have reached for the fact that despite the national antipathy to Trump himself, voters are more likely to trust him to deal with the nation's key problems than Democrats in Congress, although only 37% trust Trump on that issue. While this bespeaks Democrats' need for a positive agenda, if Democrats in Congress were running against Trump, this might be meaningful. But in fact, this question is not strongly correlated with any real-world outcome. Despite it, when asked who they would vote for in a congressional race, Democrats lead by an average of 5 points. Republicans won the House by 2.6 points in 2024. So obviously, the Democrats, well, they just can't stop winning, apparently. Yeah, go on, please.
So like I was interrupt you, but I haven't put myself on mute. I'm just listening. But I just wanted to say before that the CEOs regarding the all the big corporations they imported a lot of like graphics cards or regular items. They imported Apple imported like several hundreds of billions of tons of iPhones and different computer equipment that they sell, but they all came together and warned Trump that what you're doing is going to have empty shelves within many weeks. That's where he did lower the tariffs and stop some of these things to be warned about that. So, but it's a very dangerous situation, and their just-in-time infrastructure is just literally what it is. Everything's supposed to only be stocked for a certain amount of time, and then it's supposed to get restocked, and it takes about a month. So the tariffs is the correct term. For it truly to come into effect is it's next month.
Mm-hmm.
So,
wow.
About the middle of this month to next month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And so that's an important point to be made. Thank you for getting that in there. And of course, based on what I've exposed about this Democratic lead in the polls, if you're a Republican who won by less than 10 points, you're either frightened or you're foolish. And in an interview with The Atlantic magazine last week, regardless, President Donald Trump said, "People are very happy with this presidency. I've had great polls." Well, that wasn't true then, and it's even less true now. So as Trump hit his 100th day in office, the day before yesterday by now, pollsters have been releasing these new surveys, and all the results are ugly. NBC News finds that 55% of Americans disapprove of the president's mishandling of the job. But that's rosy compared to the 59% that was registered via a CNN poll. There was an ABC
Well, also,
News. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No worries. No worries. Go on.
He's deporting children now, American citizens.
Yeah, deported children. Yes. Tell us about this. Yes. Whatever.
This is crazy.
Yes, to say the least. Yeah.
Basically, and then all the government cuts of spending and the cuts. A lot of it, especially USA, a lot of it went towards to defend these children with the it's like 30% was cut or something like that to defend children that are orphans, or refugees, or whatever it is, and they're granted citizenship, or born here, whatever it is, and the parents, something like that. And you had the lawyers to defend them, and a lot of times, sometimes the that are hired from the USA and the government, that was cut. And a lot of times, the judges will try to give more time. I mean, how can a 4-year-old defend themselves or understand what the situation is? And then this guy he's talking about with the El Salvador dictator.
Yeah.
Who's Palestinian.
Yeah. Is he really?
Yeah, he's Palestinian. Yes.
Jesus Christ! I had no idea.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah.
You didn't know.
I
didn't know either until recently.
Yeah. Wow.
Like last year.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That's impressive. I had no idea. Yeah.
And he's telling him, you got to build more of these prisons, like 6 more.
Yeah. Who's telling who this? Oh, Trump is telling the El Salvadorian guy to build more prisons, or the El Salvadorian guy is telling?
Yeah, because he's trying to find a way to send Americans there.
Right. Of course. Yes, that's what Trump's into. Yes, he wants to deport everybody. Yeah, who's not part of his insanity. And
but yeah, go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Honestly, I'm just entertaining myself. All the time that once I took a look at Willie Nillis, of course, I'm sharing screen again here, so I could take a look at her again, the porn actress, the Israeli porn actress. It just wonders me, why not, recruit her to play Sabra instead of the stupidity that they did? I mean, she's so much more statuesque and would have fulfilled that role so readily. But yeah, instead they stick us with this little midget. And then when the little midget took down all those soldiers in the hall, and it's like, that wasn't even believable. Yeah, I know she's supposed to have superpowers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. The movie was so bad, I totally forgot about it. Yes. It just, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. This is just terrible.
Yes, thank you. It's just awful, and and if I were Latin American. If I were Latinx or Latino in particular, a male Latin American, I'd be so insulted by the guy who played Falcon, the little, twink that they got playing the Hispanic Falcon character to the black guy's Captain America. I mean, it's just, the film is just awful. It's just awful.
And then people were, and then the comic book for his first appearance, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And the comic book for his first appearance was going up like crazy, and people... fear missing out, FOMO. And I'm like, oh man, people are gonna. I used to follow that shit too, like I did with the Deaf Wolverine.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's just a useless character.
Yes, thank you.
The character's gonna be in the dollar bin comic book later. It's called like a junk slap, and it's gonna get graded at 9.8, and probably cost like $20 for that shit.
Oh my god, that's so funny. So.
But hey, I mean, most people are so the way the economy is right now. And again, 9.8 comic book for something, or 9.9 comic book for something. It's better than nothing.
I guess it's fortunately. Fortunately, I've never been a collector in that regard, in that sense. But yeah, there is a whole market. There are people who are collecting these comics, and
I try to be more smart now.
Thank you.
I get the FOMO can get me sometimes too, but
understood.
The
FOMO, the fear of missing out. Stuff. It's a real thing.
It really is. I collect comic books. I collect Pokemon. I collect a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So.
And I don't blame you. It's a way of having some control over your environment, which you didn't have much control over while growing up.
No.
So. This is symptomatic of that, and that's fine. It's okay. It is.
Yeah, didn't have a room.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't have the room. There you go. And
no, I didn't have a room.
Yeah. Got it.
Until like a few months. It's like a year until John helped me and to put down lithium tiles and you know, like about a year or so before the fire happened. So, you know, and I have a whole apartment, you know, and a very fancy house. But I mean, in terms of getting inheritance and spending so much money and a lot of bananas and buying stuff and yeah, I bought a lot of comics. Yeah, of course, and I made a lot off the comics, but a lot of those comics have gone up so much, now they come down a lot. Also, because you know it just went up too much, and you know they've harmed the way they made these characters and where they transitioned them into how they are now. They harmed the comic book value of it, you know.
Yes.
Like Miss Marvel, for instance, you know.
Yeah.
That sold for 9.8, sold in 2021 or something. I never had 9.8, but it sold for like $4,000.
Wow.
And of how horrible the actress is, Brie Larson.
Well, she was.
9.8 now is probably like 500.
Oh gosh, well, it's these it's.
CGC, sorry, when I say I'm the grade, I say the company's CGC, which is the main one. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
It wasn't. The actress I don't think is so bad. She might have been wooden, but I think what killed her was these horrible. This is where the toxic masculinity comes in, and they were just hating on her and making false claims that she said, "I don't want male reporters in the room." Okay, that never happened. They were just making this shit up and spreading it all over the line. But I have to admit. This movie was written horribly. Her movie was written horribly. Not only she might have been wooden as an actress, but she was just.
It was the hype.
But it was an overpowered character. The character had no flaws. It was just totally invulnerable. There was no point. It's just like she's just blowing up half the universe with her willpower. It's just like okay, there's like. Why did you make this movie? I mean, it's just like here's all powerful God woman, the character, and it was just in that
she
sense,
is an important character for
historically
for that.
Yes, well, for that,
she's in it. So I mean, in the Infinity War and Endgame in the comics. So
it's
also
just,
have to. But.
It's just
it was a lot of hype. It was a lot of hype. It was a hype of the build up for that. So that's what it made over $1 billion. She's not a bad actress. I never said, you know, but you know, she
well, she was definitely they took her down with that all these cyberpunks, and they just made
and in terms of making content on her. For that one, for like a year or two, was just like a year and a half. It was just gold. It was a gold rush.
Yeah,
you can make the most laziest shit, and you can make constantly just the same thing over and over again. Make and follow the trend or whatever it is, and you can make a lot of money for that.
Interesting.
A lot of money on YouTube.
Okay. That's true. It was, for those who were making money off YouTube. I, of course, am not monetized, and I rely solely on...
You will be.
Well, Jesus, I don't know if that's a good thing. I mean, remember the experiment? Remember the horrible experiment that was done by Selena Khan? And then that horrible, Google kept it all, the money wound up just being stolen by Google. Not only that, Google started, digging into my bank account saying, oh, now that your account's monetized, you got to pay this much a month. It was almost, though I don't give her credit for this, it's almost like Selena Khan intended to fuck me over, but that would be giving her too much credit.
No.
Yeah, it was, but she ultimately, of course, flipped, which was to be expected. So there may have been an element of that all along, but she definitely just did not know what she was doing. And she was just full of herself, of course, the poor bitch, because she had made money in real estate, wound up, essentially buying and owning her own home in New York on Staten Island. So that when these people from the South Asia or the Middle East do that, they think they know everything. They think they know everything. So she thought, I know everything. I know everything. She really, truly thought that. And she really...
Especially in Staten Island, a fucking shithole.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Or no, she was on Long Island with Doofus, with Peter Moon. Staten Island was where Jambo the Reese Monkey was. Yeah, I said Staten Island.
Yeah. Fucking sick. That piece of shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he dead yet, too?
I hope so.
Dead yet?
Oh, God. Well, yeah, hopefully him and Pete are dead. But that's almost like too merciful
dead and
for
sucking each other off, which they deserve anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but poor Selena lost everything. She had it all in Bitcoin. Yeah, Selena was gone on Bitcoin, so she lost it all. Yeah.
Celsius?
Oh,
Celsius?
Yeah. Oh, God, I don't remember.
It had to be Celsius.
Yeah, she...
It had to be Celsius or fucking... what was the other company? I forgot. But my friend, he had... I think his cost average for Bitcoin was like $5,000 to $7,000.
Oh, God.
And he finally got it back recently from the lawsuit with Celsius.
Okay.
And some Ethereum for like 6 Bitcoin and Ethereum. And it's such a shame that, you see just a lot of things were going on at the time when he was investing with them and trying to get this guy, a lot of because they were promising a lot of interest. Yeah, he's got to just cash out. I mean, but they're trying to block him from getting his money too, doing some bullshit. So he went to the office to get it.
Wow. Okay. Well, good for him.
I mean, this is like $100,000 right here.
Yeah. You have to do something like that. You have to go to the office to get that back. And
it's about doing a lawsuit, and I said, well, you can do that, man, but
yeah, you
might lose half the money though, even more.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So you did the right thing. Yeah, you did the right thing by advising him just go to the office and get it.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've earned our pay for tonight. Honestly, we've done almost 8 hours, and if we were in a regular work day and had a lunch break, we would have done about 7 hours. So we've done our bit, and we love you all out there who support myself. And I think it's about time that we allow Leo to try and get some rest. We know that we've allowed our man Brendan to do that, and Aristides, of course, we love him too. So these are the four men left on the call. Myself and Leo and Bren and Ari and two of the guys are in La La right now, La La Land. So yeah, we'll call it a night or a day. And but I hope, Leo, you'll be joining us more in the near future. And
on Sunday.
Good.
Sounds good. It's just a shame that they finally made Skype working correctly, and they shut it down.
It's so. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. It's like it's a conspiracy. Yeah, they're just out to. So yes, Google Spaces. And what we're going to try to do is Friday night, which will be, in the eventide, we're going to try and bring everybody onto Google Spaces just to do some practice with it. So check your Gmail. Let me see. See if I sent you a Gmail inviting you into Google Spaces, which I would happily do right now, but I don't have the mental capacity to do that. I really don't know how without adult supervision. And the last time we got into Google Spaces with the help of Brendan, and then, I sent invitations out to a number of people, and theoretically, that puts you all on Team Dietrich. And that means whenever we start a call, all of you are automatically called, and you can just jump on the call, like what we do with Skype. So we'll see if that works.
All right, I'll text my email.
Yes, check your Gmail, see if there's an invitation coming to you. And if not, we'll send another one on Friday. And
I don't see it, but...
Okay, if you don't see it, hopefully...
I'll text you it.
Yeah, hopefully you get one on Friday. And then what I'll do is... okay, good, Real Tech. Okay, so there we are. Thank you. There we are. And good, I will use that on Friday. And we'll send you a invite through that, and then just be on the lookout for it. And when you see it, see if you can join us in Spaces, and then we'll.
Well, I will say, it's time to do my spiel and my shilling for Douglas Diedrich.
Thank you.
Well, folks, we are now on May the 1st. Yeah. It's time for Douglas to pay his rent, and he is our invaluable asset, our national treasure. And as I've just learned tonight about Joseph Goebbels the Road 300. See, you're not going to find information about this out there in the wild, especially on Wumbo with Russian horrible assets on there like Lauren Chen.
Yes.
They got exposed by the Democratic Party last year.
Thank you.
More than ever, Douglas Dietrich needs your support. So, please send over to Dietrich's his PayPal, which is usually linked on his YouTube channel.
Thank you.
And thank you. And see you on Sunday.
That was beautiful. You're an angel, and you did that professionally. That you're incredible. You truly are a gift. So thank you. That is Leo, the Real Tech Geek, and
Thank you.
yeah, he's been through a lot, but it's great to see you in Tbilisi, and you look really.
Yeah, I gotta edit those pictures and post them online. I'm gonna send them to you.
Yeah, and you look really geared up. You got a lot of gear on you there. At least it looks it from this little image that I can see. But you look good, and it's all right then. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And this is to Real Tech personally, our dear friend Leo. And stay safe, hugs, and be back safely with us on Sunday if you can. And to all our listeners out there, the same goes to all of you as well who support us, either morally or financially. And okay, join us all on Sunday. I'm going to end live stream, so let's press those buttons. And okay.